Chance. Copyright 2024 by Samantha Price. All rights reserved. Chapter 1. Previously. Trust awoke in her Upper East Side apartment, relieved to be free but aware that her freedom came with conditions. Just yesterday, the FBI had signed an agreement with her, but still she remained vigilant, taking everything one day at a time. Stretching in bed, she savored the comfort of her soft sheets, a stark contrast to the harsh realities she'd faced weeks ago when a 25-to-life sentence loomed over her. Her thoughts drifted, as they so often did these days, to Ryan Castle, the man responsible for her arrest. Ryan had not only stolen her latest diamond heist, but had also turned state's witness against her, which resulted in his own charges being dropped. Without the proceeds from those diamonds, her plans to fund the women's shelter were in jeopardy, threatening dire consequences for her Haven of Hope charity. With the FBI's close surveillance, finding another way to secure funds seemed impossible. Despite her recent agreement with the FBI, Trust was still unclear about their expectations. For now, her priority was getting money to pay the builders who were working on the women's shelter. With a sense of resolve, she threw off her covers and, halfway to the bathroom, grabbed her cell phone to call the hospital under the guise of being Ryan's sister. Privacy regulations thwarted her attempt to gather more information, but they had confirmed that Ryan was indeed still hospitalized. After a leisurely shower and changing into jeans and a pastel pink blouse, she enjoyed the small luxury of blow-drying her hair, something she couldn't do in prison. At her makeup table, she applied heavy foundation to cover her prison-weathered skin and sharp cat-eye eyeliner to accentuate her dark eyes, finishing with a touch of neutral lip color. Gazing at her reflection, she was thankful to look nothing like the mugshot that had once plastered national headlines. With the sunny day lifting her spirits and no time for breakfast, she quickly downed an espresso, slipped her feet into shoes, and grabbed her handbag. As she opened her door, Special Agent Jack Fletcher stood there, hand poised to knock. "Going somewhere?" he asked, leaning against the doorframe. Trust looked up at the handsome FBI agent as she steadied her breathing. "I'm just headed out for breakfast," she told him, unable to disclose that she was off to see Ryan Castle. "It'll have to wait." He brushed past her into the apartment. "Come in," she said dryly, following him and shutting the door with her foot. "Thanks, don't mind if I do." He stopped in the center of the room and turned to face her. "Coffee?" "I've just had one, thanks." He flashed a grin, revealing perfect white teeth. "I meant, would you make me one?" "Oh, sure." He sniffed. "I can smell Arabica, with a hint of vanilla. That's my favorite blend." She placed her bag on the couch and moved to the kitchen area of her open-plan apartment. "I know my coffee." He leaned on the marble island countertop. "Nice marble." "Calicut." She went about making the coffee. Crime does pay, huh?" A chill shot through her. What was he getting at? Despite their supposed alliance, she couldn't let her guard down. Before she could fabricate an excuse about her lavish apartment, her usual story for the IRS, he spoke again. "I've got a job for you. It's time to help us out." Relief washed over her. "What's the job?" "It's urgent. There's been a murder linked to a robbery." Her brow furrowed. "A murder?" "Yes. Your unique insights could be invaluable." She handed him a cup of black coffee. "I don't have milk or sugar." "That's fine. I prefer it black." He sipped appreciatively. "We need to act fast. The first days after a murder are crucial. I thought of you immediately." Trust leaned in. "I didn't realize you'd need me this soon." "We need your criminal perspective." She bristled at being labeled a criminal. This whole situation was interrupting her plans to see Ryan Castle, but she saw no alternative. "Okay. Let's go." The quicker she dealt with this, the sooner she could find Ryan and confront him. If luck was on her side, she'd be holding the diamonds tonight. Trust stared at Jack Fletcher. He'd just hit her with a bombshell, her first case with the FBI. She knew it would be coming at some point, but didn't know she'd have to start work so soon after signing the agreement. He drained the last of his coffee and then walked over and placed the cup in the sink beside hers. "It's all right to leave it here." "That's fine. Shall we go?" She grabbed her bag, and he moved over to open the front door. When they were heading down in the elevator, his cell phone beeped. He pulled it out of his pocket. Jack Fletcher. Then he hesitated and looked at her. She knew this call was about her. Had the FBI changed their minds? Gone back on their deal? Trust hated not being in control. That was the reason she had always worked alone wherever possible. He ended the call and looked over at her. "Brian Castle has disappeared from the hospital. Do you know anything about that?" Her mouth opened in shock. She'd only just called the hospital to get his room number. "He's gone." "How's that possible?" "I'm not sure. We had a guard on his door." "He's going after those diamonds. Shouldn't you hand this murder case to someone else, and we'll go find the diamonds?" I mean Castle." "No." Jack drew his eyebrows together and stared at her as the elevator doors opened. He put his hand across the doors to keep them open, and she stepped out. When he caught up to her, he pulled her to one side of the foyer. "I just told you we're investigating a murder with a robbery. Forget Castle for a moment." Frustration whirled through her head. With Ryan gone, how was she going to get anything back from him? Now she wasn't captive in prison, she was Jack's personal captive. She rubbed her head. She had to pull it together, or Jack would think she wasn't any use to them. "I'm sorry. This has come as a shock. I mean, why would he leave the hospital? He was shot, and he was in the intensive care unit. How is he even walking?" When people entered the building, Jack whispered, "We'll talk in the car." He ushered her out of the foyer, and they walked 2 blocks to his car while he made a call. When they reached his car, he ended the call and opened the passenger door for her. She slid into the seat and buckled up. Once they were on the move, he glanced in her direction. "I want you to put your feelings for your boyfriend out of your mind. He's our problem now. You're best to forget about him. He won't get far." "Are you kidding? I'm thinking about the diamonds. Don't think I'm heartless. He's obviously fine if he was able to escape." Trust was annoyed about the comments Jack was making. "He's not my boyfriend. Find him and you'll find those diamonds." "I don't have them." "He has. I want the diamonds found so I can prove that to you." "I believe you." He gave her a sidelong glance, and she knew that he wasn't fully convinced about anything. "I've been telling you the truth all along. He left me to drown in that car after he grabbed them. I even saw him running along the shoreline with the bag the diamonds were in. When we got him, there were no diamonds and no bag. He swore himself black and blue you had the diamonds. We had the car brought up, and when there was nothing there, we sent divers down to search, and there was nothing. He's obviously lying. You didn't need to send divers anywhere. He must have stashed the diamonds at the riverbank, and since then he would have gone back and gotten them. That's a likely scenario." "Yes, good. Thank you for believing me. So what's happening? I know I keep asking about it, but why aren't we on that case trying to find him?" She saw him nearly grimace, and his fingers gripped the steering wheel tighter. "There are issues going on that you don't need to be aware of. I'll tell you a little. There are other countries involved with your crimes, and they want justice. The fact that you're now helping us isn't going to appease them. There's no proof I did anything in any other country. I wasn't even convicted of anything in this country. I know that, because you agreed to assist us before it got to that point." He took his eyes off the road for a moment when he stopped for a red light. Staring at her, he said, "You and I know exactly what you've done." Did he know everything? Something told her he did. She turned and looked out the window. "Where are we going?" The car started moving again. A man by the name of Glenn Welch was murdered. He was found in his study, in front of an empty safe. The safe had been full of jewelry. We don't have an exact estimate of the value yet, but it's in the millions. And you think I know something about it. Don't worry, we know you had no involvement. Well, that's a good start. Where are we going, exactly? The Hamptons. That's quite a distance away from your jurisdiction, isn't it? I don't have a jurisdiction. You could say, it's all over the country. State to state. He drove to a drive-through hamburger place. How does a burger sound for breakfast? Yes, please. How would she find Ryan now? He'd be long gone by the time she got back to the city. He ordered burgers and more coffee for both of them before they drove on. And why did they call you in? Trust asked. The stolen jewelry is attracting a lot of media attention. They've had 3 helicopters flying over this morning already. We've had to turn 5 news channels away. It's a high-profile case with high-profile people. Glenn Welch was one of the city's best-known lawyers to the rich and famous. You haven't heard of him. His name is familiar, which isn't unusual if he had millions of dollars worth of jewelry. Wait, I think Glenn Welch is the one who bought up all the iconic movie star jewelry at the auctions. That's the one. We've got a long drive. Jack turned the music on, drowning out any possible conversation. Trust spent her time emailing her sister from her phone, so the time in the car wouldn't be a complete waste. Her sister Serenity was currently back home living in the Amish community, but she always kept a secret cell phone. Sometime later, Jack announced, "It's just up here at the end." Trust saw news vans lining the street, and one cameraman was out of the car filming the Welch house from the street. As they got closer, Trust slid down in the seat until they drove past them and then through the large gates that were flanked by 2 uniformed policemen. As they drove up the long driveway, Trust admired the gardens and the perfectly trimmed hedges that divided them. The gardens are breathtaking. They must have a few full-time groundskeepers. The upkeep must be horrendous. He parked in front of the house behind 2 white vans. As men in white evidence collection suits came out of the house, Trust stared up at the white mansion. Who did you say died? Glenn Welch. Josephine, his wife, first owned this estate with her first husband, Earl Butterworth, but then he died and she remained living in the house. Oh, so Glenn was her second husband? Correct. Trust stared at the grand double doors and the wide stairs that led up to them. It was the kind of place that would have servants. I can see why she wouldn't want to leave when she married husband number 2. Strange that he'd want to live in his new wife's dead husband's home. It is a little, Fletcher commented. But maybe he wasn't the sentimental type. Someone putting yellow and black crime scene tape around the building distracted her. So Glenn Welch was shot, you said? Trust asked. Yes. They've taken the body, but everything else remains. It's a wonder these people weren't a target of yours. She shook her head. Yes, they had pieces worthy of stealing, but I'd never steal someone's private collection. She looked up at the house. And not from their home. A thief with a conscience. Interesting. I like to call them standards. A personal code of ethics, if you will. Talking about ethics, are you sure you have people looking for Ryan Castle? Her stomach churned. She felt like an athlete ready to run a race, and Jack was holding her back. There are people on it. Relax. Today, we're focusing on this. He stared at her until she nodded in agreement. Josephine Welch was on holiday in Bermuda with her adult daughter from her first marriage when the murder occurred. She's on her way back now, so I expect to talk with her tomorrow. Okay. So I guess she didn't kill him, unless she paid someone else to do it. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Mrs. Welch's lawyer has given us a list of all that was stolen from the safe. They took everything apart from Mrs. Welch's engagement ring and whatever else she had with her at the time. I'll soon know if they were professionals. Not too professional to have been detected by Welch when they were in the middle of the job, if that's what truly happened. We don't know for sure yet if he surprised the robbers or whether something else played out. They walked toward the front door and he said, "Now, are you getting the idea why we need your criminal mind on the case?" He motioned her to move forward to the house. I hope I'll be able to help. As they walked to the house, he whispered, "Don't talk to anyone, and if anyone asks, you're my assistant." Trust nodded. Got it. Chapter 2. The evidence technicians had left by the time they reached the upstairs study where the murder had taken place. As Trust walked in behind Jack, she saw the white chalk marks on the floor just like in the movies. The stench of death and the peculiar smell of old books filled her nostrils. She looked around at the wall of antique leather-bound books. Death and musty paper weren't a pleasant combination. Any other time she would have looked through the old books, but the safe in the corner drew her attention. "You can touch things as long as you don't move them," Jack said. "I'll be careful." "Who found him?" Trust asked. "A neighbor thought he heard a gunshot. He called the victim, and when there was no answer, he called 911. "I see." The victim was shot with a 9mm semi-automatic pistol, most likely a Glock 19. We found a single 9mm shell casing at the scene, which matches the type of weapon used. Trust knew nothing about guns. She was more interested in the safe. When she stood in front of the safe, she saw it was a Morton 800. Made by Morris Morton in the 80s. She knew her safes. It was certainly sturdy and worked well enough in a non-commercial setting. It wasn't known by many that some of this model were made with hidden sections. The internal base unscrewed. Trust had to wonder if it was one of those. A closer inspection would reveal the answer. She turned around to see Jack crouched down examining the blood spatter patterns on the carpet, so she turned back to get a better look at the lower part of the safe. Yes, there was a separate section for the base. It appeared undisturbed. If they'd killed someone, they wouldn't hang around to screw the base back down, not so perfectly anyway. Trust had a hunch. If the victim was hiding his assets from his wife, maybe she didn't know about the secret section that formed the base. It was only visible if someone knew what they were looking for. Now she was torn. If she told Jack about this, it could help with the investigation, but what if there were delightful untouched treasures still hidden there? Treasures that perhaps no one would miss, especially since the authorities, and maybe even the victim's wife, thought everything had been taken. If she found something in this safe, she could forget Ryan Castle and the diamonds for good. Maybe she was onto something worth nearly as much. Trust's mind raced at 1,000,000 miles an hour. This could be better than finding those diamonds, because once Ryan was found, the authorities would be looking for the diamonds, and she'd have to get them first. Now, if her hunch was right, her hands would be clean. The family was obviously insured, and who would look in her direction for jewelry that had already been stolen? What was stopping her coming back here tonight, under the cover of darkness? It was like free candy waiting to be eaten, and the fact that the house would be empty was way more than a temptation. It was a gift. A gift that no one would know about. Jack kept telling her to trust him, but she'd trusted one man before, and where had that gotten her? She had to do this for women everywhere, women who had been treated unfairly by men. "Why are you staring at an empty safe?" Jack asked. She got to her feet and turned to face him. "I was thinking about all the pieces this couple bought over the years. They certainly had a lot. It's suddenly come back to me. Jewelry once owned by European royalty, and some pieces that Elizabeth Taylor once owned. I remember one diamond they bought from India, nearly as big as an egg." She looked back at the safe. Surely the best pieces would be in the hidden section. The security to the house had been switched off. Someone knew exactly what they were doing. "I have the list of everything that was taken. Mrs. Welch's lawyer was good enough to fax it to us." "Yes, you said that." She must be dreadfully upset. They had pieces that can never be replaced. Trust walked to the other side of the room, still not sure what Jack wanted from her or what she was supposed to conclude. She walked back to Jack. "You say Josephine, the wife, is coming back tomorrow?" "Yes. There is a daughter, Gazelle, but only Mrs. Welch lives here now." Gazelle? It wasn't a common name, and Serenity had mentioned a wealthy Englisher friend with that name. "And where are the staff?" Trust asked. "A big place like this surely has staff." Mrs. Welch gave them the week off since she was going away. I believe the cleaning staff was given the week off as well. Why would she vacation without her husband? Trust asked. We've been told he preferred to keep working. He never went with her. As I said, he was hiding his assets. Seems like well, at least he was gearing up for divorce. Sounds like she would have been lonely on that trip. She took her daughter with her. I see. What lawyer sent in the list of stolen items? It was actually Welch's brother. Glenn Welch was a lawyer too. Did I mention that? You might have. Interesting that the victim's brother is so heavily involved and had a list of what was in the safe. What an organized woman Mrs. Welch is. Glenn and his brother were also business partners. And about your earlier comment, people with this type of wealth are normally very well organized. She would have had everything itemized with her insurance company as well. No longer being able to take the pressure, Trust stared at him with her hands on her hips. Sorry, but what am I supposed to do? Give me your thoughts, just like you've been doing. Well, I don't understand this. Why would they rob the place when he was home? Why not when he was at work? That's also the very thing that has me puzzled. The awful thing is, they might have needed him to give them the combination. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Trust grimaced at the scenario playing out in her head. There was no sign of a struggle, but perhaps they had a gun pointed at him the whole time, and when they didn't need him anymore, they shot him. Trust had a theory. What if the victim was the only one who knew about that hidden section, and he didn't tell the thieves? If the Mr. Welch was smart, he would have had professional replicas made, which he kept in the top section of the safe. Trust was getting more excited by the minute. That is truly awful if that's what happened. Unless they took a risk and did it at night hoping he'd be asleep, and then he surprised them. We don't have a timeline yet, but we do know that the security cameras were deactivated at 8, and access was gained through the conservatory door. Jack's attention was caught by something, and he walked to a window. Trust followed. Jack pointed at a smaller house. That's where the help lives. A manservant and a maid, married to each other. So they live there, huh? Convenient. Maybe they were in on it somehow. Maybe they gave him sleeping tablets, but they didn't work, and he interrupted them. We'll have to wait to see what the autopsy tells us, and see what fingerprints the team has been able to lift. The team has also taken all the food and alcohol out of the house for testing. Good move. Very thorough. Thank you. Feel free to keep having a look around, but I'll have to follow you. Trust smiled. Don't worry. I'm not going to slip the silverware into my pocket. All the same. Tell me about the security system and any other security measures. As they walked, he told her all she wanted to know. All the while, Trust couldn't take her mind off what might be hidden in the safe's secret compartment. They strolled along the hallway that led to the bedrooms. Trust looked in every room. Then they came across a hidden, narrow stairway. She turned around and looked at Jack. Where does that lead? Let's find out. They walked down the stairs and found the kitchen. So this must be for the servants. That's why it's not a grand stairway. Seems so. Seen enough? Jack asked. Not yet. Let's go back upstairs and keep looking. If you insist, but I'd say the forensics are more important than poking around the bedrooms. You have your way of doing things, I have mine, she said as she headed back up the stairs. Jack chuckled. Fair enough. I hope the security system is working now. It's back up and running, and we've got a car that's going to patrol the house every couple of hours, just in case they come back. Mrs. Welch has requested that. Trust nodded. Good idea. Chapter 3. When Trust got back to her apartment that afternoon, she got comfortable on her couch and called Kent, propping her feet up on cushions. Kent, it's me, she said before he had a chance to say anything. Yes? He sounded cautious. She gave him the address of the Welch mansion. Have a look at the security system. I've been there today, and I'm going back there tonight. Also, Jack Fletcher, my new boss, tells me Ryan Castle has vanished from the hospital. You need to find him. Are you sure about this? Kent rarely questioned her about anything. Sure about which part? You're going back there for what exactly? Kent asked. She blew out a deep breath. She'd told him the previous day she was going straight, helping the FBI. It's the perfect crime, Kent. I can't pass it up. She filled him in about the murder, the absent wife and staff, and the hidden section in the safe. You see, they won't think I've stolen something if they're convinced it's already been stolen. When he was silent, she asked, well, would they? I guess not. But why are you doing it? You've got enough money, right? Trust bit her lip and thought about the risk. It's not for me. It's for the women's shelter. It's half built, but the builders need money before they'll finish it. She hadn't told Kent too much about her dealings with the charity, and thankfully, he wasn't too interested in what she did with her money. Hey, do whatever you want. Keeps me in a job. She heard the keys on his computer clicking. He then gave her information on the security system at the Welch residence. Perfect. That's what I figured. What do you need me to do? He asked. Disable the security system, without it going to backup power. He added, while also making it look like everything's working perfectly. Exactly, Trust agreed. If you can. Ouch. What do you mean, if I can? Of course I can. I guess you'll also need a driver. No. I can handle the rest of it. I'll be in and out of there with no problem at all. All the same, perhaps I should come with you. No. She didn't want to complicate something that was going to be simple. Your time's better served finding Ryan. If I get a good haul tonight, I can forget about Ryan and him stealing from me. I'll put it down to a lesson learned. Don't take any risks and good luck. I'll have it disabled between 8 and 11. No one will be able to tell. That's perfect. You've got to be out by 11. Please have a phone on you, and I'll be on standby all night just in case. Call me when it's done. Sure. Don't worry. This will be easy breezy. Haven't you always said never to be overconfident? Kent questioned. I know, and that's true. I'm not overconfident. I just have a positive attitude about it. All the same, I'll be waiting on your call. Okay. After speaking with Kent, she made a call to Serenity to ask about Gazelle. How are you doing? Serenity asked. I'm on my first job with the FBI. Oh, how fun, Serenity said in hushed tones. I'm just in the barn. What was it like? It was good so far. We're still working on the case. Now I've got to ask you, what's your friend Gazelle's last name? Why do you want to know about her? Just tell me, Trust insisted. It's Welch. Really? Yes. Why? I heard her stepfather died, and he and Gazelle's mother had a lot of jewelry. Is this why you're asking? Yes. I'm working on that case. The Welches got jewelry stolen and Glenn Welch died. I heard Gazelle's name, and I wondered if that was your friend. Small world. Someone's coming. I've got to go. Serenity promptly ended the call. Trust thought about Gazelle for a few more minutes. Why had she changed her last name? She wasn't born with the name Welch. Did that mean she'd been particularly close with her stepfather? Trust needed a rental car for the job, and for that, she needed one of her fake driver's licenses. She went to her study and pulled out a fake one from a secret compartment in her desk. Then she emailed Kent, gave him the fake name, and had him book her a rental. He'd email her the details. Next, she got onto the internet and typed in the Welch's home address. Up came a map, and after she'd studied it in relation to the streets and the houses nearby, she chose a point of entry, through the conservatory. The same way as the people who did the first robbery. That meant she'd have to scale that large fence she'd seen at the back of the property, entering and exiting through a neighbor's backyard. She just hoped the neighbors didn't have a vicious dog. Her email beeped. She clicked it open, and saw that Kent had booked the car. She headed to her closet and quickly changed into black stretchy pants and a t-shirt, then pulled on joggers. She swept her hair into a ponytail, hoping to appear as if she were going for a jog. Retrieving a large bag, she carefully packed her tools of the trade, a headband, flashlight, knife kit, and lock-picking implements, all rolled up in a towel alongside 2 pairs of gloves. Finally, she added a burner phone for emergencies and a black hooded pullover. Trust left her apartment and changed taxis enough times to ensure she wasn't followed before she arrived at the rental car establishment. Just as the sky was turning from dark blue to black, she arrived at the street where she'd planned to park. Now she had to wait until 8. Looking up at the stars, she wondered what life would be like if she'd never met Ryan Castle. She'd been about to retire, knowing that the odds were against her continuing her career undetected. Why had she been so quick to trust him? Trust rested her head back and closed her eyes. He told her many things about himself and the crimes he'd committed and the people he'd tricked out of their fortunes. They were people who deserved it, he'd said. People involved with human trafficking and cruelty to animals. Now she didn't know if anything Ryan Castle had told her was true. Especially that part about animals. He was most likely telling her what she wanted to hear. Even though she told him about her retirement plans, he'd convinced her to do one last job. And then she'd committed the proceeds of that job to the women's shelter. Now she was committed to finishing that, or her whole charity was at risk of going under. That dumb decision had cost her everything. "Stop thinking about him," she said aloud as she banged her fist on the car's dashboard. There was still half an hour to wait, but she wasn't nervous, not for this small job. Besides, she already knew the layout of the whole house, along with exit and entry points. Her thoughts drifted to Jack Fletcher. Would he, or could he be interested in a woman like her? She could see herself with a man like Jack, honest, dependable. Someone who only saw the good in her. If she was married to a man like him, that would give her the best incentive to change her ways forever. A house in the suburbs, maybe a couple of kids and a dog. Yes, definitely a dog. But that imaginary life wouldn't be all sunshine and lollipops, she realized. Her days would be filled with boring, mundane things. She winced at the thought of laundry and having to dream up different dinners to cook each night, as well as the chore of driving kids to soccer on the weekend. Soccer was something she never understood. Being a housewife and mother had always been something that other people did. She never thought it was for her, after seeing so many women in Amish families trapped by having a dozen children. Trust drummed her fingertips on the steering wheel. Nearly 8. She'd wait for a few minutes after the hour to be sure the alarm was off. At 5 after 8, Trust made her move. Chapter 4. Trust got out of the car and slung her knapsack over her back. Then she jogged steadily to look as though she were exercising if anyone saw her. 2 streets over, she located the house that backed onto the Welch mansion. There were no vicious dogs, it appeared, and they had no fence except at the back of their property. It was an easy climb, and when she got to the top, she climbed down the hedge branches. Then, by the light of the moon, she sprinted to the house, making sure her hood covered her face. She reached the conservatory and made her way through to the back door. The house was in darkness. Like taking candy from a baby, she murmured to herself as she took out her lock-picking tools. Who gives a baby candy? It wouldn't be so easy taking it from a toddler, though. With the help of the 2 metal implements, she picked the door's lock. The click of a lock opening always put a smile on her face. Then she pulled on her gloves and wiped the entire lock area with her sleeve. After she moved through the door, she closed it behind her. With the alarm off, the only thing to worry about was the patrol car she'd been told would be driving by every so often. There was no fancy fingerprint-coated entry for this house. The security was surprisingly undercooked for the treasures they'd had within. No wonder they were robbed. It's amazing it hadn't happened sooner, she murmured under her breath. Mrs. Welch wasn't due until tomorrow, and could only come back into the house once the crime tape was removed. Trust moved farther in and closed the door behind her. In the darkness, she found her way. It was hard not to turn on a light, but she didn't want to alert any neighbors or passing patrol cars. She moved to the front window of the house and peeked out over the driveway. A police car drove to the front gates and stopped. He was so far away that even if she yelled, he still wouldn't be able to hear. She continued to stare at the officer as he aimlessly shone his flashlight to and fro. He didn't even move through the gates. A minute later, he was back in his vehicle and backing out of the entrance. She waited until the car was out of sight. If the cop bothered to come back at all tonight, it wouldn't be for another couple of hours, so there was plenty of time. Trust wasn't worried. This was the routine patrol that Jack had mentioned. No wonder they needed her help, if that was the best they could do. She headed up the stairs, taking them two at a time. Her heart pulsed hard with anticipation over what she'd discover in the safe. Visions of the Welch jewelry collection flashed before her. She loved the replica Egyptian jewelry crafted in the 50s by Sarita, a major jewelry house. From memory, she was sure those pieces had made their way into Josephine's hands. Each piece was worth at least $200,000. As she pushed the study door open, it struck her that this robbery was too easy, too simple, and that was unnerving. Or maybe all residential robberies were this way. The safe door was propped open. Convenient. She pulled down the blind and then drew the curtain. Making her way back to the safe, she pulled out her flashlight, strapped it to her forehead and turned it on. The interior base was untouched, unopened. Without taking her eyes off the safe, she reached into her bag and pulled out the automatic screwdriver and proceeded to undo the screw in each corner. Then with the bent nail she'd brought with her, she pulled on the base and it came loose. Second obstacle overcome. After she lifted the base cover off, she couldn't believe what she saw illuminated by her flashlight. It was empty. Completely. Nothing. Trust was devastated. All this trouble for nothing. Lights outside distracted her. Immediately, she flicked off her flashlight and ran to the window. Moving the blinds, she saw a car. It wasn't the patrol car. Then the front passenger door opened, and Trust saw a woman. It had to be Mrs. Welch, home ahead of schedule. A man got out of the driver's door, his eyes scanning the house. Trust watched from the darkness above, sure Josephine and her companion wouldn't cross the crime scene tape. Then she heard the door open and muffled voices coming from downstairs. She was shocked. Suddenly the house was lit inside and out like a football field at night. There was no time to waste. After she put everything back the way she'd found it, she sprinted halfway out the door, before remembering she'd left her knapsack on the floor next to the safe. This wouldn't have happened if she had Kent as a lookout, talking to her through an earpiece. She grabbed her stuff and then heard voices downstairs. They were discussing that the security system was off. Check the house. Trust heard Mrs. Welch command. Every inch of it. I'm on it. You wait right here, the man replied confidently, his voice raspy sounding. Trust ran to one of the bedrooms that lined the back of the house. She'd climb out the window and make her way down the sandstone blocks that made up the facade of the house. When she got there, she found that it and all the bedroom doors were locked. That was something she hadn't planned for, and there was no time to pick the locks. Someone was coming. Then she remembered the servant's stairway that led to the kitchen. She raced to the corner and ran down the narrow stairs. Arriving in the kitchen, she heard footsteps. She froze. Would she make it to the back door without being seen? She decided no, she wouldn't make it, and slipped into the butler's pantry and closed the door behind her. When she heard the footsteps getting closer, she knew she was in trouble. Would she be killed just like Mr. Welch? She backed further into the corner, but there was no place to hide. Feeling her heart throbbing in her head, she reached into the side pocket of her knapsack and pulled out her cell. Kent answered on the first ring. I'm here and hiding in the Welch house. The owners come home early and I need them out now. Hurry. I'm hiding and they'll find me any minute. I'm on it. She ended the call and got ready to run. Moving to the door of the pantry, she heard a phone ringing and it was close by. Hello, she heard. A female voice, must be Mrs. Welch. Who is this? Is this a joke? The receiver slammed down and Mrs. Welch yelled out. There's a bomb. We need to get out. Trust heaved a sigh of relief as she listened to the scurrying footsteps, the slammed front door, and then the car driving away. Get out of here fast. She flung open the pantry door and ran to the back of the house. Stop, someone called out. Trust froze with her hand on the door that led to the conservatory. Was it the police? She turned around and saw a dark figure with his hands by his sides. He appeared to have no weapon. Was it another thief with the same idea as she had? She wasn't going to wait around to find out. She turned and ran through the doorway and sprinted across the backyard with the man hot on her heels. Stop. I just want to talk. She grabbed hold of the main hedge branch and from there started climbing using the metal fasteners as footholds. He was only inches from her when he started climbing too. He made a lunge and grabbed her leg. She kicked her leg trying to free herself from his grasp. No. She couldn't be caught. Not like this. Chapter 5. Hanging on to the fence for dear life, with an unknown man hanging onto her foot, she pulled her other leg up as high as she could and thrust it down at the man. It connected. She heard a yell as he fell back. Without looking down, she kept going, reaching up for the next handhold and then the next one above that. Once she was on the top, she scrambled across, lowered herself and then let go and tumbled onto the ground to break her fall. From the backyard of the neighbor's property, she sprinted through to the street beyond. In case she was seen, she steadied her pace to a comfortable jog. 2 streets away, she came to her rental car and knew she was safe. She sat in the car breathing hard. There'd been not one close call but 2. After she called Kent and told him she was safe, she peeled off her pullover, and then reality hit her again, about how stupid she had been to be drawn in by temptation. When all was said and done, she just risked her freedom for an empty safe. Trust blew out a long, deep breath. She hadn't made a contingency plan for Josephine returning, and she certainly hadn't made one for coming face to face with another thief. It hit her what would have happened if she'd gotten caught. It was stupid to take such a risk. But she hadn't gotten caught, and adrenaline pumped through every inch of her being. She started the engine, and then froze as she heard police sirens. After a minute, they stopped. It sounded like they'd just arrived at the Welch's house to investigate the bomb scare. Relief flooded through her as she disengaged the handbrake and drove onward. When Trust was safely back in her apartment, the first thing she did was check her phone. Phew. No missed call from Jack asking where she was. Still feeling the adrenaline pumping, she sank into the couch and her mind went over what had happened. Who was the man who'd been at the house with Josephine? If only she'd gotten a better look at him, but she wouldn't forget his raspy voice. What really bugged her now was the other man who'd appeared in the house after Josephine and her friend drove away. In her worst nightmares, he'd be an investigator, or another thief come to find leftovers. Had he too suspected that the real jewelry was still there? Trust pulled a blanket over her and closed her eyes just for a moment. Hours later, Trust woke. She was still on the couch and in the same clothing. A quick glance at her cell phone told her it was just after midnight. If Jack came uninvited into her apartment like he had the previous morning, it wouldn't be good. She had to unpack her bag and get out of those clothes. After stripping off, she stepped into the shower. The hot water pummeled against her back, and her thoughts moved to her ex-boyfriend Ryan and where he was right now. It was a horrible feeling that he'd gotten the better of her. How could she have ever loved him? Why was her filter way off when it came to men? She was normally a good judge of character, had to be one in her line of work. He'd done a real number on her. She turned off the water and reached for a towel. As she dried herself, she had a dreadful thought. What if that man from the house knew who she was? The scene ran through her mind. She was certain she'd be able to recognize his deep voice. Once Trust was in her usual nightly attire, of a very unglamorous, oversized t-shirt, she set about unpacking her burglar bag and hiding each item in its own spot. After that was done, she felt better. Only thing was, now she was starving. Food would have to wait. She needed to talk with Kent about the man she'd just seen. By the way he answered the phone, she knew she'd woken him. "What's up?" She filled him in on the events of the previous evening, of how Josephine came to the house with a man, and then about the other man. He had an athletic build, a little taller than me. He was somewhere in his 40s, broad chiseled face, spoke in an educated and distinctly deep voice. "I know what you're going to ask. Would I know him if I saw him again? Would he know you if he saw you again?" "I hope not." The house was dark. I was in black and I didn't speak. He tried to grab me. Well, he did grab me as I was climbing over the fence. It was a close call. Who do you think he was? Probably the same man who was firing at people from the helicopter when you broke out of prison. Trust thought for a moment. Yes. That was odd too. But they can't be the same person. The two are totally unrelated things. The guy tonight must be related to what's going on with the Welches, not what's going on with me. I don't know, Trust. I've got nothing to go on. I should have driven you. You can't take a risk like that again, no matter how easy you think it'll be. I can't think about that right now. That's in the past. She was already upset with herself for thinking it was going to be simple. Normally, she was over-prepared. What was he doing there? He was in the house while Josephine's friend was searching the place. He was hiding like I was. I never saw him when I was working on the safe, though. Was he going to jump you after you opened the safe for him? No. It wasn't locked. The safe was unlocked, but I had to unscrew the bottom plate to open the hidden compartment. What if someone else saw what you saw? Kent asked. The compartment? Yes. Trust sighed. I didn't think of that. Do you think you were followed? Has Fletcher got a tail on you? No. It's not possible. I made sure I wasn't followed to the car rental company and back home again. And I left my other phone here in case he's tracking it. Maybe it's a waiting game. You might find out when you learn more about the Welch murder. Trust yawned. I hope so. It's bugging me. Sorry for waking you up. That's okay. Night, Trust. Night. Oh, it is still night. Good night, Kent. After she ended the call, she opened the fridge and was faced with nothing but a chocolate bar and out-of-date orange juice. She'd had no time to shop. The only thing in the cupboard, among the pasta and rice and other things that needed cooking, was a solitary can of vegetable soup. The funny thing was, she had no idea when she'd bought it or why. That wasn't unusual. She rarely ate at home, and quite often had no idea what was lurking in her cupboard. Hunger forced her to open the can, dump the soup into a glass dish, and pop it into the microwave. While she waited for it to heat, she opted to toast some bread she found in the freezer. It wasn't the best meal she'd ever had, but it beat prison food by a country mile. As she sat down with her makeshift meal, her thoughts drifted to the simple Amish food she was raised with. She remembered the hearty stews, the fresh bread, and the pies, though the memories were bittersweet. Meals like pot roast or shoofly pie, while delicious, were often accompanied by stern lectures or silent, tense dinners. Even the sweet treats, like homemade apple pies, could not mask the coldness she felt from most of her family members. Despite the delightfulness of the food, it never filled the void left by her family's lack of warmth and understanding. Chapter 6. Trust was dragged from a deep sleep by a loud knock on her door. From the apartment being flooded with light, she surmised it was morning. It had to be Jack Fletcher. Somehow, he'd managed to get past the doorman. Again. This was the third doorman they'd had in as many months, and this one didn't seem to be any better than the others. Jack had probably flashed his badge or flashed his smile. Either would work. Handsome people had such an advantage over others. Coming. She sat up and reached for her white fluffy bathrobe that was on the other side of the bed. After she pulled it on, she stood up and hurried to the door, finger-combing her hair into place. Once she confirmed from the security monitor it was Jack, She unlocked the door and opened it. He walked past her with barely a look. Last night, there was an intruder in the Welch house. Trust closed the door behind him. There was no apology for waking her, no asking how she was, and no hello. All she could do was pretend concern over what he said. That's dreadful. What happened? He turned around and looked her up and down. It's 10 in the morning. Were you asleep? Late night. Watching too much TV. Wait, wasn't there crime scene tape around the house? Yes. They ignored that. It was a friend of Mr. and Mrs. Welch, looking for Mrs. Welch. Apparently, he was drunk and upset about what had happened to Mr. Welch. Fortunately, one of the patrol cars saw a light in the house and called it in. They found his friend at the bottom of the driveway. That must have been the intruder she'd seen. Maybe. That was lucky. Did they get his name? Yes. What was his name? Trust asked. Jack shook his head. I can't say off the top of my head. It's in the files. The guy who grabbed her foot in the Welch garden had not been drunk at all. If Josephine knew him, maybe he was working for her. Perhaps an investigator like she had first thought. Or this was a different man altogether. We've got Mrs. Welch coming in today. So soon after her husband's been killed? Trust asked. In a murder case, time is of the essence. It mightn't be the best timing for the family, but it's our best chance of finding the killer. Then the family can have closure. Closure is good. She nodded and then looked down at herself. I guess I should get changed. Yes, and hurry. While I'm doing that, do you want to make yourself some coffee? Sure. You want one? Yes, please, she called over her shoulder as she headed to her room. Intending to put a proper effort into helping Jack with his case, she decided on her most conservative outfit. A pencil-thin cream skirt with a black blouse and black pumps. No jewelry. She pulled a brush through her hair and did her makeup as fast as she could. It didn't seem like Jack was a patient man, and she didn't want to keep him waiting. When she walked out, he saw her and raised his eyebrows. His face said, "Wow," even though he didn't utter a word. Then he looked down at something in his hand. What have you got there? She asked. He passed her a coffee and then opened his other hand to reveal a wrapped candy, a promotional giveaway item from the rental car company. Her heart nearly stopped. Why had she taken it? And how stupid could she be to leave it lying about like that? Fixing a smile on her face, she snatched it from him and then threw it in the kitchen waste bin. I'm trying to stay off sugar. It's a hard habit to break. She laughed. Someone was giving those away in the street yesterday. Not sure why I took one. He took a sip of coffee while staring at her. Yes, sugar and other habits are hard to break. Tell me about it. She hoped he believed her and wouldn't remember which rental car company it was from. Trust waited in another room, observing behind a two-way mirror as Jack conducted the interview with Mrs. Welch. When they arrived at the FBI interview area, Mrs. Welch introduced a man with her as her lawyer and brother-in-law, Doug Welch. The moment Trust heard his raspy voice, she knew without a doubt he was the man who had accompanied Josephine to her house the previous night. Being a lawyer, he should have known better than to cross crime scene tape, which told her he wasn't the most upstanding lawyer in town. Trust realized Josephine had lived most of her life surrounded by lawyers, with both her first and second husbands being lawyers as well as her brother-in-law. After an hour-and-a-half-hour-long interview, with Doug stopping his sister-in-law from answering practically every other question, Jack excused himself and walked into the adjoining room where Trust had been listening. He leaned against the door and locked eyes with her. Slowly he walked forward and sat on a desk close to her. What do you think? She's guilty. She killed him, took the jewels, and aims to pocket the insurance money too. His lips twisted into a smirk. What makes you say that? Just a feeling. I tend to agree with you, but we'll need evidence rather than hunches. Why does she need a lawyer? I mean, isn't she trying to help you? And isn't Doug a suspect too, seeing he's the brother? Correct. All the family are suspects. She's just being cautious. She would have been told that we look at the family first when there's a murder. Trust nodded. Then they'd know you doubt the whole story about the intruders killing Glenn Welch. Maybe they do. He looked down and then looked back at her. If she's guilty, that means there was no robbery. Where would she have hidden the jewels? Could be anywhere. She had someone else do the job, the pretend robbery and the killing. The jewelry could be anywhere. Maybe even still in the house somewhere. Her mind was drawn back to the other man, the one who had been hiding in the house. Is that what he was doing there, looking? We've got a warrant underway, and we'll search that house from top to bottom. I know you're good at your job and everything, but I don't think you'll ever find who killed him. The person who did the actual killing. Jack frowned at her. Why? She shrugged her shoulders. Could be anyone, and by now they could be anywhere. Bermuda, Honduras, Dubai, Paris. We will get them. We'll see what the forensics have to say. Be more positive, Trust. We usually get our man or woman. Trust wished she could say the same. The only man she'd gotten was a useless, lying, double-crossing rat. Looking back through the glass at Josephine, her gaze drifted to Doug, the brother-in-law lawyer. Why had he been with Josephine at the house? Okay, sure. I'll try to be more positive, Jack. That's the way. He took one of the 3 bottles of water on the table and passed her one. When she shook her head, he unscrewed the cap and took a mouthful. Time to go back in and ask some more questions. Good luck. Chapter 7. Later in the day, Jack and Trust sat down in Jack's sparsely furnished office. As she waited for him to check his emails, she noticed how neatly the files on his long desk were arranged into 2 groups. 2 filing cabinets stood by the narrow window, while the only thing adorning the gray walls was a large corkboard with notes pinned to it. The lack of personal mementos and family photographs reinforced her opinion of him being all work and no play. Then he said done and looked at her. We're going to have to check in with all the local fences. It surprised her that they'd have to do the groundwork like that. He was a special agent, after all. Wouldn't you have other people do that stuff for you? His head tilted to one side as he clasped his hands together and rested them on his desk. What do you mean? Well, you're a special agent. So don't you have other people, not so special agents, to do things like that? Or just send out a memo? I'm not talking about going to see any leads that I know. I'm talking about the fences that you might know. The words were delivered like a knife to the heart. Immediately, Trust was sick to the stomach. Did he think she was going to be an informant? She would never reveal the people she'd worked with. Look, that was never the deal. It's not something I can do. You help me and I help you. One hand washes the other. She interrupted quickly, knowing his next words would be that he could always send her back to the prison she'd escaped from. Yes, but I'm not helping you so much that I'll get myself killed. Just as well I have someone who's called in. He's given us information before. Not to me personally, but people I work with. You might know him. Herman Smythe. She was relieved. He'd been seeing how far he could push her. I've never heard of him, she lied. Herman Smythe was a low-level fence. She knew of him, but she'd never worked with him. He'd never be able to move the kind of goods that she dealt in. Well, we're on the way to see him. He bounded to his feet. Looking up at him, she asked, right now? Aren't you going to finish talking to Mrs.? Jack's eyes bore into hers. It's under control. Unless you have something better to do. She looked at her nails. I need time off to attend to a few personal things. I have to get my nails done. More important than needing her nails done or visiting the hairdresser was finding her rotten ex-boyfriend. Where was she going to find time for that? Even though she had Kent on the job, it annoyed her that she couldn't do anything to help. Right now, Jack was demanding all her time. He didn't look pleased with her. There'll be plenty of time for your nails once we have Welch's killer behind bars. Out of frustration, she bit the inside of her mouth. Once we locate your boyfriend and the diamonds you say he has, and then find out who killed Glenn Welch and stole the jewelry, you can have all the pedicures you want. But right now, we've got things to do. Okay. Okay. She smiled at him, not knowing the difference between a manicure and a pedicure. I won't argue with that. I could use a pedicure too. He narrowed his eyes, and then he looked over at the door. Trust turned around to see him looking at a very attractive woman who was smirking at him. Straight blonde hair stopped bluntly at her shoulders, and she wore a figure-hugging skirt with matching jacket. Her blouse was undone way too far. It was that annoying agent who had the office next to his, Monica Blaze. "Hello, Monica," Trust said. Monica merely grunted as she glanced at her, before her gaze swept back to Jack. "I didn't know you were busy, Jack. I'll come back later." "Not a problem." Monica turned on her heel and hurried out of the office. Wow. She didn't even say hello. I feel like I'm back in high school. I wouldn't worry about it. No one's here to make friends. I know that, but can't she be civil? Trust asked. Don't let her manner bother you. She's a good agent. They walked out of his office to the elevator, passing Monica's office on the way. Trust looked in, Monica looked up, and when she saw Trust, she looked away. Chapter 8. Across the miles, Trust's sister Serenity sat by the window of her family's modest Amish home, her needle moving deftly through the fabric. The room smelled faintly of lavender and freshly laundered clothes. Piles of mending surrounded her, each piece a reminder of the hard work and simple living of her family. Serenity's grandmother sat nearby, her own sewing basket at her feet. Her grandmother was a stern woman with a perpetually serious expression. Her hands, though aged and veined, worked with practiced precision as she repaired holes in shirts and dresses. She wore a plain dark dress with a white cap covering her gray hair, her piercing green eyes occasionally flicking up to inspect Serenity's work. The silence was broken only by the occasional creak of the wooden chair or the chirping of birds outside. Serenity's mother was out delivering food to the less fortunate in their Amish community, a task she performed with unwavering dedication. Serenity glanced at her grandmother. Summoning her courage, she spoke. "Mammy, can I ask you something about Uncle Pete?" Mammy's hands paused mid-stitch. Her mouth drew into a tight line, and her eyes narrowed as she looked up. "Why do you want to know about him?" "Well, when I was growing up, all I ever heard was how Trust was like Uncle Pete. But we've never met him, and we don't know anything about him. Is he even real?" The room fell silent, the question hanging in the air. Mammy's eyes, once a soft green, now seemed to burn with a fierce intensity. She placed her sewing down and folded her hands in her lap, staring at Serenity with a look that could pierce through steel. "You are never to mention Trust's name again," she said, her voice trembling with restrained anger. "She turned out just like Uncle Pete, and she has brought shame upon our name. The stress it brings on your father, seeing he is the bishop, is too much to bear. But don't I have a right to know more? How can I heed the lessons and learn stuff if I don't know what he did? Perhaps if Trust was told what Uncle Pete had done, she might not have gone off the path." Mammy blew out a gust of air. "I very much doubt that. It's not fair. Everyone says stuff about him, as though he's the worst person in the world. I'm old enough now. Can't I know what he's done and who he was? I mean, is he even alive right now? Does he even exist?" Mammy continued, "Uncle Pete is real. He was once a part of this family, but his choices led him astray. He defied the orning and chose a path that none of us could follow. Your father worked hard to maintain the respect and honor of our family, and any mention of Pete or Trust threatens that." Serenity looked down at her sewing, her thoughts racing. The fabric in her hands felt suddenly heavy, as if it carried the burden of their family's secrets and unspoken sorrows. "But Mammy, I know what Trust did, but not Uncle Pete. Can't you tell me just a little about him?" Her grandmother's gaze softened slightly, but her expression remained firm. "Some things are better left in the past, like Trust and Uncle Pete. We must focus on living a life that honors God and our community. Uncle Pete's story is not one to be shared lightly. Out of sight, out of mind, Serenity asked, knowing she wasn't going to get anywhere, not today. Exactly. Mammy looked up at her. You don't still talk to Trust, do you? Serenity didn't know what to say. She didn't want to lie, but nor did she want a lecture from her grandmother. Then her parents would find out, and it would become a huge deal. She simply shook her head. I haven't talked to her for ages. Good. Mammy took a deep breath, and then fixed her gaze on Serenity. Serenity, all you need to worry about is finding a husband. You're getting older, and that's a concern. Time is running out for you to have babies. Every day that passes is precious. Serenity sighed, knowing what was coming next. I know you're worried, but I have plenty of time. No, you don't, her grandmother insisted. Your mother was married with 3 children by your age. The longer you wait, the harder it will be. You don't want to end up alone, do you? It doesn't look good for a bishop's daughter to remain on the shelf. What will people think of his daughter not fulfilling her duties to the community? Serenity nodded, trying to avoid an argument. I understand. There is someone I like. I told Ma'am about him already. Well, she didn't tell me that, and she would have had she thought anything would come of it. There are a few good men in the community who would make suitable husbands. What about Samuel Yoder? He's a hard worker and comes from a good family. Or maybe Jacob Fisher. He's a bit older but very reliable. Even Eli Lapp has shown interest, and he's got a good head on his shoulders. The more she went on, the more depressed Serenity got. Jacob Fisher is a widower, and he has 5 children. I'm not going to be someone's housemaid and babysitter. Mammy's mouth fell open in shock. And as far as Eli Lapp is concerned, he's shown interest in everyone. He's nearly 50. Well, that leaves Samuel Yoder. Mammy smiled, as though the decision had been made. We'll see. I've never really talked with him. Well, you should. Maybe I'll have him over here one night. No. Please don't. I'll talk with him on Sunday. As they returned to their sewing, Serenity decided that on Sunday she would have a bad headache. Then Serenity's mind wandered to what her family would think about Trust, doing so much for the homeless and disadvantaged in society. Deep down, she knew they would still find fault for the way she came about finding the money. Chapter 9. Over in the city, Trust Ziegler and Jack Fletcher walked into Herman Smythe's pawnshop. There was only one man behind the counter, a bald guy with well-muscled, hairy arms and wearing an assortment of gold bracelets and heavy gold neck chains. The diamonds in the square ring on his pinky sparkled. He was the typical man you'd need working in a pawn shop to deal with the many disgruntled customers coming in to collect their goods past the due date. Is Herman Smythe in? Who wants to know? Jack Fletcher. I called this morning, he's expecting us. He didn't mention it, but that doesn't mean nothing. He looked from Jack to Trust and back to Jack. He picked up a phone's receiver and pressed a button and said a few words to Herman, while Trust had a casual look around observing the security. When he ended the call, he looked up. Come this way. They followed him through to the back. Second door on the left. Jack knocked. Jack Fletcher, an associate here. Come in. They walked into his room. A small, skinny man sat behind a large desk with various instruments and weighing scales strewn over it. Nice to meet you. He leaned across the desk, offering his hand. Jack shook it, and then Trust offered her hand, and he shook it, looking into her eyes. Have a seat. Once they were seated, Jack said, Thank you for seeing us. How can I help you? Before Jack could answer, he looked at Trust and pointed at her. I know you. Oh. Trust didn't know what to say. She'd never met him, only heard about him. You're Trust Ziegler. Yes, she is, Jack answered, and she's helping us with a few things. You told one of my associates you had information about the recent robbery at the Welch home. I'm guessing you heard Glenn Welch was murdered and his home robbed. Trust was grateful Jack had steered the attention away from her. Smythe licked his lips and leaned back in his chair. Yes. I heard. None of their jewelry has come here. I'd know if it had. We got an email alert yesterday listing the stolen items. So what do you know? Jack asked. Then he moved closer to them. So close that Trust could smell the alcohol on him. There was a similar robbery months back. The man wasn't killed, but it sounds like it might have been the same crew. How was it similar? Trust doubted what he said. He was clearly not one to be trusted. He was left for dead on the floor in front of his safe. They took everything. Jack pulled a notepad and pen from his inner jacket pocket and then clicked on the end of his pen as he flipped the notepad open. Name? I'll look it up on the system. There won't be anything to look up about it. Jack paused to stare at him. Why do you say that? He never reported it to the cops. The goods weren't come by the right way, if you know what I mean. And you didn't hear that from me. Trust sensed Jack was getting frustrated. How long ago did this happen? Few weeks. Jack frowned. How badly was he hurt? He was pretty badly banged up. Name? Jack repeated. He could know something that would help. Even if it's something small. I'll tell you. He picked up his phone and scrolled through it. Ramsey Goldblum. I can give you a phone number, but on the way out, you'll have to ask Pete for his address. He picked up his phone's receiver, pressed a number, and then asked Pete to have Goldblum's address ready. He replaced the receiver. That's all I can help you with. If I hear anything else, I'll let you know. That was his polite way of asking them to leave. After they collected the address from Pete, they headed out of the shop. That was awful. He recognized me. I'm not happy about that. You might have to get used to it. You caused quite a sensation. I need to make a few calls. He nodded to a cafe. Order me a coffee and something to eat, and I'll be over in a minute. He passed her a 50. Get yourself something too, of course. Is this breakfast? I haven't eaten today, if that's what you mean. She smiled at him and then headed to the cafe. Hanging out with Jack was far better than being in jail, and at times it also kept her mind off Ryan, who was probably long gone by now. She placed her order and then sat at a table and waited. Drumming her fingertips on the table, she looked out the window. Jack paced up and down as he talked on the phone. He certainly was handsome. Was he married? He didn't wear a ring, but some men didn't. There were no signs of a wife or a girlfriend in his office. She knew she had to push her feelings for him away. Nothing would ever happen between them. Not when he saw her as a criminal. Soon Jack entered the cafe and sat across from her. He went in there with a concussion, and he had some pretty serious cuts and abrasions. Excuse me? Who are we talking about? He frowned at her. Ramsey Goldblum. Ah. You confused me when you said went in there. Did you mean he went to a hospital? Yes. I'm sorry, Trust. I tend to think people know what's going on in my head. We were just talking about him. Anyway, he'd been knocked out cold. Nothing was reported to the police. He told the hospital he'd fallen down some stairs and hit his head on the banister on the way down. Ah, good work getting the info from the hospital. He gave half a smile. The waitress brought their coffees over. What are we eating? He asked Trust. Toasted sandwiches. I hope that's all right. I didn't know what to get you. She pushed the change over to him. He took it, shoving it all in a pocket. Thanks. Sandwiches are fine. Anything's fine. I'm not a fussy eater. I'm guessing we're heading to see Ramsey Goldblum after this. Ah, you remembered his name. I was getting worried about you for a moment. Jack chuckled. I do have a good memory when I know what or who we're talking about. I'll keep that in mind. We're meeting Goldblum in an hour. He's talking to us. Trust frowned as she took a sip of coffee. He thinks we want to talk to him About his hospital visit. He owns a car wash not far from here. The first thing that sparked in her mind when she heard the words car wash was money laundering. Chapter 10. Trust and Jack sat opposite Ramsay Goldblum in his office. He had to be in his early 30s, Trust surmised. She'd expected to see someone older. His dark eyes were hiding something, she was sure of it, and more than just the robbery. He ran a hand through his thick woolly hair. Jack came right to the point and told Goldblum he'd heard about the robbery and didn't believe the story Ramsay had given the hospital. A pained expression glazed over Goldblum's face as his lips pulled to one side. I didn't report it because, to start with, they weren't my goods. I was holding on to 'em for a friend. Always a friend, Jack said matter-of-factly. It's true. A friend asked me to hold a bag for him for a couple weeks. I didn't ask questions, and I didn't even know what was in there, know what I mean? Ramsay shrugged his shoulders, crumpling his crisply laundered shirt. When I told him what had happened, he said they must have followed him, and then he told me what was in the bag. He admitted it was jewelry and it was hot, but that ain't nothing to do with me. I didn't know it was stolen, so according to the law, I'm not guilty. Trust stared at the man. Did he really expect them to believe he never once looked in the bag? Who's your friend? Jack asked. I can't tell you that. Jack leaned forward, showing his patience was wearing thin. Who did your friend think stole the items? He leaned back in his chair. Hey, I don't want no trouble. And you won't get any from me. I'm just after information, and it won't be traced back to you. Goldblum looked down and hesitated a while. Okay. There's a group of people who steal from people who've stolen. They did it. And the name of your friend? Jack asked once more. He shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't say. I've already told you more than I wanted to. Did your friend say anything else? Trust asked. Not really. So, he said something? Did he say anything else about this group? Only that he called them the Shadows. That's all he said. Jack gazed at him in a most patient manner, and she could tell that was his way of making the man nervous. Finally, he asked, Are you telling us stories? Nah, it's all true. He shifted in his seat. That's exactly what he said. I don't want any trouble. He must have been upset about the Shadows taking his stuff, Trust said. He hasn't talked to me since. I was pretty banged up after the robbery. He knew it was nothing to do with me. That helped him not be too mad at me, I'd reckon. Is this Shadows gang well known among your associates? Jack asked. Never heard of him before. All I did was help him as a one-off thing. I don't know any criminals. Know what I mean? I run a legit car wash business, as you can see. Trust was surer than ever the car wash was a money laundering operation. She'd noticed they had a sign up that they only took cash. That was unusual, to say the least. Who did your friend think was behind the Shadows? I've told you all I know. Goldblum shrugged. Jack looked around. Have you filed a tax return lately? Goldblum suddenly leaned forward. Okay, this is all I know. He said the gang is run by the big guys. He said something like, they let the little guys steal and they step in and take it from them, know what I mean? Trust decided to count how many times he said know what I mean. She was sorry she hadn't started counting from the beginning. What did these men look like? Jack asked. Dunno. They wore black ski masks. They were big, tall. He made Hulk-like motions with his arms to show they were muscular. Did any of them have an accent? Jack asked. No. They spoke like regular folk. Mean regular folk. Trust thought back to the man she'd seen in the Welch's house. He'd been alone, though. Then there were the two men searching Ryan's hotel room while she was hiding in the closet moments before Jack had arrested her after her prison escape. Were those men the Shadows? She assumed there had been two of them, because she only heard two voices. One of them called the other, Drake. Did you hear any names mentioned? Trust asked him. Goldblum looked at her. Huh. Did one of them call the other a certain name? Frank John Dave. He shook his head. Nah. I'd like to help you more, but that's all I got. He opened his drawer and pulled out a couple of vouchers. Here. Get your cars washed on me. One each. Thank you. Trust leaned forward and took hers. Jack shook his head and held up his hand. Trust reached for Jack's voucher. I'll take his. Jack put his hand over hers and then plucked the vouchers away. We can't take anything, Trust. He pushed the vouchers back across the desk. I'm sorry. No worries. It wasn't a bribe. Got nothing to bribe ya over. I know, but all the same. Thank you for the offer. On the way out of the building, Jack explained, we can't take anything that could be seen as a bribe. It was just a car wash. It doesn't matter. We can't be seen to take anything, or be given anything. She nodded. Noted. I do like free things though. Something for nothing. I mean, who doesn't, know what I mean? He stared at her, and then shook his head. Don't. Trust laughed. As they continued to his car, he said, can't you afford to get your car washed, Trust? I thought the interior design business was doing well. It was, but I've since retired, so. According to the IRS, she had an interior design business. That's how she got her money. She didn't know the FBI could investigate her tax records. They might have subpoenaed them. Once they were in the car, he looked at his phone. There's not much to do until I get the forensic reports. How long will that take? Some will take weeks, others might be back as soon as tomorrow. This afternoon will be taken up with interviewing family members. Then he smiled at her. That manicure might have to wait. I'm fine with that. I'm anxious to hear what they say. I wonder if you'll crack someone by your rocking interviewing technique, and they'll confess. His lips curved upward slightly. It's happened before. Today we're interviewing Gazelle, the victim's stepdaughter, and Doug, the victim's brother, again. Tomorrow it's the two full-time staff, the regular cleaners, and the company that maintains the gardens. Can't wait. Chapter 11. The next day, Trust sat in the room adjoining the interview room. It was becoming a familiar place. After interviewing all the Welch's staff and those closest to the victim, Jack was no closer to finding out who killed Glenn Welch. For Trust, it was all a big waste of time, and Ryan Castle had a huge head start. Jack finished his last interview for the day and walked into the room with her. I just got a message that Glenn Welch's body has been released to the family. How would you like to go somewhere with me? Her heart raced. Was he asking her on a date? The expression on his handsome face gave nothing away. He'd done nothing to show her he was interested in her as a woman. Go where? She managed to say, doing her absolute best to hide the freak-out that was going on in her head. Dust off your black dress, we're going to a funeral. A funeral? That was disappointing. Who was she kidding? He was too law-abiding to be interested in a woman like her. A woman with a sordid and criminal past. Yes, a funeral. Funeral. That was so far from the date for which she was hoping. When will it be? Sometime within the next week, I'd say. It meant being out in public and possibly photographed. I can't go. My parents will find out what I'm doing. What's wrong with that? I just don't want them to even think about me. Trust drew in a quick breath as childhood memories came rushing back. Everyone thought her parents were the perfect Amish couple with the perfect family, but they weren't. They were mean and cruel. They'd never treated her with love or shown her any understanding. All they did was judge her. The worst thing was, they treated her other siblings totally different. I really need you there, Trust. You've got to be there. She nodded. Of course, I'll be there. She didn't want to go back to prison. It was always something Jack could hold over her head. Chapter 12. On Sunday, Trust picked up her phone and called Serenity. It was only early, but most people in the Amish community woke at first light. Knowing her sister, she'd be home from the meeting and have her forbidden cell phone switched on. Serenity answered the phone. Trust. Yes, it's me. You're not going to the meeting today? No. I'm homesick. Well, I'm not lying. I'm not feeling 100%. I'm sorry to hear that. I have to ask you, how did you meet Gazelle? We met at a club, and we immediately hit it off. She's a lot of fun. Then we met up a few times after that. I even went to her home. You should see it. It's a mansion. Yes. I've been in it. Trust wanted to get some idea about the Welch's family dynamics. You're not going anywhere today, are you? No. Why? I'm coming to see you. For real? Serenity asked. Yes. I'll be there in a couple of hours. As Trust drove to her old Amish family home, memories of her childhood flickered before her eyes. Though it had its idyllic moments, her past was also filled with judgments and harsh punishments, leaving her feeling like she never truly belonged. That's why she had left, maintaining contact only with her sister Serenity. With the Sunday meeting occupying everyone for the entire day, it was the perfect time for a visit. Trust parked her car down a side street and jogged a quarter of a mile to her old family home. As she approached, a wave of déjà vu washed over her, accompanied by vivid flashbacks of her childhood. She remembered her strict grandmother's stern face, how she and Serenity were often sent to their room over the tiniest infraction. The memories were bittersweet, filled with the warmth of family yet overshadowed by the rigidity of their upbringing. Serenity was watching from the window and ran out to meet her. The two of them hugged, and then Serenity looped her arm through hers as they walked to the house. So, what are you doing here? You never come here. I told you I was coming. I know, but you didn't say why. Trust shrugged. Just to see you. I'm so pleased you're out of prison and out for good. Me too. Thanks again for your help there with getting in contact with Marty. I know you were taking a risk. Of course. I'm glad it all worked out. Stepping into the house, Serenity said, You haven't been here in years. I know. I thought you'd sneak out with your Englisher boyfriend on a nice day like this. What's his name again? We broke up after I visited you in prison that day. Now I'm back here for a while, but I also told you I like someone here. That's right. It's hard to keep up. Trust put her hand to her head. I'm home with an imaginary headache today, since Mammy has decided I need to marry quickly because I'm getting old. She's set her mind on someone, even though I told her I like someone else. So, it sounds like nothing has changed around here. You've got that right. As they entered the house, Trust was again hit with memories, how the wooden floors creaked underfoot, the scent of homemade bread wafting from the kitchen, the strict schedule her grandmother enforced. Each step she took brought back another piece of her past, blending the old with the new as she navigated the familiar yet distant surroundings. I was just about to put a face mask on. Want to join me? Serenity said, picking up a bowl of green lotion. Sure. They headed to the bathroom, where Serenity picked up a brush and mixed it around. Trust looked over her shoulder. And this is a mixture of green tea, vitamin C, aloe vera, and a few other things. I made it myself. Interesting. She leaned down and sniffed it. Smells okay. You'll need to take off your makeup. She handed Trust a face cloth. As she cleaned her face, Serenity applied the green goo to her own face. You know what we were talking about on the phone? Trust asked. Yes. Gazelle. How well do you know her? Well enough. You live such an exciting life, and you're so lucky they're keeping you out of prison. Do they know who killed Gazelle's stepfather yet? Not yet. Serenity handed her the green goo-filled brush. Here you go. Don't go close to your eyes, 'cause it'll tighten a lot. Standing next to her sister, Trust brushed the concoction over her face. How does it feel? Trust puffed out her cheeks. It's tightening already. Yes, it's good. Now we have to lie on the floor, with our feet elevated. Serenity raced out of the room, and Trust followed, reminded of all the fun they had when they were younger. They lay down on the living room floor, with their feet on the couch. Just don't get anything on the rug or Ma'am will kill us. No, she won't because she won't know I've been here. She might kill you. You should wait for them to get home. They haven't seen you in ages. Don't tell them I was here. I'll be long gone by the time they come home. They could have come to see me in jail, but they didn't bother. They were shocked, that's why. They thought you were a decorator. Choosing lamps for people and that kind of thing. Now they're talking about Uncle Pete again. Trust tried to smile at their stupidity, but the mask was too tight and hurt her face. How far did you get in trying to find our fallen Uncle Pete? Nowhere, but I'm not giving up. I couldn't believe it when you told me about the FBI. It's a dream come true and shows you that prayers work. Prayers? I didn't think you believed in all that. I'm back here, aren't I? Well, even you'd have to believe it was a miracle. Everyone prayed. They still pray for you. You would have been convicted for sure if you'd had a trial. We'll never know. Trust preferred not to think about it. It's in the past. She could not entertain the ludicrous thought that it was prayer that got her out of prison. It was her own ingenuity, with a dash of help from several people, and a good dollop of luck. I'm not out of trouble just yet. Not completely. I still don't have any real assurances that I won't be deported to some foreign country to stand trial. Bolivia, France, England, Russia. No, I don't think Russia has an extradition treaty with us. Probably not, but I don't feel safe either way, not really. I'm sure you're out of danger. For now, hopefully, Trust murmured to herself. I hope it stays that way. Trust patted her cheeks. How long do we leave this on? A little while longer if you want your pores cleaned out. I do. They've been through a lot. Serenity turned toward Trust with a peculiar smile on her face. Tell me about your detective friend. No, and he's not a detective, he's a special agent. Also, he's also not a friend. You can trust friends and I don't trust him. I can't trust anyone in authority. Serenity giggled. Tell me about him, anyway. There's nothing to tell. He offered me a lifeline, and I took it. End of story. Trust didn't want to waste time talking about herself or Fletcher. What she needed was information. When were you last in contact with Gazelle? Is that why you're here, just to ask me about Gazelle? Now she felt bad. I wanted to see you too, but I also need to know about Gazelle's mother, her uncle, and the whole family relationship. Chapter 13. I'll tell you what I know about Gazelle, but I'd really like you to stay until Ma'am and Dad get home. I'm not going to do that. They've never liked me. I'm not mad at them. I'm over it. Focus, Trust, she told herself. It wasn't the time to think about her childhood. I was just asking about Gazelle because I was there when she was interviewed. Not there in the room, but listening in. Don't tell anyone that. Trust knew she could trust her sister with secrets. I did speak with Gazelle on the phone yesterday. She's dreadfully upset. What have you found out about Mr. Welch? I didn't like to ask her too much about what happened. I read in the papers he interrupted a robbery, and that's how he was killed. Oh, so you're close enough to speak with her on the phone. Yes. I told you we really hit it off. She's doing the same psychology subjects that I would have done if I'd been allowed to go to college. In an effort to garner more information, Trust gave her sister some things to think about. I'm sure he was murdered, and it was made to look like a robbery. I don't believe there were intruders. That's what I think. Serenity gasped. Really? Who would have done that? Do you think Gazelle's mother killed him? Trust was surprised by Serenity's response. She must know more about Josephine. Gazelle must have said something. Why do you say that? No reason, really. I just thought that you thought that. I'm not sure. It could have been any number of people, but the first suspect has to be Mrs. Welch. She gets rid of her boring old husband, gets the insurance money from the jewelry, and gets to keep the jewelry too if it wasn't really stolen, Trust said. Back up a moment. Why would she want to get rid of her husband? I don't know. He was probably annoying. She was probably sick of him, after however many years of marriage. Wouldn't you hate the sight of someone after living with them for years? Serenity pouted. Not if I was in love with him. Yeah, well, love's not all it's cracked up to be. Love is only in fairy tales. It's not real. It's a made-up thing to give people hope, but what it really does is get people's hopes up. You never change, Trust. Serenity giggled. You don't believe in love or God. What do you believe in? Myself. Serenity giggled again. So, do you know if your friend's mother was having an affair with anyone? Maybe like her brother-in-law. She seems very close with him. I wouldn't know. She wouldn't tell me anything like that. We never really talked about her family. Trust was disappointed. Nothing at all. Was Gazelle close with her mother? I mean, they were just on vacation together, so I suppose they must have been close. Did you hear about any arguments between Gazelle's mother and her stepfather? No. Nothing like that at all. We don't talk about our problems. Trust sat up. I have to get this thing off my face. It's getting so tight, it's giving me claustrophobia. Okay. They headed to the bathroom, where they both washed their faces. There, isn't that better? Trust wiped her face dry with a towel and then stared into the mirror. Yes. It does look refreshed. She couldn't see any difference. I'm going to check out my old room while I'm here. Trust had finally got her own room as a young teenager when one of the older siblings moved out. When she pushed the door open, she was shocked. It had been turned into a guest bedroom with green walls and a green and yellow quilt. She lowered herself heavily on the bed, and then Serenity walked in and saw her face. They've only done this recently. You never come here, so that's why they did this. Your things are still here. They didn't throw them out. Trust was even more disappointed in her parents. I'm guessing all my things are in dusty boxes in the attic. Probably. I don't want any of it, but still it just shows they couldn't wait for me to leave. Your bedroom would be the same as it always was. You're the favorite. No, I'm not. They don't even remember my name half the time. Trust smiled. Still, you're more favorite than me. That's only because they know you hate them, and I always come back home. Just the once, but I was back before they could even think about redecorating. Trust bounded to her feet. Being there was bringing her down. I should go. Serenity grabbed her arm. No, stay. I can't. I've got so many things to do, and I've got a long drive back. She walked out to the living room and grabbed her bag and car keys. Stay, Trust, Serenity whined. They won't be home for hours. I know, but I've got to catch up with some things. I'm going to Glenn Welch's funeral in a couple of days, and I need to find something suitable to wear. Oh. I would go, but I don't like funerals. It's be better if you don't go. You don't want to be known as my sister. Trust leaned forward and hugged Serenity. I'll call you and we'll do lunch, okay? Or you can even stay for a couple of days. I'd like that. Trust hurried out the door, and as soon as she was back in her car and on the road, she called her offsider. Kent. Have you found out anything? No. Marty still hasn't heard of anyone that meets Ryan's description, looking for a new ID. It was a long shot. IDs weren't that hard to come by. Kent continued, no one knows anything about the Shadow Group or gang. Sounds like a bunch of superheroes. I know. That's what I thought. I wonder if Goldblum was trying to throw us off the track. Thanks anyway. I guess it's a waiting game now. Waiting for Ryan to put a foot wrong. And he will. No one can hide forever. I've got all my checks in place. If he makes one move, I'll locate him, Kent said. Thanks. Call me the moment he does. Trust ended the call. On her way home, she made a detour past Ryan's apartment. She was tempted to take a look around. Was he hiding the diamonds in plain sight? She pressed her foot on the gas. It wasn't worth it. Someone was sure to see her, and the police would find out she'd been there. She didn't want to make another silly move that could come to nothing or get her into trouble. It still ate away at trust that someone she'd loved had wronged her. The worst thing was that she couldn't even yell at him or tell him how upset she was. He'd played her for a fool. Weaving her car in and out of traffic, her mind drifted to the last time she'd seen Ryan. At that time, she'd known what he'd done. He was at the airport, lying on the ground shot by airport security. She had to leave him there, not knowing whether he was going to live or die. While he was lying there, he'd told her the diamonds were in a picture frame, but he had lied. There was nothing in any picture frame. Why was she shocked about him lying? That was all he seemed to do. A car horn blasting at her when she cut across traffic brought her attention back to the present. To keep going and keep focused, she had to eliminate her feelings of bitterness and anger about Ryan. That wasn't going to be easy, but she had to shelve those hurts and concentrate on getting those diamonds back. This was business and not personal. Chapter 14. For Glenn Welch's funeral, Trust decided to take extra measures to maintain her anonymity. She ventured out to shop for a disguise, settling on a blonde wig to significantly alter her appearance. And as an added precaution, she also purchased a broad-brimmed hat, a classic choice for the occasion, black with a tasteful band of white trim, ideal for a funeral. Trust had always harbored a strong aversion to funerals, preferring to stay away from them whenever possible. However, this time was different. Her new boss had made it explicitly clear that her attendance was not just expected, but required. Despite her reluctance, she knew she had no choice but to oblige. Trust carefully tucked her hair into a hairnet before gingerly placing the wig on her head. As she adjusted it in front of the mirror, she couldn't help but admire its realism. No one would guess it's not my hair, she mused, observing how it flawlessly mimicked natural locks. In the past, Trust's own hair had been many colors, black, red, chestnut brown, changing with her whims and moods, but today it was hidden beneath the convincing strands of the wig. Stepping back to get a full view of herself in the bathroom mirror, Trust scrutinized her reflection. She then donned a pair of dark glasses, perfect for the somber tone of the day. However, her gaze lingered on her bright red lipstick, and she found herself second-guessing the choice. Too loud for a funeral, she decided, reaching for a moist towelette in the drawer. After gently wiping off the bold color, she opted for a subtler, light pink blush shade, more fitting for the occasion. Just then, her cell phone broke the silence. Glancing at the caller ID, she saw it was Jack. With a slight sense of trepidation, she answered, "Yes, boss." He hesitated. It was the first time she'd called him boss out loud. "I'm downstairs." "I'm coming." She ended the call. Before she left, she stopped at the mirror in her changing room. The black dress clung to her figure and finished at the knee. It was conservative enough, without being dowdy. Lastly, she grabbed a black coat and slung it over her arm. When she got downstairs, she was looking for Jack's car and couldn't see it anywhere, and then she saw someone waving at her, Jack, standing beside a black car. She walked over, and Jack opened her door with a long sideways look. Not very funereally. A bombshell in black. "I nearly didn't know it was you." "Good, I think." She held her hat and slid into the front seat, and he closed the door and walked around to get in the other side. He moved the car into traffic. "You think I'm a bombshell?" she asked, grinning. "I didn't say that exactly." "You did." He smiled. "I didn't mean it." He was always in control, so in control of everything. "I see you brought a coat with you. There's a cool change forecast." "Wear it, please." "That dress is far too figure-hugging. I don't want us to get too much attention." Neither did she want attention. In fact, she would rather stay at home, and she nearly told him so. "I can always wait in the car." "You won't be any good to me in the car." I'll need you to keep your eyes and ears open. I'm sure the killer will be in the church somewhere. And, do you need to wear that hat? I can hardly see your face. That's the point of it, and see? She moved her hat back to show her blonde hair. That wasn't necessary, was it? It's a wig. But the real question is, what are you doing about Ryan? I told you. I've got people on it. Well, what are they doing exactly? She didn't want to keep harping on it, but she needed to know. Trust me, it's under control. We're doing everything we can. Trust found herself frustrated by how often her thoughts drifted to Ryan. I hope you really believe that I don't have those diamonds, she said. I do believe you, Trust. As she adjusted the brim of her hat to get a better look at him, she was met with his reassuring smile. Good. Thank you, she replied, feeling an involuntary flutter of excitement. Jack parked a couple of blocks away from the church. As they approached the chapel, the sizable gathering was impossible to miss. All this for Welch, she asked. Seems like it, Jack responded. I had no idea his funeral would draw such a crowd. Trust secured her hat against a gust of cool breeze. She was thankful for the extra warmth her coat provided. Well, he was a man of wealth and had many acquaintances, he explained, her eyes scanning the throng of attendees. I know, but I still wasn't expecting this, Jack admitted, gazing at the crowd. That's why I chose this hat, Trust remarked, a hint of amusement in her voice. Jack looked at her, puzzled. Does it really help? It's about staying under the radar, she explained. He studied the hat, then her. Seems like it would draw more attention, given its size. Trust shook her head slightly and gestured toward a group of women near the church, all wearing large hats. Not here. It's quite the norm. Jack followed her gaze. I see your point. You blend in perfectly. As they moved closer to the church, Trust's eyes landed on a familiar face. Merrick Vale, her main contact in the underworld of precious gems, stood among the mourners. He was her fence mover of stolen goods. He was also the owner of 2 prestigious jewelry stores in the city. His extensive network made him indispensable in her line of work. Realizing the risk of being seen together, Trust quickly averted her gaze. Jack, observant as ever, noticed. Do you know that guy? He asked, catching the brief connection between Trust and Merrick. Chapter 15. Trust remained calm. Just another face in the crowd, she replied, hoping her casual demeanor would dispel any further inquiry from Jack. Right. I don't know any of these people personally. She deliberately calmed her breathing, hoping she'd diverted his attention from Merrick. He gazed around at the crowd. I think every lawyer in town is here. We should go in. As they walked through the front doors of the memorial chapel, Trust leaned into Jack. Can we sit at the back? I usually do. They slid into the back pew and moved halfway along. This way, I'll get to keep an eye on everyone. That was my reasoning. Trust took a moment to look around the church. It's so pretty, isn't it? It is nice. Is this the first time you've been here? Yes. She looked around at the pale blue walls and white archways. Then Trust noticed Glenn Welch's brother and business partner, Doug Welch, was sitting to the left of Gazelle, and her mother was on the other side. Josephine took out a tissue and dabbed at her eyes. Jack whispered to Trust, I don't like funerals. Me either. She wanted to suggest they leave, but she knew he wouldn't. While she sat, she wondered about the victim's money. He was wealthy before he married Josephine, and she was wealthy too, so added together they were able to splurge on expensive jewelry. Why had his firm suddenly taken a downward turn? When she saw Jack fidgeting, she asked, Do you always come to the funerals of your victims? Sometimes I do. I wonder how much Josephine's worth now. Her net worth would be a lot more now after her husband's death. As they whispered to one another, she knew she was in trouble. He was not only handsome and intelligent, but he was also good company. She'd not told him too much about herself, but somehow it felt like he already knew everything. Jack gently lifted the brim of Trust's hat to better see her face. Are you planning to take off your hat now that we're inside? Trust shook her head. Men take off their hats indoors, but it's customary for women to keep theirs on. Ah, I see. Thanks for enlightening me on the etiquette, Jack said with a slight chuckle. She stole a glance at him. By the way, nice suit. Thanks. It's my go-to for funerals. She looked around and then whispered, Where's the coffin? Jack turned around and looked at the door. Here it is. Trust turned her attention to the entrance, where 8 men were carefully carrying in the coffin, hoisting it onto their shoulders. They solemnly placed it on the stand at the front. Almost immediately, a young woman, seemingly a staff member of the funeral home, attempted to adorn the coffin with a large arrangement of white lilies. Gazelle quickly rose from her seat to assist her. Once everyone was seated, the minister, robed and wearing a white collar, approached the microphone. The solemn notes of organ music filled the air, and with a gentle upward gesture of his hands, the minister signaled for the congregation to stand. Trust looked up at the hymn's words on a screen to one side of the podium. Trust's lips were sealed shut, refusing to voice the lyrics that unearthed memories of a difficult childhood within the Amish community. As the melody weaved through the chapel, Trust was lost in her thoughts, doing her best to shut out the words resonating around her. The hymn concluded, and everyone took their seats. The minister began his eulogy, speaking warmly of Glenn Welch as a devoted member of his congregation. However, as the minister's voice carried on, Trust's mind wandered, shifting from Glenn Welch to Ryan Castle. A burning desire for justice consumed her thoughts. She yearned to see Ryan caught with the diamonds and face the consequences of his actions. The thought of him suffering as much as she had brought a cold comfort, a vindication for the pain and turmoil he had caused in her life. If it weren't for him, she would have been retired by now, and there would have been plenty of money for the women's shelter to be completed. Alex Bevan hadn't called in a while, but she knew as the executive director of the Haven of Hope charity, he would have been bearing a heavy burden. Trust's eyes fluttered closed, her mind aching to be anywhere but a funeral service that reminded her of the endless sermons and preaching of her youth. She turned her gaze toward Jack, contemplating fabricating an excuse about a headache to slip away from the service. However, her attention was swiftly drawn back to the front when Gazelle was called to the podium to speak. Chapter 16. Gazelle spoke with apparent sincerity, expressing her gratitude to Glenn for stepping into the role of father after her own had died tragically. She lamented not spending more time with him. Yet, Trust couldn't help but feel skeptical about the truthfulness of Gazelle's words. After Gazelle spoke, it was Glenn's brother's turn. His tone was starkly different, filled with warmth and humor as he reminisced about the youthful escapades he shared with Glenn. The chapel, previously enveloped in a blanket of grief, now echoed with laughter. Doug's stories were so vivid and amusing that even Trust, who had braced herself to endure the service in stoic silence, found herself struggling to suppress her amusement. At one point, a spontaneous giggle broke through her restraint, surprising even herself. Following the tributes, everyone in the congregation bowed their heads in prayer, and then another hymn filled the chapel. As the hymn concluded, the pallbearers rose, lifting the coffin with a respectful solemnity, and began their procession outside. Trust, seizing the opportunity and thankful for the unobstructed path to the exit, swiftly made her way out of the chapel. Once outside, she positioned herself a safe distance from the doorway, awaiting Jack. The crowd gradually filtered out of the chapel, and after what seemed like an eternity to Trust, Jack joined her. "That was a quick getaway," he observed. "I didn't want to be recognized," Trust replied, her gaze drifting away from him. "With that hat you are pretty concealed," Jack remarked. Trust felt a familiar sting of disapproval, reminiscent of the constant criticisms she'd received from her parents. Despite the years that had passed since she'd last seen them, their harsh words still lingered in her mind. Jack's voice broke through her thoughts. "The graveyard is about half an hour away." Trust's eyes widened. "You mean we're actually going to the grave?" "Yes. And try to act normal," Jack advised, his tone serious. "You seem a bit jumpy. We need you to be observant, not conspicuous. Keep your eyes and ears open." Trust hesitated. I'm just not used to being out in the open like this. Jack looked at her, a knowing expression on his face. Your line of work usually keeps you hidden in the shadows, especially during the day. Former line of work, she commented. I'm not used to being so visible. He made no further comment as they walked up the road. When they moved onto the grass at the graveyard, Trust looked over the variety of headstones and started thinking about all the people who were buried there. Each had their own story to tell. I've always found graveyards so peaceful. I don't think they're scary at all. They might be at night. I suppose under a full moon I'd be nervous if I was here alone, but during the day there's such a sense of tranquility. Don't you think so? Not particularly. I think there's sadness and sorrow all around. People have lost loved ones. It's just how life works. We're born, we live, and then we pass on. Might as well enjoy the time we have, Trust said. You don't believe in an afterlife? Jack inquired. Trust shrugged. I used to, then I questioned it, and now I've been shunned for that, among other things. Anyway, what about you? Jack shrugged. I'm not totally sure about anything spiritual. My beliefs keep shifting. My father always said that changing your beliefs doesn't alter what happens after death, Trust said, suppressing a laugh. She could recite verbatim her father's responses to all her doubts about the existence of God. As they neared the other mourners, Trust instinctively lowered her head, maintaining a low profile as the coffin was solemnly lowered into the grave. The crowd around the grave formed a tight circle. When the minister began the prayer, Trust cautiously raised her eyes, surveying the attendees. Her gaze landed on Cameron Wiltshire, her silver-haired lawyer, who stood out in his immaculate dark suit. It wasn't surprising to see him among what appeared to be a gathering predominantly of lawyers. Then someone next to Cameron caught her attention. Chapter 17. As the prayer continued, the congregation remained deep in solemn reverence, heads bowed and eyes closed, all except for Trust and the enigmatic man whose gaze locked onto hers. He stood out with a deep tan, contrasting sharply with his piercing ice-blue eyes and dark, closely cropped hair. Trust wondered if he was acquainted with Cameron. He certainly didn't fit the typical lawyer profile. His sun-kissed skin suggested a lifestyle of leisure at sunny resorts rather than long hours in a law office. His attire was notably high-end, the fabric of his suit speaking of quality, complemented by a chunky, probably designer watch peeking from under his shirt cuff. Trust met his stare unflinchingly, unwilling to be unnerved by the coldness in his eyes. A nagging question surfaced in her mind. Did he recognize her from the media coverage? Or more unsettlingly, was he the intruder from the Welch residence, the one who had tried to pull her off the hedge? The chilling possibility sent a shiver down her spine, breaking her focus. She quickly averted her gaze, bowing her head to blend in with the crowd. After a moment she lifted her eyes again, intent on committing his features to memory, but to her surprise, the spot where he had been standing was now empty. Trust scanned the crowd, but the mysterious man had vanished as swiftly as he had appeared, leaving her with a mix of relief and a growing sense of intrigue. Who was he, and what was his connection to Glenn Welch? The questions loomed in her mind, adding another layer of mystery to an already complex puzzle. Determined to uncover the identity of the mysterious man, Trust knew she had to act quickly. "Excuse me," she murmured, stepping back and inadvertently bumping into someone. "I'm sorry," she apologized hastily to the middle-aged woman whose foot she had stepped on. The woman, rather than responding, just scowled at Trust and rubbed her leg in discomfort. Navigating her way through the crowd, Trust positioned herself at the back, scanning the area for the man. Her eyes caught sight of him in the distance, heading to a car. Without a moment to lose, she pulled out her cell phone and discreetly took a few photos as she hurried toward him. The man, unaware of her pursuit, got into his car and sped off. Trust, balancing precariously in her high heels, rushed to the road's edge and managed to snap a picture of the car's license plate. But then, just like that, he was gone. She stood there for a moment, processing the swift turn of events. Turning back to the funeral crowd, Trust noticed the people starting to leave. Jack was making his way toward her, his expression one of confusion. She knew she needed a plausible explanation for her sudden dash. Revealing her suspicion that the man might be the intruder from the Welch robbery was out of the question. "Where did you go running off to?" Jack inquired. Chapter 18. Trust scrambled for an answer, her mind racing to concoct a convincing excuse that would satisfy Jack's inquiry without revealing her true intentions. But she had to know who he was. "Did you see the man who left in a hurry?" Trust asked, trying to sound casual. Jack shook his head. "No, I didn't notice anyone leaving except you. An old boyfriend, perhaps." Trust rolled her eyes. "Of course not. You seem to think everyone's my boyfriend." He flashed a grin. "Well, you can't deny I've been right about half the time." Past tense, Jack. "And you only know about one ex-boyfriend of mine, Ryan Castle." Jack's expression shifted to a more serious one. "I'm going to talk with Josephine. Do you want to come?" Trust immediately shook her head. "I can't think of anything worse right now. I got his car's plate number. I thought he was suspicious." "Okay. We can run that later when we get back to the office." "So, you don't want to talk with Josephine?" "No." He let out a deep sigh, as if her response was testing his patience. Reaching into his jacket, he pulled out his car keys and held them out to her. "Here," he said. "Try to keep out of trouble, okay?" He dropped the keys into her palm. "I'll try," Trust replied, making her way to Jack's parked car. As far as funerals went, it hadn't been too dreadful. Once she was settled in the car, Trust quickly emailed the photos she had taken of the mysterious man and his car to herself. In the email, she added a note reminding herself to identify the man and the vehicle. She knew Kent, who monitored her email, would understand her cryptic message. This way, if her computer was ever seized, there wouldn't be any direct evidence linking her to Kent. Then it occurred to her that she shouldn't have given the plate number to Jack. Kent could have handled everything. Then Trust pondered over the fact that her own lawyer hadn't recognized her just now. If he had, he surely would have greeted her. With no one around the car, Trust took the opportunity to rummage through the glove box. Half expecting to find a gun, she instead found only car-related paperwork and a receipt for a car service. She briefly wondered where Jack lived, but found no clues in the paperwork. To pass the time, Trust examined the photos she had snapped earlier more closely. It felt like a futile effort. The images captured only the back of the man and a blurry shot of him driving away. Even the license plate was out of focus. However, she knew if anyone could decipher the unclear images, it would be Kent. She leaned back in her seat, waiting, her mind busy piecing together the fragments of the day's events. Trust's gaze lifted as she noticed Jack walking toward the car, deep in conversation with Josephine's brother-in-law, Doug, the lawyer. Their interaction seemed friendly, almost amicable, which struck her as odd. Wasn't he supposed to be an adversary, especially considering how he had hindered their investigation by limiting Josephine's responses? After a brief exchange, Doug drove off while Jack continued toward Trust. Sliding into the driver's seat beside Trust, he was met with her immediate question. "Please tell me we're not going to the wake." Jack responded with a light-hearted tone, "Free alcohol and ritzy food. Are you really going to pass that up?" "Yes." "I'm not a drinker," she replied firmly. He smiled. "No, we're not going. The wake is just for friends and family. We can skip it, don't you think?" Trust sighed in relief. "Most definitely." She removed her hat, letting it rest on her lap. "Finally," Jack commented, his gaze lingering on her. "Blonde suits you, but not as much as your natural hair." "Thanks. I think," Trust replied, not entirely sure how to take the compliment. "I'll take you home. You can have the rest of the day to yourself." His eyes met hers, and in his grin, Trust saw a hint of the camaraderie that had been growing between them throughout the day. Trust's heart sank with a tinge of disappointment as Jack didn't suggest going out for dinner or even a coffee to discuss the day's events. It felt like a missed opportunity. Entering her apartment alone, she felt no lift in her spirits. She slumped onto the couch. The day had been long and unproductive. They had gleaned no new insights about the Welch case or the family. Her only hope was that Kent might be able to identify the mysterious man who had caught her attention. Lying there, her thoughts wandered to Jack's efforts, or lack thereof, to find Ryan. Jack always mentioned having people on it, but who were these people? Was it just a tactic to keep her involved and cooperative? As she stared at the ceiling, a memory surfaced, a weekend getaway to a lake cabin with Ryan. He had called it his parents' lake house. It was a few hours' drive away, a trip made in darkness, leaving her with no clear memory of the location. But what if Ryan was hiding out there? Sitting up suddenly, fueled by this new lead, Trust pulled up Google Earth on her phone. She began tracing possible routes, her mind piecing together the fragmented memories of the journey. This led her to Lake George. The name hadn't come up before. Maybe Ryan had intentionally kept it vague. She was determined to follow this lead, her intuition telling her it could be where Ryan was hiding. Trust grabbed her cell phone with a sense of urgency, dialing Kent's number. As soon as he answered, she dove straight into her queries. 2 things. First, any luck identifying the man or the car from today? Nope, still working on it. Kent's voice came through, slightly muffled. The other thing, Trust continued, I need you to check if anyone with the last name of Castle owns property in Lake George. There was a brief pause filled with the sound of keyboard taps. Nope, nothing, Kent finally responded. Trust frowned at her computer screen. Are you sure? Yes. Why? Kent sounded puzzled. She quickly relayed the story about the lake house, concluding with, I'm pretty sure I found it on Google Earth. I'm staring right at it. Give me the address, Kent requested. Trust zoomed in closer on the map and read off the address to him. That property is owned by a company, Kent informed her after a moment. Are you certain? Trust asked. Absolutely, Kent confirmed, then provided the name of the company. The name meant nothing to Trust. I've never heard of them. Can you find out who's behind it? I can try, Kent said. Suddenly, his voice was filled with frustration. Hold on, the power's just gone out. My backup isn't kicking in. I might have to start the generator. A generator? Trust was surprised. She thought those were mostly used in rural areas. Yeah, just give me a sec. Kent's voice was cut off abruptly by a loud click, and the line went dead. Trust stared at her phone, processing this new lead. She had a tangible piece of the puzzle now, but she needed to figure out how to explore it further. Should she involve Jack or undertake this on her own? Resolving to discuss it with Jack the next day, she began formulating a plan to investigate the mysterious property at Lake George. All her thinking led her back to the same old place, the Haven of Hope, the charity she started with the former homeless man, Alex Bevan. Trust picked up the phone and called him. He answered on the first ring. Hey Alex, it's me. Sorry, I haven't checked in for a while, but I want you to know that I'm still working on the money. I do have some good news about the women's shelter, actually. I managed to get a donation that will cover all the builders and trades to date, but we'll need more by the end of the month. How did you manage that? I've been cold calling. I didn't know what else to do. I got some smaller donations that way, and then I had a call back. They asked some pointed questions, and I told them how much we needed to keep the women's shelter on track and get us out of a hole. Then he transferred the money. Just like that? Trust asked. Yes. I can't tell you how pleased I am about that. I was having second thoughts that maybe we were getting too big too fast, but this gives me faith in humanity. Alex chuckled. I know what you mean. It's a big relief, that's for sure. Thanks so much, Alex. I'll keep up those calls, but don't forget we've got another payment at the end of the month. Okay. Maybe we need some kind of function. All the other charities do that. I know we haven't needed to up until now, but we'll see how it goes. I am working on something, so I should have good news soon. You keep doing what you're doing, and I'll do what I can from this end. Perfect. And thanks again, Alex. You're doing a great job, and I'm sorry to leave it to you to face everyone we owe money to. No thank you, Trust. I know I get frustrated with you sometimes, but at the end of the day, you've already helped thousands of people. Gotta go. See ya. The line went dead. Trust tossed her phone down as Alex Bevan's words rang in her ears. She'd helped thousands of people. It was a good feeling, and hopefully, it was something she could keep doing. Chapter 19. The next morning, Trust was still cocooned in her bed when a knock at the door jolted her awake. What now? She muttered, grabbing her robe and shuffling to the door, tying it as she went. As she swung the door open, she wasn't entirely surprised to find Jack standing there. He gave her a once-over. Did I wake you? I was already awake, she lied, half-heartedly. Without waiting for an invitation, Jack strode into her apartment. What time is it? She asked, rubbing her eyes. 7, he replied. 7. She couldn't hide her shock. Yes. Doug called me last night. He wants to talk to us, Jack informed her. Trust's mind was still clouded with sleep. Remind me who he is. Glenn Welch's law partner and brother. He's meeting us at my office at 7:45. 7:45. That's very specific, she commented, still trying to shake off her grogginess. He's been swamped since Welch passed away. Says people are leaving his firm in droves, Jack explained. How long do I have to get ready? He looked her up and down. I'll make you coffee while you dress. Give me 5 minutes. She started to head to her bedroom, only to hear Jack clattering around her kitchen. Do you even know how to use that? Of course, I've made you coffee before, he called back. I usually don't wake up this early. Remember that for next time, please. What time did you get up in prison? He asked sarcastically. Just give me 15 minutes. She hurried to her bedroom. Behind the closed door, she remembered the discovery of Ryan Castle's lake house. She'd find the right moment to tell Jack, but now wasn't the time. She quickly pulled on a navy blue dress, ran a brush through her hair, applied minimal makeup, and then slipped her feet into sandals. I'm ready, she announced, stepping back into the living room, only to find Jack lounging on the couch instead of making coffee. We'll grab coffee on the way, he said, standing up. Trust eyed him suspiciously. Weren't you supposed to make coffee? I thought it'd save time to get it on the way. He shrugged. She wondered if he had been snooping around her apartment. Her laptop lay on the coffee table. Had he looked through it? She was confident that there was nothing incriminating on it, but the thought still nagged at her. As they left the apartment building and headed to his car, Jack asked abruptly, Did you have someone here just now? Here where? In your apartment. I just barged in without thinking. Sorry about that. It's fine. I don't have many friends, Trust replied, brushing off his concern. You seemed a bit off. I thought maybe I caught you at a bad time, Jack said. She forced a laugh. It's just too early for me without coffee. I'm not myself when I'm rushed in the morning. He chuckled. Once in his office building, Jack bought her a takeout coffee, and as they rode up in the elevator, Trust couldn't help but ask, Any idea what this guy wants to talk about specifically? Jack shook his head. No clue, but I'm sure it'll be interesting. Can't wait. Trust took a cautious sip of her coffee. I'm good. Hot. Exiting the elevator, they were immediately met by someone who directed them to the room where Doug was waiting. You can come in too, Jack said. Nodding, Trust followed Jack into the room. Jack introduced Trust as his associate, and they both took seats opposite Doug. Jack wasted no time in getting to the point. What do you need to tell us? Doug began, As you might know, our firm is in a financial rut. I had heard something to that effect. Surprising though, Jack remarked. Doug sighed. My brother's death hasn't made things any easier. We're hemorrhaging clients. Nobody wants to be associated with us now, for some odd reason. I guess my brother was the big name everyone came for. He was our meal ticket. Sorry to hear that, Jack responded, leaning back slightly, giving Doug room to continue. After an uncomfortably long silence, Doug finally added, "The silver lining is the insurance money my brother left to the firm. It's enough to clear our debts. It's hard, but it's best we are dissolving the firm. But that's not why I wanted to talk with you. I have to tell you that a couple of months ago, Josephine approached me confidentially about getting a divorce." Jack's eyebrows rose. "That is interesting." Trust, seizing the opportunity to contribute, asked, "Why did she come to you, though? Why not go to another lawyer, one not connected to her husband or your law firm?" Doug shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Trust leaned in slightly, her senses heightened for any clue that might emerge from his response. "Because we were friends as well as she being related by marriage," Doug replied. Jack's eyebrows shot up. "Friends?" "No, not like that," Doug clarified quickly. "Just genuine friends." "What exactly did she say to you?" Jack pressed. Doug hesitated for a moment. She was mainly concerned about what she'd get from a divorce. With the firm struggling and Glenn's excessive spending, it was looking grim. "I had to tell her that half of nothing is still nothing. She could end up in debt, maybe even bankrupt like all of us unless—" "Unless what?" Jack leaned forward, intrigued. "Unless he died first," Doug stated bluntly, meeting Jack's gaze. "If that happened, she'd be in a good position. That's what I told her, never thinking for a moment that that would happen." "We're keeping tabs with the insurance company," Jack noted. "If there's any foul play, there won't be a payout. They're waiting until the investigation concludes." "I'm aware." Doug gave a nod. "But with Glenn's death, Josephine is now financially stable, a stark contrast to her potential situation had they divorced." "So, you're implying Josephine is a plausible suspect?" Jack asked. Doug sighed. "I don't know, but I thought you should know everything." "But aren't you a good friend of Josephine's?" "It's surprising you're not more discreet," Jack said. "And as her lawyer, isn't this a conflict of interest?" "I respect the law above all, but Glenn was my brother. I've told her she needs another lawyer," Doug responded, his expression solemn. "Josephine knew about the firm's financial troubles, that's all I can say. Despite Josephine inquiring about a divorce, I tried convincing her to stay with Glenn. After our talk, she just thanked me and that was it. But now with Glenn gone, I can't help but wonder." "What are you wondering?" Jack asked, his tone sharpening. Doug's shoulders stooped a little lower. "Glenn's death conveniently resolves many issues for Josephine. It's difficult not to consider the implications." Chapter 20. Jack considered Doug's words carefully. "She's not the only one who's benefited, as you just pointed out." "That's true," Doug conceded. "But without Glenn, our firm has no future. I didn't want him gone. Now we're just another law firm without him. A much smaller law firm if we're able to stay afloat." "The insurance has cleared your debts," Jack pointed out. "Yes, it has," Doug admitted. Jack went straight to the point. "Do you think she killed him for the money?" Doug hesitated. "I'd rather not speculate. I just wanted to inform you about her contemplating divorce." He glanced at his watch. "I have a 9 o'clock appointment." Jack thanked him as they both stood. Doug and Jack shook hands, while Trust merely nodded to Doug as he prepared to leave. As Doug reached the door, Jack called out, "Just a minute." Doug turned back. "Yes?" "Where did the conversation with Josephine about divorcing your brother take place?" "At a fundraiser, but I can't recall the exact date or location. It was months ago." "Anything else you can share with us?" Jack asked. "That's everything. I was trying to keep them together. Glenn's happiness was important to me." "Thank you," Jack said as Doug rushed off. Once Doug left, Trust turned to Jack. "With friends like him, who needs enemies? Do we even know if he's telling the truth? And why mention that conversation to us now?" "Yes, and as you said, I don't think he should be saying all that stuff even as her former lawyer. It's not very lawyer-like if you ask me, from what I know about lawyers." Jack nodded. And it's unlikely Josephine would discuss such a sensitive matter with her husband's brother. If Doug was so close with his brother, why didn't he tell Glenn about his Josephine's unhappiness? That's a good point, but you told me that Glenn was also planning for a divorce or separation. I'm pretty sure that's what you said. That's the information I got. What if Doug had his own motives? It's odd how he's suddenly distancing himself after he has been so helpful to Josephine. We need to keep an eye on Doug, Jack decided, standing up decisively. They left the interview room together. Trust followed Jack back to his office. Jack sat behind his desk and Trust sat opposite. He switched on his computer and looked over at her. You have a plate number you're curious about? Yes. I nearly forgot. She pulled out her cell phone and read out the number, and he tapped them into his computer. Then after a moment he said, "Give them to me again." After she read them again, he asked for her phone. He looked at the image and frowned. This plate number does not exist. What? Really? He nodded. That's right. How weird. How does that happen? It doesn't. He sat there, tapping at his keys. What are you doing? Trust asked. Sending an email. Can you email me the images you have of the car? Sure. And do you have any of the man who was driving? Trust shook her head and had to lie. Unfortunately, no. I didn't think of it until he got in his car. Well, good work anyway. Driving a car like that, there's something off about him. After Jack had sent his email, he proceeded to make a series of phone calls to do with the Welch investigation. Trust patiently waited for her opportunity to mention the lake house. She knew she had crucial information that could potentially lead them to Ryan Castle, but she also understood the importance of timing. Jack could easily dismiss what she had to say. Finally, as the flurry of calls subsided and Jack took a momentary pause, leaning back in his chair and appearing more relaxed, Trust sensed that the time was right. Carefully, she broached the subject. Chapter 21. I have some exciting news. The words had tumbled out of Trust's mouth much louder than she'd meant. Jack looked up from his desk. Somehow, hearing you say that makes me nervous. Last night, I remembered going to a lake house with Ryan. It was really more of a forest house. And not much of a house, more of a cottage, but he referred to it as his parents' lake house. When he continued to stare at her blankly, she added, "It's at Lake George. You know a place where he might be, and you're only mentioning it now." I know. I remembered it last night, when I was half asleep. It's the place between awake and asleep when your creative mind is working, and your logical mind isn't. It's called a hypnagogic state of consciousness. Are you sure? He gave a nod. Why the heck would you know that? He shrugged a shoulder. I followed it on the map, and I have the address. See here. She handed him a scrap of paper. It's only a few hours' drive. He looked down at the address and then looked back at her. What are you proposing? She didn't see why he wasn't reacting to this more positively. Didn't he want to catch Ryan and find the diamonds? I think that he could be hiding out there. He breathed in slowly as he pressed his lips together. He left the hospital, yes. Was he under arrest at the time? No. Did he get a pardon for his crimes for turning you over? Yes. Trust leaned forward. Does he have the stolen diamonds? Yes. Is he a dangerous psychopath? Yes. Should he be off the streets? Yes. He placed his hands on the desk and interlaced his fingers together. What do you want me to do, Trust? Did you lie to me when you said you had people looking for him? No. I do have people looking for him, but it's not a high priority. He's not wanted for anything more than questioning over the shooting at the airport where he was the victim. We still don't know who shot him. Trust was shocked. Wasn't it airport security? He shook his head. No. We know from the footage, the security guard drew his gun and he was shot too. 2 men were shot, and we don't know who shot either of them. We didn't find any shell casings, so there's not much to go on. I didn't know. Trust saw colored lights and felt like she was passing out. She inhaled deeply and tried her best to keep it together. Well, you might find him at the lake house. Do I have to go on my own? That would be a bad idea. Jack pressed his lips together. Then you come with me. I don't think I can get away from the agency for that long. Not with the murder investigation. It would take me away for a couple of days, and it's not possible at the moment. It's important. It'll clear my name. He chuckled. Your name will never be clear. I've never been convicted of anything. She'd never officially admitted to anything. I want to show you I'm not lying about those diamonds, and I want you to know that when he turned me in and said I had them, he really had them. Do you see why this is so bothersome to me? Why isn't this a higher priority? When he opened his mouth to speak, she knew he wasn't interested. She stood, a hand held out to silence him. I'll go there myself. I'll see you when I get back. She walked out of his office, risking her newfound position. Right now, making Ryan suffer was like a red flag that she had to follow. Why should he be out there somewhere free and enjoying the fruits of her labor? The elevator door was open, and she slipped into it and the doors closed. She saw Jack was trying to catch up to her, but she didn't care. When the elevator doors opened, an out-of-breath Jack was there. Wait at the cafe next door. I'll be there in 15 and then we'll talk, okay? With him looming over her, she had to agree. Okay. Good. Calm down, okay? She nodded, and then he moved past her and strode into the elevator. Trust headed to the cafe. Something told her she didn't need any more caffeine today, so she sat down with a cup of mint tea. When Jack entered the cafe, he promptly ordered a coffee before taking a seat across from Trust. He had a serious look on his face. There are some things we need to discuss, he began. Trust braced herself. Yes? Jack delivered the news directly. Your properties are being seized, and your bank accounts will be frozen. Trust had seen this coming. She had secret overseas accounts, but without leaving the country, they were inaccessible. How will I survive without the income from my rentals? And where will I live? They're not taking your apartment. You can stay there, Jack informed her. Relieved at least to keep her apartment, Trust exhaled deeply. These properties were acquired with money through illegal means. Giving them up will placate the countries seeking your extradition, Jack continued. Trust couldn't understand how that would be true, but she was in no position to argue. Jack seemed the only one on her side at this point. So I'm willingly surrendering them. Jack nodded. Is there no other option? The waitress arrived with Jack's coffee. Surrendering them is the simplest solution. You'll still be able to live comfortably, he assured her. Trust was doubtful. Comfortably? And how exactly will I manage that? How will I get money? Through consulting fees. It was all in the document you signed with us, Jack replied. So, you're saying I should just give up nearly everything I've worked for? Jack looked at her earnestly. We need you to meet us halfway. Also, I think worked is not the right word, do you? Chapter 22. Trust absent-mindedly sipped through her tea, her mind racing with the new developments. The terms of her release and cooperation seemed to be shifting, but she recognized the need to adapt. All right, I'll go along with this. It shows I'm willing to make amends, meet you halfway, and importantly, avoid extradition. You'll be compensated for your cooperation. It'll more than cover your living expenses. Trust was cautious, wondering about the nature of the work he had in mind. I'll be paid for this, what I'm doing now. Yes, Jack assured her. She pressed her hands to her forehead, trying to assimilate all the information. I just need a moment to take all this in. While you're processing, I've decided that we're taking that trip to Lake George. She looked up at him. You mean it? He nodded. What do you know about this place? I hope that's where he's holding up. I hope he forgot that we went there. Thanks so much. I don't know why I'm not thinking straight at the moment. I should have thought about this before. Trust blew out a deep breath. You've got a lot going on. Jack offered a sympathetic smile. Yes, too much. I've looked up all the holiday and permanent rental listings at Lake George. Please tell me it's vacant. Do they use it as a holiday rental? Trust grimaced. I don't think so. As far as I know, there's no one there. But as I was saying, I can't see it listed anywhere for anything. And it seems it never has been. Good. Convenient. Trust smiled, pleased with herself for gathering that information. I know you're fully focused on Ryan Castle, but I've also got to get answers about who killed Glenn Welch. Surely, with your connections, you can find out what became of the jewelry. I've asked around, and no one has seen or heard of this jewelry being offered up for sale anywhere. That in itself is extremely suspicious. I've always thought it was an inside job, and I'm still sure. There. Isn't that helping? He stared into her eyes, and she felt him probing into her mind, searching the dark recesses. Yes, that is a help. It's not following the usual pattern of robberies, if your contacts have heard nothing. I'm not sure if I'll comment on that last thing you said. The wife had everything to gain, but then again, she was away at the time. Glenn's brother was quick to point the finger at her. Gazelle would have gained indirectly since her mother had gained. Or the three of them could have been in it together. All that you've said is true. All the house staff have been interviewed down to the casual help, and they all have credible alibis. She shook her head. I don't know about motives and why people murder other people. Do you know anything about this case that you haven't said? Jack shook his head. You know everything you need to know. Ah, good. I think. Trust wasn't sure if she liked the sound of that. Her mind quickly pivoted. I wonder if Ryan has the diamonds stashed at the lake house. He could have buried them out there somewhere until he found a buyer. That's not likely, is it? He's taken you there, so he knows you know about the place. It's a long shot, I suppose, but I think it's a good lead. When are we going there? Today. He took a mouthful of coffee. Really? Yes. Going up there with you will mean I'll have to do some delegating on the Welch murder to cover for me. Go home and pack a bag. We could be gone for a couple of days. Give me an hour, and I'll stop by and get you. He drained the last mouthful of coffee and left her there. When she got home, she called Kent, and it went to message. She ended the call. Then she emailed her sister's unused email account, knowing Kent would see it, stating where she was going and what time she expected to be back. As soon as she had sent the email, she pulled on jeans and a blouse and exchanged her high heels for a more practical choice, boots. Then she threw some essentials into an overnight bag. Then she sat waiting on her wide windowsill, chewing her fingernails and wondering if she should call her lawyer Cameron. He hadn't been much use, and she hadn't spoken to him since she'd been offered the deal with the FBI. He told her to grab it with both hands, but she could have worked that much out for herself without his exorbitant fee involved. But since the Welch case was all about lawyers, she figured he might have something useful to contribute. He answered his cell phone with, "Trust, I was just about to call you." You were? Yes. The bank rejected your payment for our fees. I thought you'd prefer a personal call from me, rather than have one of my office staff contact you. Do you take cash? That's a little unusual, but of course we do, and Bitcoin. I'm all out of those, but I can bring cash within the next few days. Thank you. The reason I'm calling is that I'm wondering if you knew Glenn Welch very well. I knew him as an associate, but he wasn't a close friend. What about his brother? I know him about the same as Glenn Welch. How's the new job coming along? It's okay. I'm helping them with the Welch case, and I thought you might know something useful. Like what? Are you talking about the Welch's marriage breakdown? Trust was surprised to hear him blurt it out like that. Oh. I didn't know it was common knowledge. There was talk at the club, and that's all I can say. Mind you, there's always talk at the country club. What was the talk exactly? Trust asked. They were never there together. Not for the last 2 years. Trust didn't see that as unusual. Many couples went their separate ways and followed their own interests. Is that all? Yes. That's all I recall. Sorry, I can't help you more. If you think of anything that might help, will you let me know? Sure. Are they thinking Josephine had a hand in his death? I heard he was killed in the process of a robbery. I'm not sure. I'm just on the cusp of things, just trying to gather facts. She smiled when she realized she was starting to sound like Jack. I'll be out of town for a couple of days, and then I'll bring in that payment. Look after yourself, Trust. I will. She ended the call, then looked down at the street below. It seemed her credit card had been frozen. Right at that moment, she didn't care. Today she was free. She wasn't in jail, afraid for her life, with her identity stripped from her. She was Trust Ziegler, reformed jewel thief, helping the FBI, and she felt good about that. If she could get enough money for the haven of hope, her life might run smoothly. Her cell phone sounded, and she saw there was no caller ID. Yes, she answered with caution. Don't try to find me. The call ended. It was Ryan Castle. There was no doubt about it. Chapter 23. Trust's heartbeat quickened. The call had ended before she could utter a word. Standing up, she tossed the cell phone on the window's ledge. Did he know that they were heading to the lake house? Did he have someone on the inside at the FBI? Or was it a coincidence? She picked up the phone again and called Jack. He answered immediately. Jack, Ryan Castle. He just called my cell phone. What did he want? He said not to come looking for him, and then he hung up. Do you have my number monitored? She was certain they did. I don't, but I'll get that organized right away in case he calls again. Did he say anything else? That's all he said. Not even his name. His number didn't come up on my phone either. Stay calm. I'll try. She took a deep breath. I'll be there in 5. She ended the call and walked into the kitchen and poured herself a glass of water. Colored lights flickered around her, and she felt lightheaded. A few slow deep breaths and the feeling lessened. She took a couple of headache pills as prevention, washed down by a tall glass of water. After a moment, she gathered her things together and headed downstairs. She walked out of the building just as Jack's car rolled to a stop. He double-parked, holding up the traffic, and she got into the sound of beeping horns. How are you feeling? He asked as he drove on. I'm okay. She fastened her seatbelt. You don't look it. I wasn't expecting to hear from him. Could he know we're going to the lake house? I didn't tell anyone, did you? No. I haven't told anyone, other than the people who need to know my whereabouts. There's no way he could have found out. It's a coincidence. Now we know he's not lying in a ditch somewhere, dead from his gunshot wound. In a few hours, we should know more about the call. I've got people working on it. We won't be able to pinpoint where the call originated, but we will know whether it came from within the country. That'll be something at least. Jack glanced over at her. Are you sure it was him? He asked. Yes. I know his voice well. She let out a long, drawn-out sigh. How did it make you feel, hearing his voice again? She turned to look at him. Are you a psychiatrist now? He chuckled. He was your significant other. Don't remind me. I have no feelings for him now other than contempt. I still have nightmares about being trapped underwater. I'm sure he was hoping I'd die. Then he told us you were the one who hid the diamonds. Do you believe me now? I do. I believe you, otherwise we wouldn't have offered you the deal. It was the prosecution who swallowed his story. They are the ones who did the deal with him, it wasn't us. She rubbed her head. Thank you for believing me. She felt a little guilty for keeping things from him, But self-preservation was the key to her survival. If she didn't look after herself, who would? The headache tablets were making her drowsy, so she put her head back and allowed her heavy eyelids to close. "What beautiful countryside," Jack announced. She was jolted awake and saw they were out of the city and very much in the country. "How long was I asleep?" "Long enough for me to hear 3 different kinds of snoring." She put a hand over her face. "Really? I was snoring. Only in the politest way." She pushed herself up. "That's dreadful. I'm sorry." He took a deep breath. "I should do this more often. I need to take more breaks." "It's not a vacation, though. It's work. Allow me a moment to pretend I'm off, to have a weekend of R&R. Even when I take vacations, they aren't really vacations. I'm always thinking about the job. More often than not, I'm called back in. There's no real time that's off-duty." "It's not so much a job then, it's a lifestyle," Trust said. "You got it. Do you enjoy the work?" "I do. I like fitting the pieces together, and there's no greater sense of satisfaction than a job well done and getting a bad guy off the streets at the same time." He glanced over at her. "Or a bad gal. That's okay. I took guy to include females. Like when the Bible says man, it often refers to man and woman, but not always." She smoothed down her hair. "So, you don't take time off until you wrap up a case?" "If the case demands it, I don't." "That can't be good for you." "That's just the way things are. Life's never perfect. We humans are always striving for something. When we reach one goal, there's always another that captures our attention. It seems we're never satisfied." She knew what he meant. Over the last few years, she'd done about 15 last jobs. It wasn't that she needed the money, and she knew each time she stole, there was an increased risk of getting caught. There was nothing so enticing as a new job, though, and no words to describe the euphoria that came when she got more funds for her charity. "That was my last job, the one that I did where Ryan Castle played a part. Only job, if anyone wants to know. The only one I'm officially admitting to." "Did you enjoy stealing? You must have plenty of money by now." "I don't want to talk about it, if that's okay. It's all in the past." "Fair enough. I was caught because I trusted someone." "Yes, that was a bad decision." He seemed amused. "The man you loved double-crossed you." "Did he have to rub it in?" "Enough about me. Are you married?" She glanced at his finger, no wedding ring as she'd already noted. "I see you don't wear a ring. And your wife would have to be a pretty understanding woman, seeing you're never home." His lips twitched at the corners. "Never been married." She waited for more, but nothing came. "No long story to entertain me. Why has no woman ever trapped you in her web? Come on, you know everything about me, and I know nothing about you." He chuckled. "I very much doubt I know everything about you." He looked at the car's dashboard. "According to the GPS, it's only 5 miles away." "Get your gun ready," Trust said. "Just in case he's there." "It's always ready." 2 miles further along, he turned up a dirt track. "It's rough, and they had rain a few hours ago which would have washed away any tracks." When the cabin finally came into view, there was no sign of life and no car in sight. "I'll knock. You stay in the car. I'll leave the keys in the ignition. There's a gun in the glove box, but it's strictly for emergencies. I don't know how to use it. Remind me to show you. It's a good skill to have just in case." When he was halfway to the house, she scooted over into the driver's seat, and then leaned back to the passenger side and carefully took the gun out of the glove box. It was heavier than she thought it would be. After she turned it over and had a good look at it, she placed it on the seat beside her in case she needed it. From the car, Trust watched Jack knock on the door, and when there was no answer, he moved to look in the windows. He walked around the back, and when he was out of sight, she became nervous. What if he was shot and they came after her? She looked down at the gun. Did she just need to pull the trigger, or was there some kind of lock on it? It might be better if she drove away, but no, she couldn't leave Jack alone unless he'd been killed. She shook her head, hoping none of what she'd thought about would happen. This place was giving her the chills. A few minutes later, he was back. "Are you sure this is the right place?" She opened the car door and got out. "Yes. This is it. Should we go in?" "Not yet. We must wait for the warrant." "What warrant?" She stared at Jack. He'd never mentioned a warrant. Surprises of any kind weren't good. Chapter 24. You said nothing about a warrant. Trust had thought it was going to be just the two of them, and if a warrant was coming from somewhere, someone had to be bringing it. "It's a necessity. I've got the local police joining us with a warrant." "Oh, I didn't realize." He took a step closer. "Trust, if we don't do things by the book, there's no point. If we find the diamonds on the premises and we have no warrant, it won't go down well in court. Evidence doesn't count if it's unlawfully obtained. In my career, I've seen too many criminals walk because of improper procedure and ill-prepared evidence." "Got it." She nodded. "I don't think of all those things. I just want him found with the diamonds." In her mind, things had played out differently. She had brought her lock-picking tools, expecting to break in after they argued about it. She thought he'd eventually agree to let her pick the lock, and then they'd search every inch of the place. How long will they take to get here? He glanced at his watch. They should be here any time now. Just then they heard cars. A police car appeared through the trees, followed by another. Jack walked over to meet them while Trust stood back. Then the uniformed officers moved ahead of him and knocked on the door again. They yelled out, and then they entered the premises by kicking down the door. When the 4 police officers walked into the house, Jack turned to Trust. "Are you coming?" "Sure." She walked past the broken lock. If they'd asked her, she could have got them in without destroying anything, but that clearly wasn't the way things were done. There was a faint smell of smoke, and she walked over to the fireplace. "There's been a fire here recently." "Strange, it's not cold enough yet for that," Jack said, looking over. "It gets cold at night, and the fire might not have been for keeping him warm. He might have been burning something. Documents, evidence, who knows?" "True. I'll have the ashes collected and sent for testing." She walked to the kitchen, opened the fridge and picked up a partly consumed carton of milk. 2 days until its use-by date. He always had milk in his coffee. Someone has been here recently. What if he's just gone out somewhere, and he's coming back? He'll get a big surprise. I wonder if the diamonds are stashed in here somewhere, or buried outside like you suggested. He came closer. "I'll have them look around outside, to see if there's any sign of anything being freshly dug." "Can I look around out there now?" Trust asked, looking toward the door. He nodded. "It wouldn't hurt." She walked out of the cabin, and unease skittered down her spine when she suddenly felt she was being watched. She looked around. Nothing could be seen beyond the cabin but trees. She walked around the house, looking for suitable areas where he might have buried the diamonds. The trouble with hunting for diamonds was that they were so small, they could have been hidden anywhere. Even still in the cabin, in the walls, or hidden in hollowed-out furniture. It was impossible to search every inch. After 20 minutes looking around, she gave up and headed back to the cabin. She saw Jack talking to one of the officers beside their cars. Then they looked back at the house, and from Jack's hand movements, she knew he was asking them to search the surrounding area. She waited by the house for Jack. When the police were gone, Jack walked over to her. "They came up with nothing." "I guess that. He's left nothing here. No clothing. The only sign he's been here is the milk." "And the recent fire," Jack added. "Can I have one more look inside?" "Sure." Back inside, she walked around the kitchen examining the cabinetry for odd-looking joins. Then she moved to the bathroom and did the same. Lastly, she checked the furniture. There was nothing anywhere to indicate anything hidden. There were the walls, but she couldn't really take to them with a sledgehammer. That went beyond the scope of a search warrant. She flung herself down on the couch, defeated. I was hoping he'd be here, and I would find him and the diamonds. Jack leaned against the living room wall. I'm sorry it didn't work out. Sometimes life. Please don't give me any speeches. I've had enough of those from my family to last a lifetime. He chuckled. What about friends or relatives of Ryan? Do you know any of them? She sighed. I never met any of them, but he did say his parents once owned this place. He told me they're both dead, but any or all of that could be a lie. That's right. He folded his arms across his chest. Do you mean to tell me you didn't know? Didn't know what? This place is in a company name, which we eventually traced to him. Okay. She stared at him, wondering what point he was making. You didn't know who Ryan Castle's father was? She shrugged. Mr. Castle, I presume. No, it wasn't, and Ryan Castle is not his real name. He kept staring at her. All the way up here, I was waiting for you to say something. I can't believe you don't know. Tell me. Ryan's father was Earl Butterworth. Her mouth fell open. Josephine Welch's first husband was Earl Butterworth. You mean? Yes. So he could be involved with the Welch robbery. Jack nodded. Then Trust had a dreadful thought. What if he killed Glenn Welch, his own stepfather? Chapter 25. Trust's headache came back with a vengeance. She put her hand to her forehead. Kent should have been the one to tell her that Castle wasn't Ryan's real name. That was the kind of information she paid him for. She dropped her hands into her lap and looked up at Jack. Who is his father? She asked, hoping to get a different answer. None other than Earl Butterworth. Let me get this straight. Earl Butterworth was Josephine's first husband. So Earl was married to someone before Josephine, and they had Ryan? Correct, and Ryan's mother died. So Ryan's stepmother is Josephine? Trust asked. He nodded. I never knew. But this lake house can't belong to his family. It's in a company name. You didn't talk about each other's pasts? Jack asked. Trust shrugged. Not so much. Now that she thought about it, it was weird that she hardly knew anything about him, yet she'd trusted him. Jack continued, he was in boarding school for much of his life, didn't even come home for the holidays. Oh. You had no idea, he asked. No. Why didn't you tell me? When did you find all this out? After you told me about this place. I ran a check on the address. Trust sighed, looking at the floorboards. So that's the reason you agreed to check out this place. The two cases are linked. Well, I mean Ryan is linked to this case now. I had no idea, she repeated. I didn't even know that Castle wasn't his real name. He had me completely fooled. Trust, I have to ask you this. Ask me anything. She held her breath, hoping he wasn't going to ask if she'd been back to the Welch mansion. Is there anything about the case or Ryan Castle that you're holding back? Slowly, she shook her head. Nothing. Good. His serious face relaxed slightly. I was hoping you'd say that. Their eyes locked, and she wondered if he truly believed her. Did he think she'd say so if she was keeping something from him? Then they heard cars. He hurried to the window. We've got company. He drew a gun out of his back pocket. Who is it? She jumped off the couch and peered out the window to see two large SUV vehicles. 6 men got out of the vehicles, and they all had big guns. Ryan had sent people there to kill them, she was certain of it. Let's go. He pulled on her arm, and they ran out the back door and into the trees. He then called for backup. They heard one of the men yelling. They're on the run. They were going to be hunted down like prey, and then killed. The men knew they were there because Jack's car was parked outside. After they'd been running for several minutes, working their way up a rise, they stopped and turned around. They couldn't see anyone after them. Who are they? She asked, trying to catch her breath. I think we're in trouble, he whispered. Come on, we've got to keep on the move. They turned and kept running. Where are we going? Anywhere. We're going up the hill so we can see them if they come after us. After a while they stopped again and looked back. Can you see anything? No. We need to keep moving, Jack snapped at her. What if they're not following us? I'm not willing to take that risk. The police are coming, aren't they? Trust asked. Hopefully. A bullet sounded, and he pushed her to the ground. She was still alive. She looked over at him to see his shoulder bleeding. You've been hit. He looked down, holding his arm and gritting his teeth. Then he jumped up and pulled her to her feet. Go. She was too scared to leave, but he started running and she had to follow. Aren't you going to shoot back? Not until I get a clear shot. A bullet zinged past them again. This was too real. That was close, he said, pulling on her arm and running even faster. He stopped when he saw some discarded building materials. Then he pulled her behind some corrugated iron that was wedged between a clump of trees. I see him, Jack said right before he took aim and fired. Another shot was fired at them and bored straight through the iron right beside her. It sent their makeshift barrier flying. Jack pushed her to the ground and covered her with his body. Police sirens sounded in the distance. Would they arrive when it was too late? Stay still. Jack raised himself up. They're leaving. Trust had her eyes covered. Are you sure? They're heading back to the cabin. I've got eyes on 2 of them. He pulled out his cell phone. No service. Trust sat up and saw his blood-soaked shoulder. You've got to get to a hospital. He stood up, tore off his shirt, ripped it into strips and gave her a section. Wrap this around the wound. It just needs pressure to stop the bleeding. She did her best to avoid looking at his abs long enough to bandage his shoulder. Shots rang out again, and he pushed her back to the ground and once again protected her with his body. Her face was pressing against the earth, and all she could do was close her eyes tightly and hope they weren't going to die. These shots weren't close. It sounded like there was a shootout back at the cottage. After a while, the shooting subsided, and Jack moved away and looked over at the cottage. Trust sat up. What if they've shot all the police? Then more would be on their way, and they'd know that. I'm sure that's the end of it. Trust hoped he was right. You stay here. I'll go down and take a look. I'm not staying here alone. I'm coming too. He turned to face her and put both hands up. Stay, Trust. She shook her head. No. You'll need to be prepared to run again. I can run all day, just don't leave me alone. He huffed. Stay close. When they reached the cabin, they saw 2 police cars, but the SUVs had gone. All was eerily quiet and still. What's going on? She whispered. He quietly pulled the keys from his pocket and handed them to her. You stay here. If anything happens, get the hell out of here. Be careful, she said as she took the keys. He made no answer. He walked 10 paces and stopped. Trust ran up to see what he was staring at. Bodies lay there in front of them, motionless, lifeless, and cold. Trust counted them. There were 8 of them. 4 of them were the shooters and 4 the police. She covered her mouth as she cried out, and then her legs gave way beneath her. Chapter 26. Jack quickly picked her up and moved her to a spot where she couldn't see the bodies. Stay calm. I'm okay, she assured him. I need to make a call. He pulled out his cell phone and spoke briefly to someone. Trust couldn't make out the conversation. After finishing the call, he sat down beside her. Help is on the way. They'll be here in 2 minutes. Have you ever seen a dead body before? Once or twice, unfortunately. Were these people after Ryan or us? I'd guess Ryan. They were too late, just like us. Where is Ryan Butterworth headed? He mused aloud, then stood up and extended his hand. Sit in the car until the police arrive. It's more comfortable there. She took his hand and got up. Did you tell them you've been shot? Yes, it's just a flesh wound. Nothing serious. I'll stay with you in case you faint or something. Jack managed to smile. The sound of the approaching ambulance was one of the most reassuring sounds Trust had ever heard. Jack and she exchanged a look. No words were needed. Paramedics tended to Jack's shoulder while officers, some of whom had been at the house earlier, questioned them. The bullet had only grazed Jack's shoulder, leaving a minor wound. Once his injury was properly dressed, they were both taken to the station in separate vehicles to give official statements. By the time they finished, it was 8 o'clock at night. An officer offered to drive them back to Jack's car. As the police car approached the house, Trust saw it was surrounded by crime scene tape. "I never want to see this place again," Trust said as they got out of the car. Jack thanked the officer, and when the car drove away, he looked at Trust. "You and me both. I'll be very glad to get away from here. There's something creepy about this place. Let's go." Trust looked over at Jack. Although he hadn't once complained, she could see the pain in his face. "You can't drive with your shoulder like that." "My shoulder won't bother me. I hope you've still got the keys." "I have, and I'm driving." She unlocked the car and got into the driver's seat. After hesitating, he got into the passenger side. Once they had gone back down the dirt track and she'd turned back onto the road, he said, "I don't think either of us should drive after what's just happened." "Then what do you suggest?" Trust asked. "Pull over." She turned on the blinker and did as he said. He took out his phone and did a search. "There's a hotel 2 miles up this road. We can get something to eat and have a decent sleep before we head back." "That does sound good." It wasn't long before they had booked side-by-side rooms and were sitting opposite each other at a cozy waterfront restaurant. As soon as she took a bite of her crumbed fish, she sighed her enjoyment. They'd not eaten anything since that morning. "The police wouldn't tell me anything. Did they know who those men were?" He shook his head. "No." "Do you think they were after Ryan? Maybe they were trying to kill me or you. We'll know more if we can identify their bodies. Those poor policemen who were killed and their families. It's so tragic." "I know. One death has a ripple effect. It doesn't just affect the immediate family, and this was 4 deaths and the criminals. Yes, let's not forget them. Especially not them," Trust thought. "I feel terrible. If I hadn't asked you to go to the cabin, those men would be alive today. It's hard to believe that one day they were here and now they're gone." "You can't think like that, Trust. It is what it is. It's happened and it's in the past. Don't beat yourself up over it. How do you know a worse tragedy mightn't have happened if we didn't come here?" "I suppose." The phone call from Ryan reverberated around in her head. He'd told her not to look for him. If she'd listened, these men might still be alive. "As I said, once the criminals are identified, then we'll get a better idea why they were after your boyfriend." "Ex-boyfriend?" She looked out over the moonlit lake as her stomach clenched. Her well-ordered and organized life was reduced to chaos and uncertainty. She fought back the urge to be sick. Jack's eyebrows drew together as he stared at her. "Are you okay?" "I can't stop seeing those people lying there each time I close my eyes. It's hard the first time you see something like that." Trust appreciated the genuine sympathy he offered. "Do you think Ryan had something to do with the Welch robbery?" She now knew it was a strong possibility, what with the family ties and all. "He went missing from the hospital the morning after." "Do we know that for sure?" "Yes, by all accounts he was still in the hospital, unless he slipped out before they knew it. That's the next road we're about to go down. The alarm was raised that he was missing the morning of the Welch killing, but it is possible he had already left that night." "Good. You say that like you want him to be found guilty." "I do. I want him to get what's coming to him if he did it." He leaned forward slightly and stared into her eyes. "It must be awful to find out someone you loved so much deceived you so badly." "Well, I didn't love him that much. It wasn't Romeo and Juliet or Cleopatra and Mark Antony." She sipped on her drink. Jack grinned and tilted his head to one side. More like Bonnie and Clyde. Her drink spurted out of her mouth. Oh, I'm sorry. She grabbed a paper napkin and wiped up the mess as she giggled. Bonnie and Clyde, definitely not. I should hit you for that, but I might hurt your arm. He looked down at the bulge that the bandage made underneath his shirt. Don't hurt me when I'm at my most fragile. She smiled and then resumed drinking her soda. Chapter 27. The following morning, Jack and Trust made an early start and had hit the city traffic mid-morning. Trust had talked Jack into letting her drive again. They hardly spoke on the drive, and when they were close to Trust's apartment, she said, I should take you home and then I can collect you in the morning. No. I'm okay to drive. It's only a slight graze. Head to your place, and I'll take over from there. Are you sure? Trust asked. It's an order. She smiled. Yes, sir. I can't go against an order. Hours later, when they pulled up outside her apartment, they both got out of the car. Get a good rest, Trust, and I'll check back in with you tomorrow. Let me know if Castle calls you again. Call me anytime, night or day. Shouldn't you take a few days off with that shoulder? He grinned. I can't do that. I'll be all right. She stood and watched him get in the car and drive away. Trust was only back in her apartment for an hour when she grew restless. She couldn't sit around and do nothing. Ryan's apartment was where she needed to go. Sure, it was a risk, but somehow she felt it was just as much a risk to do nothing. If Ryan had killed Welch, he was a murderer. She'd already had one attempt on her life. Ryan Castle had to be found. When she found a place to park close to Ryan's Brooklyn apartment, she sat there feeling anxious. Then she pulled out a burner cell phone and called Kent. About time, he said as soon as he answered. Where have you been? I haven't heard a thing from you. I went to the lake house. You didn't tell me about the company who owned it, and do you know about Ryan? Trust asked. Yes. I said I'd call you back with info. Next thing I know, there was no answer. So, you know Ryan's true identity? Yeah, Kent replied. Ryan Butterworth. His father was Josephine Welch's first husband, so Josephine is his stepmother. Yes, and more to the point. The victim knew him. So he might have stolen the loot from the safe. Trust thought for a moment. Seems he lived with the mother after his parents separated, and she shipped him off to boarding school. No love lost there. I know. Jack told me they never even had him home for the holidays. You're not getting too close to Jack, are you? Never. I know what I'm doing. He won't be interested in someone like me anyway. Have you found out anything else on the Welch family or about Ryan? I'm still searching. Good. She ended the call and put her hand on the door of the car, and then hesitated as a sense of danger clouded her mind. Shrugging it off, she told herself it was backlash from what had happened at the lake house. Ryan's apartment was sitting there vacant. It had to hold clues to something. Maybe his relationship with Josephine and Glenn Welch, or maybe something to let her know where he could be found. Finally, she pushed the car door open at the same time she pushed aside her reservations. The police would be keeping an eye on the building in case he headed back there. Surely, they wouldn't be on the lookout for a female who might slip into his apartment, would they? Once she had picked the lock, she would grab the spare key he always kept by the front door. If she had a key, with the fingerprints she'd make sure were on it, no one could call it a break and enter. She hoped not. The fact that she'd been there before meant she didn't have to worry about her prints inside the apartment. When she got to his apartment, she noticed the door was ajar. She pushed it open. Is anyone here? Silence. She took another couple steps, enough to see that the entire apartment had been trashed. Furniture was toppled over, and things were strewn across the floor. Trust made her way through the debris. They'd even slashed the upholstery on the couch, and every one of the chairs had been shredded. When she reached the chaos in the bedroom, Ryan's aftershave hung in the air. Had he been there recently? Sneaking a peek out the bedroom window, she saw a white car parked on the other side of the street. It had to be the police staking the place out. When she turned her back on the window, she saw his closet. A memory jumped into her mind. She'd been searching Ryan's hotel room after he'd been shot. As he lay there bleeding on the floor at the airport, he told her the diamonds were hidden in a photo frame. She had wasted no time in grabbing his keys, and one of the keys had told her he'd stayed in a hotel, so that was where she headed. While she'd been searching his hotel room, someone else came in and she'd slipped into the closet to hide. There were at least two of them, because she heard one call the other by the name Drake. Were they the Shadows, or were the men at the lake house the Shadows? Or were they all part of the same group? Or were there still others out there? Realizing the people who had ransacked the place could come back, she quickly made her way through the mess looking for anything that might give her a clue to the location of the diamonds. Her eyes were drawn to a photo frame on the bedroom floor. She turned it over, and through the shattered glass she saw Ryan and herself with the Eiffel Tower behind them. They looked like any other couple in their holiday snapshot. It fell from her hands, and she stomped on it and squished it into the plush carpet. After another quick look around, Trust decided there was nothing left to find, but she was glad she had come. It seemed she wasn't the only one looking for Ryan and the diamonds. She headed out of the apartment, leaving the door ajar as she'd found it, and left by the rear door of the building to avoid being seen by the cop in the white car. He'd done a lousy job, since he didn't know someone had trashed Ryan's apartment. If he knew, surely Jack would have been informed and Jack would have told her. And there would have been police tape blocking the doorway. When there was a break in the traffic, Trust walked across the street, and just as she was nearing the other side, a car sped toward her. She leapt out of the way, and then realized the driver had been trying to hit her. She sprinted to the sidewalk, and the car swerved to follow her, jumping the curb. To avoid getting hit, she ducked into a store. When she was safely inside, she turned for a better look at the car. The driver was Ryan Castle. She was certain of it. Stepping back onto the sidewalk, she strained to get a clearer view. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes, thrust his head out the window, and their eyes locked. In an instant, he sped off. She bolted to her car, heart pounding, and fired up the engine. Without hesitation, she tore after him. She couldn't let him escape. When she turned the corner, she spotted his car in the distance. Keeping her foot hard on the gas, she fished her phone out of her bag, and then with one finger got her phone's camera open, so she could at least snap the car's plate number. When she started snapping, he must have seen in the rearview mirror what she was doing, because he started weaving in and out of traffic. It was no use, she'd never get him now. She pulled her car over and sent the pictures to her own email, knowing Kent would see them. Chapter 28. Once Trust was finally safely home, she made herself a cup of coffee and sat down on the couch trying to still her shaking body. Ryan could have run her down, and that would have been the end. Jack would have thought it a random hit and run, and Ryan wouldn't have paid for that crime either. The more she thought about it, the more she knew he had to get caught and thrown into prison, or she'd never be safe. She abandoned the couch and her coffee to turn on one of her alternate cell phones and called Kent. "Did you get my email? The black vehicle?" "Yes." "Registered to 1 Ryan Castle." "I knew it." "Thanks. You said Castle and not Butterworth." "Yes." "Thanks." She ended the call and picked up her regular cell phone and called Jack. "Trust, how are you feeling?" Jack asked. "Lucky to be alive." "I know it was a dreadful ordeal." "I don't mean that. I mean today, just now." There was silence at the other end of the phone for a moment. "What happened?" "Ryan Castle tried to run me down." "In a car?" "Yes. I happened to be near his apartment." "Wait a minute. What were you doing all the way out there?" "It's not that far." "I must tell you, I know you were there. You were seen going into his building." Trust gritted her teeth. "Okay, I did go into his apartment, but I do have a key that he gave me. So I'm sure that's not breaking and entering, if I have a key." Someone had trashed it before I got there, and when I was leaving, he tried to run me over when I was crossing the street. Are you okay? He asked. I'm alive. Unharmed physically, but in the last 48 hours I've been shot at and driven at, so. Am I okay mentally? That's a different question. I mean a different answer. Where are you now? At home. Sit tight. I'll be there soon. She slumped back into her couch and sipped her now lukewarm coffee. It amazed her how quickly love could turn to hate. Had Ryan ever had any feelings for her, or had it all been an act from the start? 20 minutes later, there was a knock on her door. A glance at the monitor told her it was Jack. She opened the door, and he moved in quickly and closed it behind him. He put a warm hand on her shoulder. Are you okay? I think so. Just some bruises and a couple of scratches from flinging myself into the doorway of a store. How are you feeling? I'll live. I'll show you the photos I took. She grabbed her cell phone and showed him the images she'd snapped. He held the phone and his eyebrows knit together. These are taken from a car. I chased after him. His mouth fell open. After he nearly killed you, you chased him. Yes. I had to know if it was him, for sure. You should not risk your life like that. I'll email this to myself, and then we can enlarge the images. I'm sure you'll find the vehicle is registered to him. She couldn't tell him what she'd found out from Kent. He finished emailing the pictures, and when his cell phone beeped, he picked it up and tapped on some keys. Okay, done. We'll hear back soon. Where did this happen? A street parallel to his apartment building. Any witnesses? I don't know. I didn't stay and collect names. It was a carpet shop that I ran to. Perfect. I'll send someone over to collect CCTV footage and see what we can find. Trust nodded. Do you want coffee? No thanks. It's been a long day. I should go. She didn't want him to leave, didn't want to be by herself. What about a calming chamomile tea? He grinned. Okay. I could probably use one of those. Have a seat. As he sat down, he said, by the way, they weren't able to trace that call. Ryan's call. Jack nodded. At least we know he's in the vicinity. Until we have him in custody, it might be an idea not to go out alone. Does that mean you'll collect me and bring me home every day? Yes. Great. It'll be nice to have my own personal bodyguard. That'll save on gas too, and with the change in my finances, I do have to be careful. When Trust had placed 2 mugs of chamomile tea down on the coffee table, she sat next to him. You must live close by. Not too far. I'm sensing some inequality in this relationship. I can't know where you live. He picked up his herbal tea and took a cautious sip. No. It's professional, it's not personal. She felt that was a slap in the face. Wasn't he interested in her at all? Even just a little? I know that, but when you saved my life, it went from professional to personal for me. Thank you for saving my life. I haven't thanked you before now. I'm not sure why. Jack chuckled. You're welcome, but I was just doing my job. She'd been right about him not wanting to get involved with someone like her, and she couldn't blame him. Jack was more suited to a woman like Monica Blaze. Women like Monica seemed to marry nice men who didn't have a clue what they were getting into. Why was it that the nice women were often the ones who got stuck with the abusers? She'd heard stories from women she'd come into contact with, and that had inspired her to build the women's shelter. The shelter meant everything to her. It was a sanctuary she dreamed of creating for women who, like her, had been cast aside, misunderstood, and mistreated. Society often forgot the poor and only seemed to help the rich. The wealthy had resources, connections, and safety nets, while the vulnerable were left to fend for themselves in a cold and unforgiving world. Trust desperately wanted to change that. She wanted to provide a place where women could rebuild their lives. The shelter was not just a project, it was a mission to balance the scales, to offer hope to those society had ignored. If the shelter could give even one woman a better life, all her sacrifices would be worth it. She had to find Ryan and those diamonds. Jack didn't stay long after he finished his tea. Trust spent the night alternating between worrying she'd been too forward with Jack and worried whether Ryan would try to kill her again. Just before she went to bed, she called Serenity. Chapter 29. Serenity lay in her small Amish bedroom, the soft glow of a kerosene lamp casting flickering shadows on the wooden walls. Serenity was supposed to be asleep, but she found herself staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Her phone, hidden under her pillow, vibrated softly. She pulled it out and saw Trust's name on the screen. Answering in a whisper, she said, "Hello." "Hey, Serenity. It's me. I just wanted to hear your voice. Life is crazy." "At least it's different," Serenity replied, her voice barely above a murmur. "Mammy is trying to marry me off to old men, and she refuses to talk about Uncle Pete." Trust chuckled softly. "If only that was all I had to worry about. They can't force you to marry anyone. Life sure is simple for you, Serenity." Serenity sighed, sitting up in bed and pulling the quilt around her shoulders. "I know it seems that way, Trust, but it's not. I have my own struggles." Trust leaned back against her pillows, her thoughts briefly drifting to the events of the day. "I know you have struggles. I didn't mean to make it sound like your problems aren't real. It's just everything's a mess right now." "Tell me about it," Serenity urged. "What happened?" Trust took a deep breath, then began to recount the day's events. "Ryan tried to kill me today." "What?" "Yes. It's a long story, and I can't go into it right now." "Oh, Trust," Serenity whispered. "That's terrifying. Are you safe now?" "I'm fine. Oh, and also I should let you know something weird. The case I'm working on, it also involves Ryan Castle. Josephine, Gazelle's mother, was once married to Ryan's father." "You're kidding me." "No. It's all tangled up in a huge web. And then there's Jack. I'm worried I might have crossed the line and not been professional. I asked him where he lived, and he didn't tell me. I mean, he knows where I live, so I thought it was only fair." Serenity's mind raced as she tried to think of something comforting to say. "Jack probably likes you, but what can he do about it? Nothing. And as for Ryan, you need to be careful. And you shouldn't have chased him. That could have been dangerous." "I know," Trust said softly. "Thanks, Serenity. You always know what to say." "That's what sisters are for," Serenity replied with a small smile. "Just promise me you'll be careful, okay?" "I promise," Trust said, feeling a little lighter. "What about you, Serenity? How are you holding up with everything at home?" Serenity glanced at the door, making sure it was still closed. "It's been hard. Mammy is so set on finding me a husband." "You said that." "I know, but she's saying I'm getting old and will be too old to have babies." "Don't expect her to change. She's set in her ways," Trust told her. "And Uncle Pete, it's like he doesn't exist. No one talks about him, and it's like he's been erased from our lives. It's hard to pretend everything's okay when it's not. It's bugging me. I can't rest until I find him. I hope we do meet him one day. Don't be forced into marrying any of those old men." Trust chuckled again. "I thought you liked someone." "I do. That's the annoying part about it. They know him, and it's like they don't approve of him or something. You'll get through this. And if you ever need to talk, you know I'm here for you." "Thank you, Trust," Serenity whispered, her eyes filling with tears. "It means a lot to me." The connection between them, even through the phone, felt like a lifeline. "I should let you go. It's late and you need your rest." "I suppose so," Serenity agreed reluctantly. "But I'm glad you called. It's good to hear your voice. Oh, I've been meaning to ask, how's that women's shelter coming along?" "Don't even ask. I'm trying to think positively about it. We desperately need money." "I'll say a prayer." "Thanks. I need all the help I can get. Same here, Serenity said, a small smile tugging at her lips. Take care, Serenity. And remember, you're not alone. Neither are you, Serenity replied. Good night, Trust. Good night, Trust whispered, ending the call and feeling a little more at ease. As Serenity put her phone back under her pillow, she felt a sense of calm wash over her. Despite the challenges they both faced, their sisterhood was a source of strength. She closed her eyes, praying silently for Trust's safety and for the courage to face her own battles. Chapter 30. The next morning, Trust woke before her alarm and stretched her arms over her head. There was a certain reluctance to move from her bed, one of the few places where she felt safe. Just when she was seriously contemplating spending the day there, her cell phone sounded. When she looked around for it, she realized it was next to her under the covers. She grabbed it, hoping it wasn't Ryan. The caller ID told her it was Jack. Hello. Be downstairs in 20. She had just opened her mouth to tell him she couldn't possibly be ready in that short amount of time. It took her 20 to do her hair, but he'd already ended the call. By now, she knew him well enough to know something was up. If she tied her hair back in a ponytail, that could save her time, and if she could persuade him to stop for a takeout coffee, that would have to do for breakfast. She pulled out some clothes, black pants and a cream and black blouse, not knowing if she should be wearing casual or dressy. While she changed her clothes, she thought of endless possibilities for the latest developments. They would have found out for certain it was Ryan's car that had tried to run her down, and hopefully they had footage of him in the driver's seat. Attempted murder was something they could add to his charges. Did they also have the ID of those men who were killed at the lake house? As soon as she slid into the front seat of his car, he said, "Did you trash your boyfriend's apartment while in the process of looking for something?" Her blood ran cold. They thought she had done all that. No. I told you yesterday that I found it that way. And as you also know, Ryan Castle is definitely not my boyfriend. He's tried to kill me twice now, possibly 3 times. You really have to stop calling him my boyfriend. It's jangling on my last nerve. When you told me about the state of his apartment yesterday, I made no comment until I checked with the people keeping it under surveillance. It wasn't like that earlier in the day, and it was like that after they saw you leave. It's obvious the ones who trashed it were there at some time in between. Why would I? Why go there at all? He started the car and pulled into the traffic flow. I just felt like I couldn't stand around or sit around and do nothing while he was getting further away. I was looking around his apartment, among all the rubble. I was looking for a clue to his true identity and a clue to where he might have gone. He glanced over at her. You were breaching our agreement, and we now know who he is. You're not supposed to go rogue and go off by yourself. She could tell he was annoyed by how he was clutching the steering wheel, so she remained silent. When they were nearly at his office, she said, I won't do it again. Good. What's happened? Trust asked. I'll tell you once we're in my office. She decided not to mention she was badly in need of coffee. Soon they were sitting in his office and he began, I've got a few things to tell you. They managed to get a plate number from your photos of the car that tried to run you down. The car was registered to Ryan Castle, even though we know that's not his real name. Good. I thought as much. He looked at her skeptically, as though he could see right through her. Did he know she already knew that? She cleared her throat to cover the sound of her empty tummy rumbling. What about those men killed at the lake house? Do we know who they are yet? No. They're still working on it. We canvassed the surrounding businesses where you had your incident with Castle, and we ended up getting CCTV footage of it. We now have a warrant out for his arrest. She clapped her hands. Finally. Would you like to view it? The warrant? No. He frowned at her. The footage? No thanks. I lived it. I don't need to see it again. He gave a curt nod. The other thing is, we have a development. A piece from the Welch jewelry collection has surfaced in London. Do you know what this means? Wonderful. We're going to London? I could do with getting away from here. She was envisioning all the shopping she could do while she was there, and all the places they could visit. No. He shook his head. We're not going anywhere. Oh, that's too bad. I love London. It's brimming with history, and there are so many things to do and see. The shopping is the best. I'd love to go back there soon. When she saw his disapproving face, she straightened in her chair as she focused on the job at hand. Ah, the wife isn't guilty. Is that what you're thinking? It's not an inside job. It's looking more like she didn't take the jewelry. Or has she leaked a piece to make it look like a robbery, thus strengthening her cover story? Could be. Which piece of jewelry are we talking about? He adjusted his computer keyboard and turned the monitor, allowing her to see. It was traced back to a dealer right here in New York. A pawnbroker, no less. An image appeared on the screen. It's the Cleopatra bangle. The collection of diamond-set Egyptian-style jewelry was commissioned in the 50s by a certain member of the British royal family for his wife's private collection. They were made by Sarita, a famous jewelry brand. That bracelet and the other 2 pieces of the collection they bought at Sotheby's were the only pieces to make it into this country. Correct. You've done your homework. I have. It wasn't hard to find out. Cleopatra was such an interesting woman. They've never found her tomb. Some archaeologists say that it never existed, and she was cremated with Mark Antony. Others think they're close to finding it. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Think of all the treasures she would be buried with. He stared at her for a moment, then said, "We traced the origin of the bracelet back to a local pawnbroker. His records show the item came to him the day after the robbery. He then sold it to a gentleman from London, who was here on holiday. From there, the bracelet traveled back to England, where the new owner tried to put it into auction. It was a staff member at the auction house who knew from our alerts that the piece was stolen." Good. Very thorough. He showed her another picture on his computer. This is the ID that was given to the pawnbroker. She stared at the name. Boris Stakovich. I don't recognize that name. She looked up at him. Do you? No. It's a fake ID, but good enough to fool the dealer. It's in their best interests not to look too closely at these things. Trust bit her lip. That's true, and have you talked to the pawnbroker who did the deal? That's where we're going right now. The police are trying to find a facial recognition match for the man posing as Boris Stakovich. She inhaled sharply. Did she want to go along to meet with this dealer? What if she knew him? What is the name of the person we're going to talk to? Blackburn. David Blackburn. Do you know him? With piercing eyes, he studied her face. She forced a smile and then shook her head. No. It was the truth, and she was relieved. He claims he didn't know the bracelet was stolen, but it's a unique piece. He'll most likely be charged for receiving stolen goods. They're questioning him now. Then we'll have our turn. Good. I can't wait. He looked at her curiously. Trust met his gaze. I need to know what happened that night at the Welch household. His lips turned upward. You and me both. Trust excused herself for a quick trip to the bathroom. When she was drying her hands, the door was flung open, and Monica Blaze walked in and stood over her. She looked at Monica. Can I help you with something? Monica's gaze dropped to Trust's designer bag, a quilted black Chanel. Nice bag. Monica moved forward and ran her fingertips over it. It was an awkward moment. Thanks. Monica took a step closer. Jack got hurt, and that's your fault. You took him on a wild goose chase after your boyfriend. I have no idea what you told him, but I want you to know that I'm watching you. It wasn't like that. You might have fooled everyone else, including Jack, but I know you haven't reformed. When you slip up, I'll be right there to take you down. Good to know. Trust grabbed her bag and moved to the door, but Monica stepped in front of her. "Leave Jack alone. He'd never be interested in a criminal like you." "So you think he'd be interested in you?" Trust shot back before she could stop herself. A smirk covered Monica's face. "He already is. Just move aside." Monica moved even closer so her face was 1 inch from Trust's. "I'm watching every move you make." "You already said that." It took every ounce of self-control for Trust to keep her hands by her sides. If she were back in prison and another inmate had done this to her, that would be a whole different story with a very different outcome. "Jack's waiting for me. Maybe I should tell him we were having this conversation, and that's what took me so long." "If Jack gets hurt again, you'll pay." She then moved aside, and Trust wasted no time in moving out the door. As she walked back to Jack's office, she wondered if Jack and Monica did have something going on. If they did, it made perfect sense that they would keep it a secret since they were working together. Chapter 31. Jack and Trust walked into the interview room to see a nervous-looking, balding, middle-aged man sitting down at a small table. "Hello, Mr. Blackburn. I'm Special Agent Jack Fletcher from the FBI, and this is my assistant." Blackburn clasped his trembling hands on the table in front of him. "I'll tell you what I told the cops. I didn't know it was stolen. How could I possibly know? I'm not a mind reader." Jack and Trust sat down in front of him. Jack stared at the man for a while. "I find that hard to believe. The jewelry has been on the news and in the papers. Besides that, you would have got an email from us. They were sent out to all dealers and pawnbrokers in the vicinity. I don't look at any of those things. How would I or anyone else be able to memorize all those things? There are far too many stolen items alerts coming through." His mouth turned down at the corners as he asked, "Am I going to be charged?" Trust had thought from what Jack said that the man had already been arrested. Jack leaned forward. "I'm only interested in the man who brought the bracelet in. Did he say or do anything out of the ordinary?" "No. He said he had something to sell. Said it belonged to his maiden aunt who just died. Said she died in an old people's home, and this was fresh out of her bank safe deposit box. He said he wasn't married, so he had no wife to give it to. All he wanted was enough money to buy golf clubs. I gave him enough to get a top-of-the-line set. I saw a camera out there. Do you have footage of this?" Trust asked. "Yes. It's all there. The cops already have it." Jack handed over his card. "If you think of anything else, no matter how small, please call me." He took the card and looked at it. "I will." They left the police station after Jack was given a USB stick with a copy of the footage of the Cleopatra bracelet transaction. When Jack and Trust arrived back at his office, Jack immediately inserted the USB stick into his computer, while Trust hovered anxiously over his shoulder. "That's him there," Jack said, pointing to a figure on the screen. "He's wearing a hat, so it's hard to see his face. But the interesting part is what the police got from across the road at the bookstore." He navigated through the footage, stopping at a scene showing the man getting into a taxi with a woman. He froze the frame, capturing the woman's profile. "Can you enlarge it to see her face?" Trust asked. "No, I can't," Jack replied, shaking his head. "The image is too grainy. I'll have to send it off to see if they can enhance it. Still, this is the best lead we've had so far." He moved to another screen, displaying the document the suspect had signed. "They're trying to lift fingerprints off this document," he explained, downloading the files onto his hard drive. "I'll give this to the IT guys in person. Back in a minute." Jack left the office, leaving Trust to scrutinize the frozen image of the woman. Her mind raced with possibilities and questions. Who was she? Did she have any connections with Ryan Castle? Trust quickly sat in his seat, opened his drawer, pulled out an empty data stick and started to download the file onto it. Come on, come on, come on. She calmed her nerves the best she could. If he caught her, he'd never trust her, with good reason. Kent would be better than anyone on the FB's IT team. The instant she saw the words, "Download completed," she heard footsteps and saw the door handle move. Her heart felt like it was jumping right out of her chest. Jack was back. Chapter 32. Trust pulled the USB stick from the computer, stood up and shoved it in her front pants pocket a millisecond before Jack walked back in. She looked up at him. How long did they say it would take? We should have something by tomorrow. He frowned at her sitting in his chair. She brushed dust off the top of the monitor, hoping it would look like that was all she'd been doing. Good. Once she had moved to sit in the opposite chair, Jack asked, "Would you like a copy of this?" Sure. She had to smile, seeing the funny side. All that stress she'd just been through for nothing. He pulled open his drawer and pulled out a new USB stick from a packet. After he pushed it into his computer, he said, "Maybe you'll see something if you study it better. Take another look with me. I'll play it again while it's downloading." They both watched carefully, and Jack paused it on the woman in the taxi. Trust said, "Sure is grainy, but the impression of that woman is that she's wealthy. Her clothes don't look cheap. That's for sure. The sunglasses are designer too." "How can you tell?" "Instinct. All that dark hair isn't her own. She's making an attempt to disguise herself." He looked up at Trust, who was now standing behind him. "Which leaves us where? Someone, a female, has good taste in clothes and sunglasses, and she may or may not have black hair. We'll have to hope they can pull a fingerprint from the paperwork. Not likely, but we can hope. This is the best lead we've had so far," he repeated. "Isn't it the only one you've had?" He grinned. "That too." He took the USB stick out of the computer and handed it to her. "Thanks." She popped it in her handbag. There were no prints at the Welch household that shouldn't have been there. Staff family. The staff didn't benefit in any way from his death, and they weren't even there that night. I've got surveillance tape of them at the hotel they'd been sent to by Mrs. Welch. Very convenient to get them out of the way. She stands to gain the most. If she did it, then she gets the insurance payout for the jewelry she probably still has, and his life insurance. And she doesn't have to go through a divorce, and the scandal that would have gone along with it. She'd get a widow's sympathy, and get to keep all her friends. Those who divorce lose half their friends, I'm told. Is that right? He smirked. So I've heard. Well, that's all I have for you today. For homework, study that tape and see what you see. Thanks. I'll find my own way home if you're through with me today. I'll have someone drive you. We can't take any risks. She stood. Thanks. I feel safer with protection. Protection from what? Monica breezed into the room. Trust saw Monica was clutching 2 takeout coffees. Oh, that's so nice of you to bring me a coffee, Monica, but I was just leaving. Oh, you're leaving? Too bad. One's for Jack anyway, and one's mine. The whine in Monica's voice was annoying. Trust tried her best to control her urge to ask her why she was so mean. Not in front of Jack. Trust looked back at Jack. Bye. Wait. I'm organizing you a ride home. She didn't want anyone but Jack to drive her. I'm sure it'll be okay. I'll get a taxi straight home and lock my door. Just let her get a taxi, Jack, Monica said. It'll be fine, Trust insisted. Jack gave a nod. All right. Call me the moment you're in your apartment, so I don't worry. I will. Trust saw Monica was upset over that last bit. Trust gave her a beaming smile before she walked out. Monica showing up like that had been rotten timing. Once she had gotten home and let Jack know she was there, she downloaded the footage of the man selling the Cleopatra bracelet, and then emailed it to another of the emails she used. Any activity on her emails would trigger Kent's attention. In the body of the email, she wrote a note to self, find out who this man is and the woman in the car. Then, being impatient, she disregarded Jack's warnings about leaving home. If Ryan Castle really wanted her dead, he would have shot her. Perhaps he was merely trying to scare her. She grabbed her bag and headed to Kent's place, so she'd be there when he found out who those people were who sold that bracelet. They were the key to the robbery and to who killed Glenn Welch. Chapter 33. When Trust knocked on Kent's door, he opened it immediately. Got him. The man on the tape? Yes. Once she was inside, he closed and bolted the door behind her. Who is he? Sullivan Mans. The name didn't ring any bells. Never heard that name. Where can I find him? Last known address is right here. He told her the address. We could walk there in 10 minutes. What about the woman? Can't get an ID on her yet. I'll keep working on it. Kent sat back down in front of his computer. I didn't know you were coming here. Did you make sure you weren't followed? I always do. I need to find out how that man got the jewelry. Was he one of the robbers, or did someone ask him to sell it? And who's that woman? How can I find out? I'd love to knock on his door and ask this Sullivan Mans fellow, but he wouldn't tell me. You've got that right. What you need are some thugs. If some beefy men show up at his door, he's more likely to spill all. I don't know. I'm not a fan of violence. No one is, but if you want the truth, this might be the quickest way. Marty would know people. Okay, I'll call him. Got a cell phone I can use. She'd already turned hers off on the drive there. He reached into his desk drawer, pulled one out and tossed it to her. She knew Marty's number by heart. Speak, Marty said by way of a phone greeting. Trust was taken aback. Marty, it's me. Ah, my desperate crooked friend. I haven't heard from you in a while. She ignored his nonsense. I'm with Kent. She gave him a quick rundown of the situation and what she wanted him to organize. Why can't you let the FBI handle it since you're now in cahoots? I'm not in cahoots. I've got a nasty woman agent trying to get rid of me. She's got a mad crush on my boss. Not everyone's happy I'm there. I can't understand that. He chuckled. The point is, I've been nearly killed 3 times, so I want to know what's going on. Thrice, did you say? That's not good. You always have been a control freak. Need to have your hand in every pie, need to cross those T's and dot those I's. So, do you know anyone threatening looking who can knock on this guy's door and ask questions? Does the sun come up every morning and go down every evening? You should know I do. Good. I don't want him hurt. I just want him to think he could be hurt, so he'll tell them what they need to know. Have Kent email me the deets. I need to know what questions you want asked and nothing wishy-washy. We'll only get one go at this. Thanks, Marty. I owe you one. Oh, don't worry about that. I'm billing you for it, and these guys won't come cheap. Later. He ended the call. She turned to Kent. He said. I heard. Emailing him now. He turned back to his computer and tapped busily on the keys. Done. Now, how about a movie and a pizza? The latest Batman movie's out. I've been saving up to watch it with someone. She couldn't think of anything worse. She wasn't a fan of superheroes, and she was trying to cut down on carbs. Still, she didn't have many friends, and he had fewer. Sounds great, and I am a bit hungry. A smile brightened his face. I'll order the pizza. Did you send him the surveillance video to make sure they get the right person? All done. Marty never replies. I'll check to see if he's opened it yet. He turned back to the computer. Yep. All done. She was relieved. After her late night of Batman movie watching and pizza eating, Kent accompanied her to her car. She drove home nervously, hoping she wouldn't see that black car again. When she was back inside the safety of her apartment, she collapsed onto her bed. It took no time for her to fall asleep. Chapter 34. At 8 the next morning, Trust opened her cell phone to see if there was any news from either Kent or Marty. Before she could dial out, Kent was calling her. Hi. I have an email from Marty. His friends paid a late-night visit to Sullivan Man's. He spilled his guts. Marty's words, not mine. Tell me. The man's a friend of Gazelle Butterworth, and she gave it to him to sell. The phone dropped from her hands and she slid to the floor. Gazelle was Ryan's half-sister. They had the same father. She'd only just joined the dots. She grabbed hold of the phone. Kent, do you realize that Ryan and Gazelle are half-siblings? Trust, don't tell me you've only just figured it out. You said he's a Butterworth, and so's she. Earl Butterworth is their father. So, you see, Butterworth was first married to Ryan's mother. It was a first marriage for both of them. Then Butterworth divorced Ryan's mother and married Josephine. They had a daughter, Gazelle. Then after Butterworth died, Josephine married the victim. Yes, I know. There was no need to explain it all. She rubbed her head, feeling like a fool. It's so weird, and Serenity knows Gazelle. What are the odds of me meeting Ryan halfway around the world? Truth is stranger than fiction. It's a small world and all that. I'm an idiot for not seeing that sooner. I don't know why it didn't click, that he was somehow related to Gazelle. I was even talking with Serenity about it, and she didn't point it out. Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. You've had a lot going on with being in prison, and everyone trying to kill you. Trust sighed. It wasn't everyone, but it felt like it. That's true. If Gazelle is involved, that means Ryan could have helped her. Could have. He was probably behind the whole thing. What are you going to do? Kent asked. I'm going to see Jack. I'll talk to you later. She got off the phone quickly and got ready for work. Trust walked into Jack Fletcher's office and put the man's name in front of him. This is the guy who sold the Cleopatra bracelet to that pawnbroker, Sullivan Man's. Jack's eyebrows rose. Is that right? Yes. I've just been notified of that. How did you find out so fast? I asked around. She gave a nervous cough, hoping Jack wasn't going to insist she say more. He didn't. He turned to his computer and tapped some keys, and the man's rap sheet came up. Minor drug charges. No theft. He's a friend of Gazelle's. I'm guessing she was the woman in the car. He swung his chair around to face her. Welch's stepdaughter. Butterworth's daughter. She goes by the last name of Welch, but she's not a Welch. Gazelle had Sullivan Man's do her dirty work. She had him take the bracelet to that place to sell it. That's new information. He turned back to his computer, and as he tapped on the keys, he said, I'm not even going to ask how you know that. I'll have him picked up and brought in for questioning. Once he knows we've identified him from the footage, he'll confess. Surely. I hope so. Then he made a call while she paced around the room, walking off her nervous energy. When he ended the call, he stared at her. Now we wait. Once he mentions Gazelle, we'll go pick her up. We. Trust gulped. Yes. She gulped. She knows my sister. This is the first time I'm hearing about this. My sister is in and out of the Amish community, and they met at a club or something. I wonder if Gazelle has made the connection between me and Serenity. Yes, she would have. You've been all over the news, and it's been even bigger news because of your Amish background. Daughter of an Amish bishop and all that. Trust sighed. Jack continued, but she doesn't have to see you. Trust breathed easy. Good. You'll be in another room. The disadvantage of that is you won't be able to ask questions. I can live with that. It won't be happening today. By the time they find Sullivan Man's and bring him in, it'll be late this afternoon or even tonight. Then they'll pick up Gazelle tomorrow. I hope she's still in the country by then. Each member of the family has been asked not to leave town, Jack reminded her. Okay. She jumped to her feet. I'll wait to hear from you tomorrow, then. Yes. I'll have someone drive you home. I've got paperwork to finish. I can get home by myself. He frowned at her. I insist. She shook her head. Please don't fuss. I'm okay. I'll make sure I'm not followed and all of that. Call me as soon as you get home then. Okay. She turned and walked out of his office. When she continued past Monica's office, she felt the agent staring at her. She ignored her and continued to the elevator. Chapter 35. It was early the next morning when Jack called Trust. Gazelle is being interviewed at 2 today. Okay, I'll be there. No need to send someone for me. I don't need a babysitter. Be in my office at 1. She heard the click of him ending the call. He seemed upset, or maybe he was busy. When she arrived at his office, he wasn't there. Right on 1, she got a text to say he was running late. How late? She wondered as she pushed the phone back into her pocket. She got out of the chair and closed his office door. He had to be at least 10 minutes away to have thought to notify her. Wanting to get to know him better, she sat behind his desk and opened his 2 drawers. The left drawer had nothing but stationery, but when she opened the right side, there was a thick file. She pulled it out and opened it. Her heart nearly stopped when she saw one newspaper clipping after another. These were her robberies. Of course she wasn't mentioned by name. She'd been convinced no one knew the length and breadth of everything she'd done. Wrong. Here it was, all documented and all in one place. The FBI had been aware of her. She looked through the dates of the articles. They went back 4 years. She was frozen, staring down at them, wondering why he hadn't mentioned all this. She'd been right not to let her guard down with him. The other thing that ran through her mind was, why did he leave it in his drawer like that? Was he hoping she'd come across it? Was the file just his, or was it an official FBI file? Either way, it didn't sit well with her. She placed all the clippings back in the folder and returned it to the drawer. When she was back on her side of the desk, she opened a file on the Glenn Welch case. She flipped through the pages until she found the identity of the man they found drunk at the Welch house the night she was there. There was a whole page of information on him, along with his photo, and, going by the address, he was a neighbor of Glenn Welch, like she'd been told. He looked to be in his 70s. This was definitely not the man who'd grabbed her foot that night. She closed the file, and then thought she should open the door. If Jack arrived to see the door closed, he'd think it was strange. When she opened it, Jack was right there in front of her with his hand on the handle. Trust had to think fast. Here you are. I've been waiting for you. I had the door shut because I felt odd sitting there alone with you not being here. Some of these people around here intimidate me. She moved back and he stepped into his office. I told you not to worry about Monica. How did you know I was talking about her? It wasn't hard. Sorry to keep you waiting. I needed to follow up on a few leads. He sat behind his desk, and since he didn't say where those leads were or what they were, she had to wonder if it was about her. That's okay. Is Gazelle coming here, or will she be at the police station? At the station. The way the traffic is, we'd be better off walking. Oh, right now. He sat at this desk and tapped a few keys on his computer. I'll just check my emails and then we can go. I could have met you there. Better that we arrive together, Jack stated flatly. Ah, yes, of course. She sat quietly and waited for him to finish what he was doing. They walked together as much as they could while weaving in and out of the busy lunchtime pedestrians. It was hard to keep up with Jack's long strides, and she was grateful she'd worn semi-comfortable shoes rather than the stilettos she had nearly chosen. When they arrived at the station, they met Officer Harvey and Sergeant Wilkes, who were interviewing Gazelle. Then they were ushered to a room where they could watch the interview. Trust sat on a chair while Jack sat on the desk next to her. Let's hope she doesn't bring a lawyer with her. I'd be surprised if she didn't, Trust said. Right on time, they watched through the two-way mirror as Gazelle and a man in a suit were shown into the interview room. Jack said, "That's Glenn Welch's brother again. It makes sense she'd bring him since her mother is using him as her lawyer too. Keeping it in the family, I suppose." Sergeant Wilkes pushed a photo of Sullivan Mans toward her. Do you know this man? Gazelle glanced at the picture. I do. I gave him my mother's bracelet to sell. It's not a crime. My mother would have given it to me if I'd asked her. Trust was disappointed to hear it. She must have known they had evidence against her. Officer Harvey picked up a sheet of paper. Maybe so, except it was listed among the stolen goods in the paperwork that your mother gave us and her insurance company. That is a problem. Gazelle didn't seem bothered. She simply shrugged her shoulders. She probably didn't remember. Why did you sell it? Doug Welch, acting as her lawyer, said, You don't have to answer that. It's okay. I've got nothing to hide. The truth was, I needed the money. Things have been tough. How did you come by it? The officer asked. She moved uncomfortably in the seat. I told you. I borrowed it some time ago, and Mom forgot I had it. Were you aware your friend offered a false ID in order to sell the bracelet? How would I know he'd do that? I'm not a good negotiator, so that's why I sent him in. Trust whispered to Jack, She's lying. Yes, and he made up that whole story about the maiden aunt in a nursing home. Are you going to charge me with something? The defiance in Gazelle's voice was clearly evident. She knew they couldn't touch her with the story she'd concocted. I'll be back in a minute. The officer left and joined Jack and Trust in the adjoining room. Would you like to ask a few questions, Agent Fletcher? Yes, I would. Jack left the room and the officer stayed with Trust. Chapter 36. The officer and Trust looked on as the questions continued. Each one Jack asked was blocked by the lawyer. Gazelle had no comment to make about anything. 10 minutes later, Jack was back in the room with Trust and Officer Harvey. I'm sure I could have got her to talk if it wasn't for her lawyer. How long do you think you can keep her here today? Jack asked Harvey. Couple of hours, tops. Unless her lawyer gets impatient. Keep her for as long as you can. I just want to talk with her mother before Gazelle gets a chance to contact her. Hopefully, they haven't already concocted a story together. It's an hour's drive from here. The officer gave a nod. You'd better get started. Trust and Jack walked out the door. What are you thinking? Trust asked on the way to the car. I was about to ask you what you thought. Sounds to me like her mother's guilty. It was an inside job and Gazelle is a bad liar. Do you think that piece of jewelry made an appearance to make the robbery look like it wasn't an inside job? Possibly. But it does seem a bit odd that she'd be so involved in the sale of it. Sitting in the car like she was. Unless she didn't trust him. That could be it. I mean, the piece is worth a few $100,000, so she might have been making sure he did exactly what he was told. That's why she was watching him, I guess, to make sure he got the job done. They got into his car. I'll be interested to see what Josephine has to say about this bracelet, and I hope we get there before Gazelle forewarns her. Perhaps the man who sold the bracelet might have pulled the trigger. It's possible. Or it could be an associate of his. I think so. How many criminals would they know? Jack glanced at her. Her husband was a lawyer. Trust had to smile. He had a good point. When they arrived at the Welch mansion, the maid who answered the door showed them to a living room while Josephine was notified. Now she was going to come face to face with Josephine Welch after she'd been sneaking about in her home. Josephine walked into the room with a flourish and Trust and Jack stood. Trust wasn't sure if the etiquette was that she should have stood too, but Josephine's presence seemed to demand it. Her golden brown hair was perfectly piled on top of her head, and her makeup was flawless. Ah, Agent Fletcher. She reached out her hand and Jack shook it. Yes, and this is Ms. Ziegler, Jack said with a smile. Trust gave the woman a nod. We've met. We have. Trust nodded. Take a seat. Josephine gestured towards some chairs by a window. Once they were seated, Jack began, I have some questions. Go ahead. Josephine's eyebrows rose just slightly. Was your Cleopatra bracelet definitely stolen? Yes. It was. I gave you the list. It's not here. Do you want to search the place? She drew her eyebrows together, marring her perfectly smooth face. Your daughter tells us something different. Gazelle? Josephine blinked rapidly. He nodded. What about her? We happen to know she was involved with the sale of the Cleopatra bracelet the day after the robbery. My Cleopatra bracelet. That's right. Jack nodded. But that was stolen in the robbery. It was in the safe. Your daughter tells a different story, Jack said. Josephine's eyes grew wide as they fixed on Jack. What did she say? Do you know for sure it was in the safe? Trust asked, trying to be helpful. Josephine's fingers twirled the long rope of pearls around her neck. Then she looped a twist over one finger, slowly moving it side to side. The pearls made a soft clicking sound as they slid across one another, as if echoing the thoughts clicking through her mind. I suppose I couldn't be 100% sure about that one piece in particular. She says you let her borrow it some time ago, and she hadn't returned it. If she says I did, I must have. Is that really what she said, or do I need my lawyer again? Jack shook his head. I'm not trying to trap you here. I'm merely asking some simple questions. Trying to calm the situation, Trust asked, Mrs. Welch, would you mind if we take another look at the room where the safe is located? Josephine frowned. Right now? Yes, if you don't mind. I don't mind at all. Josephine accompanied them up the stairs to the study. Trust walked over to the safe and stood in front of it. Her peripheral vision showed that the items she'd left between the safe and the wall were gone. She spun around to face Jack and Mrs. Welch. This is a heavy safe. I'm guessing this floor is concrete? Of course it is. Otherwise, a safe like that wouldn't be supported. It had to be craned in through the window. Trust took another look around the room. Is that all? I don't like being in this room since this is where he was found, Josephine said with a whimper. I'm sorry, Mrs. Welch. I wasn't thinking. We don't need to see anything more here, do we, Trust? No. As they walked back down the stairs, Jack said, Is there anything you want to tell us about your husband's death, Mrs. Welch? I told you everything I know. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, she stopped and stared at Jack. What are you implying, Agent Fletcher? I'm implying nothing. I'm merely asking the question. These questions have to be asked. And those questions have already been asked, and I have already answered them. I'm an upstanding person. I'm not some riffraff like you're used to dealing with. She glared at Trust and then looked back at him. You come into my home throwing wild accusations about me. Her voice trailed off. When did you talk with Gazelle? Mrs. Welch, what do you think the insurance company will think now that they know your daughter had a piece of jewelry that was on the list as stolen? Trust asked. They'll take a closer look at the whole claim. Jack nodded. In cases like these, they'll put the claim on hold until they do a more thorough investigation. Josephine fiddled with the back of her hair. I'm an honest person. From everything I know, that piece was in the safe, unless it wasn't. Unless Gazelle had it, but I don't know why she would be selling it if she did have it. Surely she would have said something. I'll sort everything out, and if she's got the bracelet, I'll call the insurance company and tell them that particular piece wasn't taken. Jack asked, Do you know anyone by the name of Sullivan Mans? Josephine thought for a moment. No. That name doesn't sound familiar. Is he an actor? No. He's the man your daughter had go into the pawn shop to offload your bracelet while she waited outside in a taxi. Josephine glowered at Jack for a moment before she spoke again. Are you telling me the truth, or are you trying to trick me? Believe me, it's the truth. It's all on tape, Trust added. We've seen the surveillance footage. Mrs. Welch, what do you think about when I say the word divorce? Jack asked, totally off the topic. Trust froze, sensing a definite chill in the room as Josephine's eyes flashed with ice-cold rage. What are you implying? Josephine leaned against the end of the banister as they continued to stand in the foyer at the bottom of the stairs. We have it on good authority that you were considering divorcing Glenn Welch. I felt like divorcing him every other day. Marriage is not easy. Are you married, Agent Fletcher? He rubbed his forehead. No, I'm not. And you're not, are you, Trust dear? Otherwise, you wouldn't need to steal your diamonds. You'd simply have a rich husband and have him buy you what you want. Trust opened her mouth in surprise that the woman knew her background. Chapter 37. Jack immediately came to Trust's defense. She's consulting for us now. I'm sure she'll do a good job, but my point is, if either of you were married, you'd know marriages don't always run smoothly. My husband was a dreadful snorer. Which is why you'll notice we had separate bedrooms. I noticed that, Jack said. But that's becoming more common these days. I didn't know that. I don't know who the troublemaker is who told you I wanted to divorce Glenn. Probably one of my so-called friends, was it? I'm sorry, I can't say. Or were you just fishing for information, Trying to trap me into saying something? Josephine brought her hands together and tapped her index fingers against each other. Trust was amazed at the woman. She had an answer for everything. I'm not fishing for information, but the person who told us was of the opinion that you were seriously considering it, and it wasn't just that you had gone through a rough day within the marriage. It's rubbish. And the firm was only suffering because people weren't paying their debts. Too many people expected favors from my husband. Jack continued with his line of questioning. You do stand to benefit quite a bit from your husband's life insurance, and that came at the right time since his business was suffering and close to folding. I can't help the timing of it. Jack shifted his weight from one foot to the other. Have you thought of anybody who could have been mad at you or your husband? Anyone who showed an interest in your jewelry? First of all, everyone was interested in our jewelry. We beat a lot of people in the auction to get those pieces and paid top dollar. We were always having photographers here to photograph them for various magazines. You'd know all about them, wouldn't you, Trust? Yes, you had a wonderful collection. One that many people envied. The sad thing is, my mother-in-law's collection went too. She was a woman with a love of Art Deco jewelry. So many pieces we had could never be replaced by mere money. You can't put a price on sentiment. What about people who were upset with either you or your husband? Trust asked, staring at the woman who had cast a young Ryan aside, forgotten in some far-off boarding school. Had rejection turned him into a psychopath, or was he born one? Josephine laughed at Trust's question. Everyone was mad at my husband. He was a lawyer. He had people upset with him every single day. What about closer to home? Friends? Jack asked. I can't think of anything, except my husband's manservant was upset a while back. My husband had solid gold, diamond-encrusted cufflinks that went missing, and he accused the manservant of taking them. When he found them days later, he remembered that he'd gotten home quite late and placed them in his sock drawer instead of putting them away properly. By the next morning, he'd forgotten about them. It was all very silly, but Glenn's comments offended him, and he nearly left over it. I had to offer the man more money to stay, and of course my husband fell over himself, apologizing for the incident. He felt so bad. But they wouldn't be involved, neither of them, either him or his wife, who's our maid. They're both loyal staff members. The police have talked with them already, and so have we. Good. Josephine nodded. But they weren't so loyal, were they, if your husband thought what he did about them? Trust was surprised at the way Jack poked a sharp question in here and there. She never would have been brave enough to say such a thing to Josephine. It wasn't so much that, but there was no one else around who could have taken those cufflinks. They can't walk off by themselves. What about cleaning staff? Do you trust them? Asked Trust. We have the cleaners in twice a week. They were due to come the very next day, so that's why it couldn't have been one of them. Any other information before we talk to your daughter once more? Jack asked. She's not involved in any of this. My husband and she were very close, if that's your next question. Her own father died, you see. Pardon me if I have to disagree with that. There are witnesses who tell us they had words at a recent fundraising event. Again, Trust felt awkward with Jack's tough comments. Josephine didn't take offense at this, but neither had she directed them to sit down again. Every family has little spats every now and again. Mine is no different. It didn't mean that she didn't have a deep love for her stepfather. After her own father died when she was little, Glenn is the only father she's ever known. And what was the cause of your first husband's death, just out of interest? Trust asked, smiling and looking as sweet as possible. Earl went away on a fishing trip one weekend with some friends. There was an accident and 2 of them didn't return, and one was Earl. Josephine looked down, and Trust felt bad for asking. I'm sorry to hear that, Jack said. Yes, I'm sorry too, Trust added. And before you go any further, there was an inquest and there was no foul play. Life goes on and we make the best of things. Have I answered all your questions now, Agent Fletcher? Yes, you have, and I'm sorry if any of our questions upset you. We are doing our best to get the jewels back for you and find out who killed your husband. I hope you understand that we were thrown a curveball when we tracked down the bracelet to your daughter. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Do you have the time for refreshments? Trust stared at the woman. It seemed more and more likely that there was no robbery. It had been staged so no one would look too closely at Glenn's death. I'll show you out. They said their goodbyes, left the house, and got into the car. Do you believe anything she said? Trust asked Jack. Do you? He started the car. No. She's guilty of something, but exactly which part? Jack asked. Trust looked back at the house as they drove away. What part of it didn't you believe the most, Trust? If you ask me, the only thing she's telling the truth about is that her first husband died. Jack laughed. He did, but she didn't even tell the entire truth about that. As they drove out the gates, Trust stared at him. What is the rest of the truth? Husband number 2, Glenn Welch, our victim, was the one who owned the boat. He was hosting the weekend of fishing when the 2 men were killed. Chapter 38. Trust stared at Jack, processing the information he'd just delivered. Josephine Welch's second husband was on the boat when her first husband died. What a coincidence. I had no idea. You would have thought she'd have remembered that it was Glenn's boat. It wasn't hard to find out, so it's odd that Josephine didn't come right out and tell us. It was all over the papers at the time. I'd love to know more about it, Trust said. I can pull them up on the computer for you when I get back to the office. He made a call to the officer who'd been holding Gazelle, only to be told that she and her step-uncle lawyer had just left. As soon as he ended the call, Trust said, Glenn owned the boat, Earl died, and then Glenn married Earl's widow. I could let my imagination run wild there. It's all a bit convenient. Yes, but remember, we're dealing in facts, and facts are not facts unless we have the evidence to prove they are. And notice how she threw her servants under the bus. There was no need to mention the cufflinks incident. Seems she was diverting unwanted attention to her poor old servants. Maybe she was nervous, and her mouth ran away with her. It's possible, I suppose. Jack, do you think there would be a day soon when you don't need me? I've got some things to take care of. Like what? She wasn't expecting him to be so intrusive. Errands. Personal errands? That's right. She held out her fingernails. I haven't had these redone since I've been out of prison, and it was a while before that when they were done last. They look fine to me. They're dreadful. He shook his head. There will be plenty of time for that later. Don't forget someone wants you out of the way. I think errands can wait. I'll order us Chinese. We can eat and then dig into the files. Don't I need to be classified or something to look at files? I say you can, that's good enough. She stared at him, and he glanced over at her. What do you want? Holy water sprinkled on you. No, please, anything but. She giggled. I might disappear. They're not that confidential. They're not leaving my office. Okay. That's good enough for me. What if Josephine was having an affair with the second husband before the first husband died? Trust asked. It's certainly possible. That would be motivation for Glenn to do away with Butterworth, the first husband. It would go from being an accident to a homicide, but our suspect is dead, so we'll just have to concentrate on the case at hand. What about the other man who was killed? Did Glenn also have a reason for getting rid of him, a 2-for-1 deal? Or maybe that man saw something he wasn't supposed to see. He was a liability who became a casualty. The possibilities are endless. He shot her a smile. Why don't we wait until we read the file? Okay. She was pleased to have more time alone with Jack. Then she might find out what was behind him collecting those news articles about her robberies. Tell me, why did you want to see the study again just now? Jack asked. Just to get a feel for what went on there. Reacquaint myself with the layout and such. And? She shrugged her shoulders. Nothing new occurred to me, if that's what you mean. All kinds of possibilities had flown through her mind, but nothing she intended to tell him. With lightning speed, Trust's gaze whizzed over the news reports about Josephine's first husband, Earl Butterworth's unfortunate death. They got swept up in a violent storm. Edward Cavallaro. That's the name of the other man who was killed, besides Josephine's first husband. Trust took out her phone and snapped a picture of the name. Like I said, maybe Edward Cavallaro saw something he shouldn't have, like Earl Butterworth being knocked on the head and pushed off the boat. We might never find out. What do the other men who were in the boat at the time say? When you slipped to the ladies' room, I called the detective who worked the case. Oh, you could have waited for me. He smiled at her and then continued, there was only one other man on the boat and he was asleep. All he remembers was the storm, and then they woke and found Earl and Edward gone. That's no help. Sounds like more of a drinking trip than a fishing trip. What did the detective think about it all? No proof of any wrongdoing. Glenn Welch said he wasn't drinking, but he wasn't feeling well, so he was asleep too. When he woke, he noticed the two men were missing, and it was he who raised the alarm. It seems odd that they're putting it all down to something to do with a storm. A storm that they slept through. It can't have been that bad. Well, no one from that boat is saying anything. How do we find out how friendly Glenn was with Josephine before her husband died? That might be difficult. She's going to deny it, and I don't think we'll find the proof. Even if they were having an affair at the time, that doesn't mean Glenn pushed poor old husband number one off the boat. She sighed. What if Glenn suddenly confessed to Josephine that he killed Earl, and Josephine was outraged and plotted to kill Glenn? He smiled. It's not likely. We have to keep asking, keep poking around until we find something. This aside, our main focus has to be on the case at hand, not what we think might have happened in the past. But the past always influences the present. We can't escape it. She thought back to her past. It had a huge effect on her present. Where does finding Ryan Castle fall on the attention scale? Right up there at the top. I'm focused on that too, and even more so with him connected to this case, but we can't do anything until he surfaces again. We're waiting and watching. Trust me, it's under control. You're out of prison, you just have to make sure you stay out. He pointed at her. Don't do anything silly, like going off on your own. I wouldn't. Trust shook her head. You already have. You went to Ryan's apartment. Oh, that. Okay, I won't do anything like that again. I guess I'll have to trust you on that one. Yes. He reached over and gave her another handful of papers. Read. She took them from him and looked at the first page. How about you check to see if Josephine's got safe deposit boxes somewhere? Maybe she's visited them recently. It's been checked. We can't find she's got any. She wouldn't risk hiding jewelry in the house. I wonder if she has a really good friend she can trust. It'd have to be a particularly good friend. One who wouldn't ask what she was doing and could be entrusted with a fortune. And I imagine friends like that would be hard to come by. I'd say so. Trust put her head down and kept reading. When it started to get dark, Jack suggested he take her home. It was Friday night, and Trust wondered if he had somewhere to be. A date perhaps. Hopefully not with Monica. On the drive to her house, he suggested that she have a break tomorrow since it was Saturday. "Are you having a day off too?" she inquired. "I'm going to do my best. A break might clear my head. Clear both our heads. It never usually works out though. I'm usually called in, over something or other." A break sounds good. I've got so many things to catch up on. As soon as she got home, she called her sister. She needed to speak to someone normal, and her sister was the most normal person she knew. Serenity couldn't talk, but told her she'd already planned to come to the city the next day. Chapter 39. The following morning, Trust stared at her sister, who was sitting on the opposite couch in Trust's living room. Serenity was wearing Englisher clothing, in place of her usual Amish attire. Trust filled Serenity in on everything that had happened. "So where's Ryan now?" Serenity asked. Trust shook her head. "He's gone completely off the radar. Even the FBI can't find him." "Perhaps he died, and he's lying out there somewhere," Serenity suggested. "I've already considered that. If he died, then the body would show up. There's been no news." "But strange, you said he had been at the lake house." Serenity sipped her coffee. Trust nodded as she thought back to the dreadful time at the lake house. Someone had been there. It might not have been him. "I only know he was alive when he tried to run me down." "That's really awful. I couldn't believe that when you told me." "I have bad judgment with men, it seems." Trust looked down into her black coffee. She didn't really feel like drinking it. "Okay, so this is weird. Ryan and Gazelle have the same father, different mothers. Then their father, Earl Butterworth, died, and Josephine married Glenn Welch. I figured that out already, from what you said. How well did you even know Ryan before you got involved with him?" "Not well enough, obviously. We met in Rome. He approached me, and we hit it off immediately. He was a thief, but not my kind. I could never look anybody in the eye like he could and lie to them. That was a red flag that I ignored." Serenity scoffed. "You were pretty good at lying when we were younger. Only if it was a choice between telling a lie and getting the strap. And I had a guilty conscience every time I did it. Ryan has no conscience." Serenity brought her legs up onto the couch and sat cross-legged. "Are you going to go straight now?" Trust nodded. "Yes, of course. I really don't have any other choice. Now they know who I am. They're watching my every move." "What made you get into doing this?" "You've never given me a proper answer." Trust frowned at her sister. "It's just that this whole world system is unfair and it's run by men. People have turned into puppets. The laws are weighted so no one thinks for themselves, and no one can get ahead financially with all the silly rules. I simply didn't want to be one of the pack, being told what to think, what to do. I, for one, don't want to be what they want us to be." "Oh, Trust. You're just doing what you want, aren't you? Then making some stupid excuse to make it look like someone else is to blame. Dad always said you never took responsibility. You asked me, and I told you. There are people who control the world." Serenity stared at her sister. "So your solution is to steal?" "I can't give you an answer. I think when I started, it was expected. Everyone in the family had such a low opinion of me. Remember that time I was accused of stealing that money?" "I do. That was totally unfair." Trust shrugged off the hurt that she still felt. "So why not do it for real, I thought. Then I did. I was good at it. Ma'am told me not to go anywhere near you, or I'll get influenced by you. Nice to know she thinks so highly of me still." "Influenced, not in a good way," Serenity told her. I know exactly what she meant. She never did like me. I used to think I was overlooked, but now I know she was overlooking me because she didn't like what she saw. That's not so, Trust. I don't know why you think so badly of them. They're not that awful. Trust laughed. Her sister preferred to see things like that because she was still living with them. Let's agree to disagree. Better yet, let's not talk about them at all. That's probably best. I had to tell them I was visiting a friend today. I'm thinking of leaving again. Again? Trust asked. Yes. Serenity's cell phone beeped, and she pulled it out of her bag. Got to go. Really? You only just got here. I thought you were spending the day with me. No, sorry. I've got a lunch date with someone new. I'm guessing he's not Amish? Of course not. I just want to see what he's like before I go further with the other man I like. Serenity drained the last of her coffee and sprang to her feet. Call me later. Okay. Serenity wasted no time in leaving. She had only been gone 2 minutes when Trust's phone sounded. It was from a no-caller ID. Hello. Now that your sister has gone, make sure you're not followed and meet me at our cafe in 10 minutes. The call ended. Her heart raced at 1,000,000 miles a minute. She knew the voice. It was Ryan Castle. He'd been watching her. Chapter 40. Trust threw the phone onto the couch. How did Ryan Castle know that Serenity was her sister? They'd never met. And that meant he knew she was alone in her apartment. But if he asked to meet her, that probably meant he wasn't going to harm her. Her hand went to her stomach to still the nausea swirling, and she moved to the window and looked out. As her eyes traveled over the trees in the park and the other buildings in the street, she knew there were so many places he could be hiding. The nausea overcame her, and she ran to the bathroom heaving. She leaned over the toilet and was sick. When she was done, she rinsed her mouth out and looked at herself in the mirror. Eck. That was what she felt when she saw her white face with dark mascara smudges under her eyes. With a moistened swab, she removed the smudges, and then applied blush and lippy to make her feel more human. What he'd referred to as their cafe was a brisk 5-minute walk away. She grabbed her bag, threw in her phone, and set off. 1,000,000 questions raced through her mind. Was he finding it hard to move such large stones, and he needed her connections? Was he going to offer to split the hall with her, and apologize for branching out and going solo? Apologize for abandoning her, to drown in the car like a rat going down with a sinking ship? Would he have some excuse for nearly running her over with his car? Each step on the pavement pounded inside her head as her heart continued to race. The disconcerting thing was, part of her wanted him to suffer and be out of her life completely, another part of her wanted to be held in his arms. It was sick to miss him and hate him at the same time. Just as she was contemplating letting Jack know what was happening, she was nearly at the cafe. It was too late now. She stood on the other side of the road and looked through the floor-to-ceiling glass that made up the front of the cafe. He wasn't at their usual table by the window. Maybe he wanted to sit in the back to talk. She dashed across the road as soon as there was a break in the traffic. When she pushed through the open doors of the coffee shop, a quick look around the room told her that he was nowhere. Her first reaction was that it had been a cruel trick. Was he merely playing with her, pulling her strings as though she were a puppet? She glanced down at the time on her cell phone. Still 5 minutes to go. She sat down at the first table she came to and waited, drumming her fingertips on the table while looking around. She hated that there was a tiny part of her looking forward to seeing him, swirling amongst the parts filled with fear. Maybe her sister was right, she needed therapy. Hi, Trust. Trust looked up to see the young waitress that often served her. Hello, Dee. Your friend said to give you this. Trust took the note from her. My friend? Yes, the man you often come here with. Thank you. She didn't want to open the note in front of Dee. Will it be the usual today? No thanks, I'm not staying. She opened the note when Dee walked away. It was an address of somewhere on the other side of town. Under the scrawled address, he told her to go there, and then added she was to do so immediately. A half-hour taxi drive later, Trust stood looking up at a warehouse. Since Ryan was nowhere to be seen, she walked around trying to find a way in, figuring he might be waiting for her inside. There was no way she was walking into that place to be alone with him. What she planned was to coax him outside to talk. On the side of the building was a sad-looking rusty red roller door with half the paint peeling off. She leaned down and pulled on the handle. To her surprise, it opened. Someone came from behind her, and before she could turn around, large hands grabbed her, pushed her inside, and pulled the door down. Just like that, her plan was ruined. In the dark gloominess of the deserted space, she stood looking up into the deep green hazel eyes of Ryan Castle. Locked in his gaze, so many questions raced through her mind. He pulled her against his hard chest. "I've missed you, babe. Get away from me." She pushed him as hard as she could. "What's this all about?" Trust snapped. "You're free, I'm free, and we have the diamonds." She was pleased he still had the diamonds. "Are you crazy, or do you just have the shortest memory of any person on earth?" He said nothing, and his eyes opened wider. She continued, "I'm talking about you trying to run me down in the street. Why would you do that?" He tried to touch her hair, and she put up her hand to stop him. "I found out you were working with the FBI. I thought you turned on me." "How could I? You gave them information about me and set me up. And you left me to drown in that car as well. You knew I couldn't open the door of the car until it was completely submerged. Do you know how scary that was? I still have nightmares about it. You knew I wasn't a good swimmer. I thought that was an exaggeration. You know how you're always telling stories. Every time you tell a story, it gets better. What about the lake house? Did you have anything to do with that shooting? Wait. Why am I asking you, the biggest liar on earth? I heard about the shooting at the lake house." He shook his head. "There are people after me, and you too, it seems. You shouldn't have gone there." She stared at him, trying to work out if he was trying to scare her. When she'd been shot at, she had hoped it was only because she was there with Jack Fletcher. "What people are after you?" "How would I know?" Trust wanted to scream. "You just said people are after both of us. Who were those people with guns?" They pulled up in 2 white SUVs. "I've got no idea." He was still a liar, still keeping things from her. "You were shot at, and I had my place ransacked, and it wasn't the police. That's all I know." He tried to run over her, but right now she had to know about Glenn Welch. "Did you have anything to do with the robbery at the Welch's place?" He frowned. "No. Of course not. Don't look so surprised. There was no love lost with you and your stepfather. Seems no one wanted you around. You have done your homework. Where are the diamonds?" "In a safe place." "What do you plan to do with them?" Trust asked. "What do we plan to do with them, you should be asking. They're ours." Now that she was face to face with him, she wished she had called Jack Fletcher. It was dumb of her to think she could handle Ryan Castle by herself. Chapter 41. Trust desperately hoped that Jack was tracking her phone that was in her handbag. She fanned her face. "I'm getting hot. I feel like I'm going to faint. Can you open a window?" "I'll try." While he walked to the window, she dove into her bag, fumbled for her phone, and pressed Jack's number that she had on speed dial. Then she followed him to the window. He tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. "No go, sorry." "Ryan, why don't you cut the nonsense and tell me where the diamonds are? How do I know I can trust you now that you're best buddies with the feds?" "I'm not. That's the only way I could get out of going back to prison. What was I going to do, turn down my only chance?" Ryan threw his head back and laughed, and she wanted to hurt him for hurting her. "Where have you been staying?" she asked. "I can't tell you that until I know I can trust you." "What do you want from me?" In exchange for half the diamonds, I want the name of a fence who'll be able to move big stones and other things. I know you've got contacts you've never shared with me. Other things? Do you mean like the Welch collection? He stepped closer and loomed over her, and she sensed the threat when his body tensed. I need the name of your fence, the best one. I know there is someone you always use. And then what? You'll give me half of something that's rightfully mine anyway. Right now, what have you got, Trust? A big zero, a big zilch, a big nothing. If you help me, I'll drop half on you. If you don't, I'll find my own fence eventually and you'll get nothing. Since you're a liar and a thief, what guarantee do I have that you won't rob me like you did last time? I've heard that the definition of stupidity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. His lips turned upward into a smile. You have my word, babe. She walked toward the door, hoping that Jack was on his way. But you see, the word of a liar is quite unreliable. It's not personal, this is business. It was personal, though. We were supposed to love each other. I do love you, Crystal, and I want us to be together. Her mouth dropped open in shock. It's Trust. No wonder he called her babe all the time. It was easier than making the effort to remember her name. Who's Crystal? No one. I'm sorry. She was my past, and I want you to be my future. Come away with me. Let's go together. He took a step toward her, and she pushed him hard with both hands. Get away from me. Don't be like that. His words were sickly smooth. I wish I'd never met you. Hey, I didn't come after you in Rome. You chased after me. She walked toward the door, and when she was halfway there, she turned around. I've never chased anyone. You're probably thinking about Crystal. He moved closer to her. You approached me in that casino in Rome, not the other way around. What does that have to do with anything? As much as she wanted to leave, she had to delay things so Jack had time to get there and arrest him. She sure hoped that he could locate her. Ryan walked forward and put his hands on her shoulders. I'm sorry, all right. I'm sorry for everything. Let's put the past in the past and let's get on with things. You must admit in our game it's difficult to trust people, right? You admit you left me in the car to die and tried to run me down? I said that. Yes, and I am sorry. It wasn't planned. Both were heat-of-the-moment things. If I'd tried to kill you. Enough already, he yelled, showing the temper she knew had been bubbling under the surface. This is about the diamonds. Stop trying to make it about you. It's business. Yes, I love you, okay? What else do you want? Police sirens sounded outside. He stared at her. Babe, you didn't, did you? Yes. I have your confession recorded. Now they'll know who the real criminal is. He took a millisecond to shoot her an evil glare before he turned and sprinted to a back door. Then it slammed shut behind him. She heard cars stop and the roller door opened. Hands behind your head, someone yelled. She did as directed and put her hands behind her head as 4 officers pointed guns at her. Jack raced to them. You're after Ryan Castle, not this woman. He ran out the back. Trust said. They lowered their weapons and hurried off while Jack rushed to her. Are you all right? I am. They surrounded the building. Don't worry, he won't get away. He went to put his arm around her shoulders and stopped himself. Sit in the car. I'll be there in a minute. She took the car keys he gave her before he rushed off. She walked to the car, hoping they'd capture him. Minutes later, from inside the car, she watched as 2 officers escorted a handcuffed Ryan Castle to a police car. It was the best thing she'd ever seen. Jack slid into the front seat beside her. We got him. Good. You sure you're okay? Yes, I just want to go home. He started the car, and Trust was glad to get away from the place. I'll get you home after you make a full report. Okay, she said in a small voice. Did you get my phone call? How did you know where I was? I have a tracker in your phone. Just as well you called me, or I would have thought you were in on it with him, or not fully committed. I am committed. He called and wanted to meet me. I was going to call you then, but I'm not sure why I didn't. Jack said, he's told us he doesn't know anything about the diamonds. It seems he's going to stick with his original story. I think we'll be able to get him to talk once he's interviewed. I'm not going to let up until I get the truth. He deserves to be behind bars after all that he's done. I know. Sounds like he's a narcissist for sure. They pulled up at a red light, and he stared at her. Do you normally go for that kind of man? Why was he asking? That was what she wanted to know. Not usually. He wasn't like that at the start. When Jack looked away, a tear trickled down her cheek and she wiped it away with the back of her hand. Why had true love always eluded her? Chapter 42. Jack brought Trust to the police station, where she waited alone in an interview room. 10 minutes later, an officer came in and offered her a sandwich and a cup of coffee. She ate the sandwich, which was some kind of indistinguishable meat with pickles, and then drank the coffee. Neither were very good, but she was hungry enough not to care. After an hour that Trust spent dreaming up all the horrible things she wanted to happen to Ryan Castle, Jack Fletcher finally walked in. She looked up at him. What's going on? He sat down opposite her. He still says he never had the diamonds. He claims he only said those things to you because that's what you wanted to hear, and he was trying to get back with you. Great. Can't anyone see that he's a pathological liar? Now she knew he was going to be a free man. She drained the last of her coffee, which was now stone cold. What's going to happen to him? We've arrested him for obstruction of justice. His lawyer will get him out of that, no doubt. Without more proof of a crime, our hands are tied. He did give you up at the start, so that's going to work in his favor by showing his intentions. Proof? I'm telling you, he took all the diamonds. I was thrown into prison with no bail, and you're telling me he's going to walk free. Walk free with the stolen diamonds? He might. What about how he tried to run me down in the street? You've got footage of that. That would involve you, put the spotlight on you. We're trying to keep you out of the spotlight. Where's the justice in the world? I'll tell you, there is none. She bounded to her feet and paced up and down. I was arrested because of him. Yes, but you had all the past crimes, which is why you were denied bail. Ryan Castle has done nothing that we can pin on him without involving you any further. Trust's mind was racing so fast she wasn't really listening to Jack. What about the diamond heist he and I pulled? She really did the crime. All Ryan did was sit in the car waiting for her. He got off that when he gave you up. Grr. She gritted her teeth and regretted asking Ryan about the loot from the Welch house. If he had been involved, now he'd make sure his tracks were better covered. Hey, you're not getting off too bad considering all you've done. If you weren't helping us, you'd be back in prison right now. She was so mad at this moment, she wouldn't mind being back in jail if that meant that Ryan Castle also suffered. We'll put a tail on him, and hopefully he'll eventually lead us to the diamonds. Now they'll need your statement about today's events. Is there really any point? For the record. He took her to an interview room where she sat and recounted all the details that she remembered. Jack had waited for her to finish and then offered to drive her home. From the driver's seat, Jack turned to look at her. Will you be okay? Yes. No. Not really. I'm trying to wrap my head around it all. He stopped the car right outside her building. I know how you feel. Justice often doesn't get served the way I'd like it either, but as I said, you've been handed a golden ticket, so I wouldn't be feeling too down. I know. And I've got you to thank for that. He smiled. Stop worrying. We'll have him behind bars soon. She opened the door and was about to step out when he said, Tomorrow we're focused back on the Glenn Welch case. Okay. She got out of the car and walked into her building. She hadn't known this working with the FBI was going to be an everyday thing. 2 or 3 times a year was what she'd envisioned. Never had she worked this hard. When Trust got into her apartment, she pulled out a cell phone, called Kent, and proceeded to tell him all that had just happened. "You've got to put that creep out of your mind," Kent told her. "It doesn't matter if he walks free and still has the diamonds. You're out of jail. Your freedom is more important than a few lousy diamonds, don't you think?" I know you're right, but it bugs me. He's outwitted and outsmarted the FBI and me. He's so smug. He hasn't outsmarted anyone. He's just lied his way out of everything. You loved him and he threw it in your face. Walk away and take it as a lesson learned. Education is expensive, whichever way we get it. Yeah, I'll never trust again. I've certainly learned that lesson the hard way. Just fall in love with someone worthy next time, okay? Okay, wise one. She found it hard to believe Kent, a computer nerd who rarely left his apartment, was giving her good advice. Kent chuckled. Now, want to know what I've learned about the Welch family? Chapter 43. Trust had spent the last 10 minutes complaining about Ryan when all the while, Kent had information about the Welch family. Of course, I want to know about it. I hope it's something I don't already know. You know they were in debt? Kent asked. Yes. I knew that. It's not about the Welch family so much, but Ryan and Gazelle. They were close. That's interesting. They shared the same father, different mothers, and Ryan is quite a bit older. It's so complicated. I happened across her phone records, and she and Ryan talk at least once a day, sometimes 3 times a day. What's interesting is the day of Glenn Welch's death, there were no calls between them. Because they were together that day, and that night when they were killing him and emptying the safe. Wow. But it's not something that we can prove, and Jack keeps carrying on about needing proof. Ryan was in the hospital at night, and gone the next day. He was so bad, he would have needed medical attention, or at least someone to help him. Gazelle had to be the one to help him out of the hospital before they killed Glenn, stole the jewelry, and set up the crime scene. Ryan needed Gazelle's help to get to the jewelry. She needed his help to get rid of the stepfather. Everybody wins. Every player wins a prize, Kent said. Except me, who got the short straw in life and in love. I can't wait to tell Jack about this. It's something to work with, something we can build on. Wait. How are you going to tell him, exactly? You can't tell him about me. He can subpoena their phone records, if he hasn't done so already. I'll give him a hint what to look for. Thanks for finding that out. All in a day's work. You're nothing short of a genius, Kent. I have been called that in the past. I try my best. She ended the call, changed phones, and called Jack. Now she had that news, and she didn't want to wait until morning to see Jack again. He'd be delighted with the valuable information. Trust, how can I help you? I have something you'll be interested in, Trust began. And what's that? Can we talk? Sure. Go ahead. No, I mean face to face. I'm just in the office doing paperwork. Do you want me to come and see you? That's okay, I'll come there. Half an hour later, she was in his office. Jack Fletcher looked up from his desk and placed his pen down. What is it that you have to tell me that couldn't wait until tomorrow? It's not something to tell you as such. It's an idea I've had. I was in a deep meditative state when I was thinking about the relationship Gazelle might have had to her older half-brother. What if they were in it together? She gets rid of her stepfather, who she never liked. She and her mother get the insurance money, and Ryan's payoff for pulling the trigger is the jewelry. What am I always telling you about proof? What you've said is an option, but there are many other scenarios. I knew you'd say that. I thought you might find something in their phone records. Do you have them? I can get them quick enough. Just a moment. He tapped some keys on his computer keyboard. Subpoena underway. Unfortunately, it's not a quick process. Good. I'll go home then. That was a quick visit. She flashed him a smile as she walked out, wondering how deep Gazelle's involvement was. It was clear she was a liar, since she'd told huge lies about the Cleopatra bracelet. If she got the truth out of Gazelle about that bracelet, she'd be closer to knowing what happened on the night that Glenn Welch was killed. As soon as she was on the sidewalk, she called Kent to get Gazelle's address. An hour later, Trust was driving slowly past Gazelle's house in the suburbs. It was a low-set house with a double garage attached, much the same as every house on the street. No cars sat in the driveway, and there was no sign of life. As she drove to the end of the cul-de-sac to do another drive-by, she saw the garage had a window. If she peeped in, she'd know if anyone was home. If Gazelle wasn't there, a search of her house might prove far more fruitful than a conversation with her. She parked her car a few houses up and walked back to the side of Gazelle's house. When she looked in the window, she was surprised to see Ryan's car. It was the same black car that had almost run her down. Footsteps sounded behind her. Before she had a chance to turn around, something struck her head. All went black. Chapter 44. When Trust opened her eyes, she winced with pain. She could smell blood and knew it was coming from the back of her head. When she tried to touch the part of her head that hurt, she couldn't. Looking down, she saw why. Ropes wound around her body, had her tied to a chair. She tried to move to free herself, but she couldn't. Help! Her voice was croaky and not loud at all. After taking a deep breath and summoning all her strength, she tried again. Help! Ryan walked in and pointed a gun at her. Shut up. What are you doing? He stepped forward and pointed the gun at her head. What did you tell them about me? I told them you'd be here at Gazelle's, and they're coming to get you. Her words were spat out with venom. Why aren't they here already? You've been out cold all night and no one's come to save you. Answer the question. What did you tell them about me? I didn't tell them anything. How could I? I know nothing about you. He crouched down in front of her. Why are you here? I came to see Gazelle. Find out how she was coping with her stepfather's death, and to offer my condolences. Why did you kill Glenn Welch? I'll tell you because I know you're not wearing a wire. He sniggered. I checked already. I was always going to kill Welch one day. I found out he killed my father. He wanted the one thing my father had that he didn't, Josephine. How do you know? One of the men on the boat told me what really happened that night. He saw it with his own eyes, and then had to pretend he was asleep. He was plagued with guilt for keeping quiet about it. He sought me out months ago to tell me. Absolve his conscience. It confirmed what I'd thought all along. That added up with the information she'd read. What have you done with the Welch jewels and my diamonds? Same old Trust, only care about yourself. You couldn't care less that my father was killed, could you? I didn't know him. You and I are not friends. I don't care about your life anymore. Anger hardened his chiseled features. The diamonds are safe. Now you can tell me where to offload them. No. Figure it out for yourself. It's really not that hard. Ask around. He put the gun to her head, and she closed her eyes tightly. She heard something click. Nothing. She was still alive. She quickly opened her eyes. Merrick Vale rolled off her tongue. Really? Yes. She hated that she was so weak, but she did want to stay alive. Hardly seems he'd need the money. Is he the same Merrick who owns those 2 high-end jewelry stores? Yes. That's his cover. I'll be back, and if I find out you're lying, I'm going to kill you. You'll need to give him the password, though. What's the password? Pink giraffes fly with umbrellas. He repeated it and pulled out his phone and wrote it in his notes. Then he looked up at her and lowered his face until it was an inch away from hers. I'm coming straight back. I'm not going anywhere. Obviously. Don't forget my share. You won't need it now that you're working with the cops. FBI. He threw his head back and laughed. Her life wasn't supposed to turn out like this, wasn't supposed to end like this. She knew she was going to die. Still strapped to the chair, he dragged her out of the garage and into the house, and then he smirked at her. "Where will I find him?" She gave him directions to Merrick's office. Castle pointed the gun at her. "Don't go anywhere." He slammed the door closed behind him. A few seconds later, she heard the garage door go up and his car start. Her revenge had been giving him that ridiculous password. She couldn't believe he swallowed it. Merrick would know something was amiss. Wriggling her legs about, she knew she wasn't going anywhere, but she could move the chair along the floor by shuffling her feet. That wasn't going to help. Not with all the doors in the garage shut and her hands behind her back. It was a 1-hour drive to where Merrick had his retail jewelry store, so that gave her 2 hours to get out of there. There was no way Merrick would deal with someone who hadn't been given a recommendation. From within the garage, her cell phone rang. Her bag was in there, but how was she going to get it? Just as she was thinking what to do, she heard a car. He was back. She froze in fear, thinking he was coming back to kill her. From what Ryan had said, she'd been knocked out, and now it was the next day. Surely, Jack would be looking for her. The door flung open, and she saw Gazelle. From her face, she knew Gazelle wasn't on her side. If it isn't Miss Fancy Pants, no good thief. She was holding a small suitcase, which she placed down on the floor. "Ryan told me we had a guest." "You know that's not his real name, don't you?" "I mean Ryan is, but Castle isn't." "I know that now." Gazelle crouched down in front of her. "I know more about him than you do." "Who do you think told him about you?" Trust did her best to hide her surprise. Gazelle continued, "Serenity told me about you years ago and what you did for a crust." Serenity would never. At the time, she was upset about some boyfriend or other that she'd broken up with, and I was comforting her, giving her more and more to drink. We were both drowning our sorrows. My sister doesn't drink. She was drinking that day. Then you called, in the middle of it. You were in Rome at a casino, and guess who was also in Rome? Lucky for us, he wasn't far from the casino. I had you two meet. It was all my doing." She cackled. Trust swallowed hard, thinking back to the first time she laid eyes on Ryan Castle. He was handsome. That was what attracted her at the beginning. "No. I don't believe you. I was always telling him he could do more, and go after bigger things. Mind you, that wasn't the first time your sister mentioned you and what you were doing. At first, I found it hard to believe, with you being an Amish bishop's daughter. I guess you rebelled." She flung a hand in the air. Whatever. How could her sister betray her like that? She wasn't even a close friend with Gazelle, as far as what Serenity had told her. "Can you release me? I'll not say anything to anyone about Ryan tying me up, or anything." "No. Not until Ryan and I have got to the next stage." Trust closed her eyes, but then her head swam too much. Fixing her eyes on Gazelle, she asked, "Are you going to kill me?" "I'm not going to do anything. You were never here. I never saw you. What happened to your stepfather?" "I hated him. He couldn't care less about me. Ryan was living with his biological mother, and when she died a year after his father was killed, he refused to take Ryan in. It was as though he never existed. He paid for boarding school only because my mother felt a duty toward him, because she had once been Ryan's stepmother. He didn't even have him home for the holidays, even though my mother wanted him. That's so awful. He was permanently at boarding school." "Yes." "How did you get so close with Ryan?" "We weren't close as children, but we got closer as the years went by." "How did your mother feel about it?" Trust asked. Gazelle's face contorted, but at least she was talking. She had no say in anything. "It was my stepfather that was running the show." "So you killed him?" Trust asked. Chapter 45. Gazelle sniggered. It was the only way. There was no money left. How would Mom and I survive? The creditors were about to move in on the debts and take the firm, and that meant the house would go too. We all knew the crash was coming any day. It was only a matter of time. Now Mom's got his life insurance and the insurance from the jewelry. It'll keep us going for now. And Ryan's got the jewelry, and he's trying to sell it. A smile spread across her face. Yes. This is unbelievable. Trust was more annoyed than ever and wanted to bust free, but she was strapped tight. It had to be done. Does your mother know about what you and Ryan did? What Ryan did you mean? She knows nothing. She wasn't upset that Glenn died, though, I can tell you that much. That's a bit sad. No one will miss him. My mother didn't really like him, not that much. I need to go to the bathroom. Can you untie me? No. Stay there. Gazelle got to her feet and walked away. Gazelle, I really need to go. Ryan's got my car keys somewhere, so I can't leave if that's what you're worried about. Gazelle then yelled from somewhere within the house, and in case you were wondering, Ryan never loved you. He'd call me and we'd laugh about you. As hurtful as that was, there was no time to process the comment. Time was running out. Ryan had killed his stepmother's second husband in cold blood, and now he'd be coming back for her, enraged and embarrassed because Merrick Vale would have rejected him. She looked around. In the hallway, there was nothing that would cut through the ropes. There were glass sections in the front door, and maybe a glass shard could saw through the rope, but Gazelle would hear glass breaking. She could try pleading with Gazelle again, but Gazelle would have too much to lose since she was in on it with Ryan. The only thing Trust could do was scoot along the floor as quietly as she could. The first doorway led to a bedroom. She moved from polished wood to carpeted floor. Bad idea. The carpet was almost impossible to move on. Then on the bedside table, she spotted a cigarette lighter. No. She'd most likely set herself on fire, and nobody would be there to put out the flames. Sitting there alone, roped to a chair, she knew she was done for. The only thing left to do was pray for a miracle, but she wouldn't. She couldn't. Not after everything she'd done. Then she heard brakes screeching just outside the garage door. The door slammed. It was Ryan, and he was back. She shut her eyes tightly. Let it be quick. Suddenly, she heard the internal door that led into the house creak open. Ryan stood there, enraged, in the bedroom doorway. The tension in the air was thick, the anger thicker. Think you're clever, don't you? Why, what happened? He laughed at me. She was too scared to see the humor. Did you say the right thing? When I repeated it, he had me thrown out. Slowly, he pulled a gun out of his pocket. You can't kill me here. It'll make a mess on the carpet. I'm doing it Dexter style. I'm wrapping you in plastic. He dragged her into the kitchen. Gazelle, I need plastic. We'll have to kill her. Gazelle ran to them. But don't you need her? No. Get the plastic. Gazelle went to the pantry and produced a roll of plastic. I'll need more than that. That's all I've got. He set the gun down, and from his pocket produced black gloves and pulled them on his hands. Then he started the first wrap of plastic around her midsection while Gazelle watched, her mind churning. Wait. You're doing it wrong, Trust told him. Dexter wrapped the room in plastic. It'll work. No, stop. Let me go, and I won't say anything. No one knows what you've done. They've got no idea. They're totally clueless. He then wrapped a sheet of plastic across her mouth. I've been wanting to do that for a long time. I've got money. I'll pay you to let me go. Her words came out muffled because of the tightness of the plastic. The more she talked, the less air she had. She poked out her tongue, trying her best to make a hole in the plastic. There were only minutes left to live. She tried to scoot herself along the floor to get away, but heavy hands held her. More plastic was wrapped around her torso. Were they going to shoot her in the head and through the heart? There was no way out. She hated that the last sounds she would hear were Ryan's breaths, and the last smells would be the aftershave that she once loved. She couldn't breathe, and pain filled her lungs as they begged for air. Everything was fading. In the distance, she heard a siren. Was it a police car? It sounded like one. Maybe she was dreaming as she died. There was no time for regrets or what-ifs. Darkness. Chapter 46. Trust's whole body spasmed with pain. Somewhere in her consciousness floated the idea she'd been shot. Air. She could breathe. She opened her eyes and saw figures moving around. It was too much work to keep watching. Her eyelids closed again. Talk to me, Trust. Are you all right? It was Jack's voice. But was she dreaming? She tried to speak, but it wouldn't come. Say something. Are you okay? With difficulty she breathed out, yes. Her eyes opened and she saw Jack. The next moment her mind was clearer and she was stretched out on the floor and Jack was sitting, cradling her upper body in his arms. Stay still. The paramedics are on their way. She struggled to sit up. When she looked around, there was no sign of either of her captors. What? Ryan and Gazelle have both been arrested. Don't worry about that now. Just get your strength back. Has the jewelry been found? We found the Welch jewelry in his car. He'll be going away for a long time. That was the best news she'd ever heard. She said Ryan killed Glenn. Who said that? Gazelle. I'm also certain she was the one who helped Ryan out of the hospital that night of the murder. The paramedics arrived, and Jack walked out of the room and left her with them. After examining her, they told her it was a good thing Jack had done CPR. She'd gone into heart failure after Ryan had stopped her breathing, and Jack had saved her life. Even after hearing that, she refused to go to the hospital. Her ribs were pretty sore from the CPR chest compressions, but when the paramedics poked and prodded them, it didn't feel like any were cracked. I'll go home and rest. I'll be okay. I'm breathing. I'll make sure she's okay. She looked up to see that Jack was back in the room. I really want to go home. I'll drive you. Someone can come get your car tomorrow. He helped her to his car. All strength had drained from her body, but she was grateful to be alive. As they drove, the events played out in her mind like the living real-life nightmare that it was. How did you find me? We got a call from a reputable jeweler. He was pretty certain a man who'd just come in had some stolen jewelry. He recognized one of the pieces as coming from the Welch collection. Merrick had done a good job. He'd saved her life. That was a lucky break. It was. Then we had the highway patrol stop him, and a quick look at his GPS told us where he'd been. That led us to you. He glanced over at her. Do you have someone who can stay with you tonight? I do, but I'd rather be alone. Normally she would have called her sister, but she was majorly upset with her. Serenity had broken the golden rule of silence about what Trust did for a living. Now she was truly alone. Trusting people only led to disappointment. Thanks for saving my life. He glanced over at her. I just did what anyone would do. Thanks for caring. I know you could be questioning Gazelle and Ryan right now, and instead you're taking me home. He grinned. It won't hurt to let them stew for a while. They can wait. When they arrived at her place, he insisted on coming in and making sure she was okay. He sat her down on the couch. I'll get you something to eat. There's nothing here. I normally eat out or order in. You know, shop by the day. How about I order us some Chinese? He plumped up the cushions behind her. Sounds perfect, she said, only to be polite. I'm pleased you're hungry. That's a good sign. He picked up his phone and called in an order. Then he walked into her bedroom and came back with a blanket and spread it over her. I'll make you some of that herbal tea while we're waiting for the food. After they ate, she must have dozed off after their meal, because she heard the click of the front door as he quietly let himself out. It felt good that someone had been there for her. Chapter 47. The next morning, Trust woke from the sun streaming through the windows in the living room. She couldn't wait to find out how the case had progressed overnight. But first things first. She tried to sit up, but every muscle in her body ached. When she finally moved the blanket away, all she wanted was heat on her body, and then she'd take something strong for the pain. After that, she'd call Jack. Hot water had never felt so good. Closing her eyes, she turned the shower on full, and let it wash over her head and down her back. Mentally, she washed away all traces of Ryan Castle and the awful things he'd done to her. She stepped out of the shower and reached for a white fluffy towel, trying the best she could to cope with the aches. Not only was she in pain, but it also hurt to breathe. She wrapped one about her body, and towel-dried her hair with the other. With no energy to blow-dry her hair and style it as usual, she gave it a quick dry and then ran her hands through it. When she switched off the hairdryer, she heard a knock on the door. Trust froze. She hoped it was Jack. Forgetting she was in a towel, she hobbled to the door and saw from the monitor it was Jack. Then she looked down at herself. Hold on a minute. Sore all over, she carefully walked to her dressing room and pulled on the first thing she saw, t-shirt and jeans. Now she was in a good mood. He'd have news of Ryan's charges. Momentarily forgetting her pain, she opened the door smiling, and then she saw his glum face. What is it? Bagels. He held up a bag. And coffee. He held a cardboard tray with 2 coffees in the other hand. Come in. He walked further into the apartment, and then turned around to face her. I have bad news. Wait. Let me sit. Rather than sit on the couch, she sat on the stool at the countertop so she wouldn't have to bend. He sat on the stool beside her and pushed the coffee along to her. This is yours. We don't have him. She stared at him, trying to work out what he said. What do you mean? We had him in custody. Now she was sick to the stomach. She knew the him was Ryan Castle. They'd caught him red-handed trying to kill her, and with the stolen goods in his car. You don't have Ryan. He got bail this morning. Bail? Are you kidding me? I'm not. From the court, he was forced into a white SUV, much like the ones we saw at the lake house. This can't be happening. She took a mouthful of coffee. After all this. He ripped open the bagel package and handed her one. Thanks. Gazelle told us everything. Ryan forced her to give him the safe's combination by threatening her and her mother's safety. He also killed Glenn Welch. She looked across at him. Did she get bail too? Yes. They both tried to kill me. Ryan, twice in the last few days. First with the car and then? She stared into the dark liquid she had cupped in her hands. They were both liars. What really happened was anyone's guess. There was so much she hadn't told Jack, and now she felt bad because he'd saved her life and seemed so nice. Don't worry, Trust, they'll both get time. I'll see to it. I can promise you that. That makes me feel better. She took a bite of bagel. Are you okay? She looked into his concerned eyes and swallowed her mouthful. I'm fine. She set her bagel down and took another sip of coffee. We still don't know who those men were that were shooting at us at Ryan's lake house. She gulped. Wait. Do you think those men kidnapped him or something? You mentioned the SUV. That's what I was saying. He certainly didn't look like he went with them willingly. You saw it. Yes. I've just come from there. I wonder if they've got him because they know he's got my diamonds. I mean the stolen diamonds. You have the Welch jewelry in evidence, so they can't get any of that. Correct. He can't stay underground forever. He's been ordered to report every 2 days. If he misses a day, we put out a warrant for him, and he goes to jail until his trial. They should never have let him out. First offender. First offender with a fake identity. He's tried to kill me 3 times now and kidnapped me too. Unbelievable. I know. I was surprised he got bail. I think you're safe from him. He's got bigger things to worry about, if those people who grabbed him don't kill him first. I'm sorry that helping me put you in so much danger. She swallowed hard, not wanting to jeopardize her deal. I'm involved either way. I won't rest until he's behind bars. In her heart, she knew if Ryan got away from those men, he'd disappear and he'd never stand trial. I won't rest until he's behind bars, and it's proven that he took those diamonds. The dark recesses of her mind were working overtime. The best outcome would be if she got the diamonds back and made it look like the men in the white SUVs took them. That would be a plan, a very good plan. Even a perfect plan. Are you sure you're okay, Trust? She looked into his handsome face and smiled as happiness whirled around her. Sitting there with him made her feel appreciated. Someone cared about her. I'm fine. We appreciate all the help you've been, Trust. I just feel like there are so many loose ends. We still don't know if the Shadows, the gang who steal from people who've stolen, is real or imagined. Yes, there are criminals who do that kind of thing. Is there an organized gang called the Shadows? Highly unlikely. Who were those men in the SUVs? Ryan crossed you, so I'm thinking they were the result of a person he crossed some time before he met you. They were looking for Ryan, and for all we know, they might have thought that I was Ryan. We have a similar height and similar build. You look nothing alike. Yes, but from a distance they could have easily mistaken me for him. I guess that's true. What else are you bothered about? He asked. Nothing. She was bothered about a whole lot of things, but nothing she wanted to share with him. You've done a good job for us, Trust. I have. I can't help feeling I haven't done much. He chuckled. You flushed out Ryan Castle, and because of you, we've arrested Ryan Castle and Gazelle. Both of them were responsible for Glenn Welch's death. We know that now. It'll be interesting to see if the jury believes Gazelle about it all being Ryan's doing. That will be good to watch, someone doing to him what he did to me. Life comes full circle very often. Karma, if you believe in all that. I hope he doesn't leave the country, Trust said. He can try, but he won't get very far. He took a mouthful of coffee. Stop looking so worried. We have to shelve the Welch case until the trial. I won't let Ryan get away. I've told you that. Time to move on to our next job. She looked into his eyes. I'm looking forward to it. He was so handsome, so caring, so kind, and he believed in her. He deserved someone so much better than Monica. Someone like her, perhaps. He finished off his bagel and drained the last of his coffee before he stood up. Well, take some time off and I'll be in touch. Gladly. Thanks for breakfast. She walked him to the door. Chapter 48. It was early on a Monday morning. Trust sat in her local coffee shop sipping her favorite blend of coffee with a hint of vanilla and spice as she mentally prepared herself for work. Jack had woken her with an early morning text telling her he wanted her in his office at 9. She flipped open a newspaper someone had left behind. There, on page 3, a photo grabbed her attention. It was the Purple Promise, one of the most iconic diamonds in the world. The headline said it was going up for sale. It was coming to New York to be auctioned. Not just any auction, she read. It was to be a private auction, and there wasn't going to be any public display. She blew out a long, deep breath. There would be a private auction with a select number of clients, all of them billionaires. There was no doubt about that. It was rare for a diamond to be purple, and even that one was formed so large. This one had been cut into a 22-carat stone. Some billionaire would drop several $1 million on it. She remembered years ago a 19-carat pink diamond selling for $50 million. It was a good medium pink, not a pale one. The Purple Promise, being so rare, would go for more. She nibbled on the end of her fingernails when she also recalled a blue diamond that had set a record when it went under the hammer for $80 million. Then there was a blue diamond of just over 14.6 carats that had gone for $46 million. Her mind raced before she could stop it. If she stole the Purple Promise, she could make a real difference in the lives of thousands, people who had fallen through the cracks of society. There would be plenty of money for the haven of hope and even more left over. Naturally, security around the diamond would be the best in the world. The best of the best, but there was always a way. There had to be. Trust drained the last of her coffee and signaled to the waitress for another. Then she bit into her cheese bagel. The waitress placed the coffee in front of her, and Trust counted out the money and gave it to her. Normally, she would have given a large note, but things were different now. She reached into her bag, pulled out her phone, and called her sister. "Yes," Serenity said. Trust looked around and then spoke low so no one could hear. "Never tell anyone about me. Gazelle told Ryan about me, and he deliberately set out to meet me. He connected with me only because he knew who I was. I figured that out. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I'll never tell anyone about you again. Wait, but all that's behind you, right? So you won't need to worry, yeah?" Even though Serenity had revealed her secrets, Trust couldn't stay mad at her sister. "Still, I like to keep my life private. Just don't do it again. I'm trying to stay on the straight and narrow, but I'm looking at something that would solve a lot of problems for the charity's latest project." "No. You don't want to go back to prison." Trust thought for a moment. "If I pull this off, I won't need to do another job. You'll know when you're older that in this life you're either controlled or you're the one doing the controlling. The rich make this world work for themselves. Who's looking out for the poor? That doesn't even make sense, Trust. Just don't do it. Promise me." "Don't say promise." Trust laughed, keeping to herself that the diamond was called the Purple Promise. Serenity grunted. "Just tell me you won't do anything silly. You'll regret it." "Okay. I won't do it. I've got to go. Someone's calling me." Serenity ended the call. Before Trust put down her phone, she considered Serenity's words. She needed the money for the battered women she was helping, but she didn't want to go to prison again. She then looked down at the messages on her phone and reread the one from Jack that morning. It read, "Meet me in my office at 8. 8. She was sure it had said 9 when she'd read it this morning, but she was half asleep. Now she was late. She shot back a text. "Sorry, overslept. I'll be right there." He wrote back, "I have a case for you that you're going to love. It's right up your alley. Thank you for reading, Chance."